Now that's a funny name.
I watch how the moon sits in the sky on a dark night, shining with the light from the sun. The sun doesn't give light to the moon, assuming the moon's gonna owe it one. It makes me think of how you act to me. You do favors and rapidly you just turn around and start asking me about things that you want back from me. I'm sick of the tension, sick of the hunger, sick of you acting like I owe you this. Find another place to feed your greed while I find a place to rest. I'm sick of the tension, sick of the hunger, sick of you acting like I owe you this. Find another place to feed your greed while I find a place to rest. I wanna be in another place. I hate when you say you don't understand. I wanna be in the energy, not with the enemy, a place for my head. I wanna be in another place. I hate when you say you don't understand. I wanna be in the energy, not with the enemy, a place for my head. I wanna
2, 2, 3, 3. Yeah. Give me energy to keep me calm. You and your mom keep on the drum. Used to be a teen past that baton, but you flop that bomb or you drop that bomb. Take it to the John, you're Babylon. Flush down with the sound that you carry on. I don't really give a damn, you pissed on Malone. Took a dump like a bong, not a battle song. So sick of you stressing, sick of you fessing, sick of you acting like I owe you some. Find another place to feed your face. If you don't, we gon' bump, get it up, get crunk. Sick of you stressing, sick of you fessing, sick of you acting like I owe you some. Find another place to feed your face. If you don't, we gon' bump, get it up, get crunk. I wanna be in another place. I hate when you say you don't understand. I wanna be in the energy, not with the enemy, a place for my head. I wanna be in another place. I hate when you say you don't understand. I wanna be in the energy, not with the enemy, a place for my head.
'Cause I'm Main Street, you're relaxed and feeling good. Next thing that you know, you're seeing octopus in the neighborhood, surfing on a sound wave, swinging through the stars. Take a left at your intestine. Take your second right past Mars on the magic school bus. Navigator nostril. Climb on the magic school bus. Make a plankton too. On our magic school bus. Drop the river of lava. On the magic school bus. Such a fine thing to do. So strap your bones right to the seat. Come on in and don't be shy. Just to make your day complete. You might get baked into a pie on the magic school bus. Step inside, it's a wild ride. Come on, ride on the magic school bus.
Gonna do his thing.
We love you. We love you. How many people are proud to be citizens of this beautiful country of ours? The stripes and the stars for the rights that men have died for to protect. The women and men who have broke their necks for the freedom of speech the United States government has sworn to uphold.
I want everybody to listen to the words
So
of
we're
this song.
told. I never would have dreamed in a million years I'd see so many motherfucking people who feel like me, who share the same views and the same exact beliefs. It's like a fucking army marching in back of me. So many lives I touched, so much anger aimed in no particular direction. Just sprays and sprays straight through your radio waves. It plays and plays till it stays stuck in your head for days and days. Who would have thought standing in this mirror, bleaching my hair with some peroxide, reaching for a t-shirt to wear, that I would catapult to the forefront of rap like this? How could I predict my words would have an impact like this? I must have struck a chord with somebody up in the office, cause Congress keeps telling me I ain't causing nothing but problems. And now they're saying I'm in trouble with the government. I'm loving it. I shoveled shit on my life, and now I'm jumping in on White America. I could be one of your kids. White America. Little Eric looks just like this. White America. Erica loves my shit. I go to TRL. Look how many hugs I get. White America. I could be one of your kids. White America. Little Eric looks just like this. White America. Erica loves my shit. I go to TRL. Look how many hugs I get. Look at these eyes, baby blue, baby, just like yourself. If they were brown, Shady lose, Shady sits on the shelf. But Shady's cute, Shady new, Shady's dimples would help make ladies swoon, baby. Baby, look at myself. Let's do the math. If I was black, I would've sold half. I ain't have to graduate from Lincoln High School to know that. But I can rap, so fuck school, I'm too cool to go back. Give me the mic, show me where the fucking studio's at. When I was underground, no one gave a fuck I was white. No labels wanted to sign me, almost gave up. I was like, fuck it, until I met Dre. The only one who looked past, gave me a chance, and I lit a fire up under his ass. Helped him get back to the top. Every fan black that I got was probably his in exchange for every white man that he's got. Like damn, we just swapped. Sitting back looking at shit, wow. I'm like my skin is starting to work to my benefit now. It's White America. I could be one of your kids. White America. Little Eric looks just like this. White America. Erica loves my shit. I go to TRL. Look how many hugs I get. White America. I could be one of your kids. White America. Little Eric looks just like this. White America. Erica loves my shit. I go to TRL. Look how many hugs I get. See, the problem is I speak to suburban kids who otherwise
I'm just playing, America. You know I love you.
He wasn't playing when he made Kill Shot, though. Those things he said about Machine Gun Kelly were just correct. That's the only diss track that ever mattered, quite honestly, was Kill Shot. Who was ever gonna let Machine Gun Kelly take off and fucking rap? That wasn't going to be allowed. No. Said, but that's Michigan rap scene history. Oh, you had a new version of the Magic School Bus? The first one was perfect. I do think all the 90s composers who did like the 4Kids and the PBS openings, they had some fucking talent, because these songs are still in our fucking heads. They were discovering chords or doing something special. I love all the 4Kids openings. Fucking Rave Master, are you kidding me? We will never, that has to go to Congress. The word cringe, I don't fucking know. But the song I just played, Eminem, White America, don't be confused here. He's saying Gen X is the racist ones, because this is no shit. This is what I'm saying. Learn your history, everybody. The parents of America decided, oh no, rap music was okay until a white man did it. Now the white kids are gonna listen to it, and they might start listening to black music if they hear the white music. This guy's an influencer. He's gotta go. We gotta sue him for hurting our feelings. That is what the 90s Karens were doing. And it's like, just going back and re-listening to the first two Eminem albums, you know, my childhood here, the millennial era, it's like, just in recent past, like, nothing's really crazy. Oh man, someone will get kicked off of a Tonight Show that no one was watching anyways because they all suck. Oh man, censorship, the end of the world. But meanwhile, they tried to cancel Eminem for making a rap song just 20 years ago. That's why we gotta learn history, and that's what they said in school. They said, learn history, because if you learn from the past, you will be able to make better decisions for the future and see things coming. And I did that, but then the school system made sure to absolutely fail in making it engaging, interesting, or nothing. Here's this textbook, copy everything in it, and then memorize it, and then take the notes, and then be surprised that World War II is the only thing anybody remembers. We did learn other things, just no one remembered. I know that the Underground Railroad isn't an actual railroad. I paid attention in Indiana history, and that was like the 4th grade, because when you do the state history, it's new shit that you've never heard before. The Magic School Bus isn't going to cover. I don't know. But then I've discovered there's this channel called, like, I don't know. You have me confused, Tonto. I think it's just you, because I have the stream up. Anyway. You ruined my rant about the school system, but I started watching this Extra History channel, and it's, like, really good. What is it? It's from the Extra Credits, the Penny Arcade people? Is that who does it? Now, it's been going on for, like, 15 years, so I've missed the boat. And it's very complicated, because the old ones, it's a person with a different voice, using this voice changer that sounded cool in 2012, but it's 2025. And I think the person who does the voiceovers now, he does an excellent job. I almost kind of wish he'd redub the past ones, but I guess this is a controversial opinion in the Extra fucking history fucking community. I don't know. But I've been enjoying him, and said, when you learn from the past and you see how human these things were, how wars are started because someone in France said something to someone one day, you realize, oh man, the stuff nowadays isn't that crazy. It's been crazier. Said, does Trump write things on Truth Social? Yes, but do you know what the founding fathers had to say about Benedict Arnold? And they didn't have social media back then. They were literature people. They used symbolism, so they fucking purposely erected monuments of him to basically say, you are a boot. You are irrelevant. You suck. You dropped the ball. You will be remembered for being the irrelevant loser. Benedict Arnold was their lolcow. He was their Christian. He was their iDubbbz, you see. They wanted us to remember him so we can make fun of him. How fucking vile, really. And honestly, and gossip and rumors is how we know most of this history, because I was kind of a bit of an Anglophile. I actually think King Henry VIII, other than the tyrannical stuff, I don't know, the Tudor reign I don't think was that terrible. It was really just him that dropped the ball. His daughters were quite fine. Well, other than the time that Mary Tudor, like, burned all those people, but that's just Game of Thrones logic. What do you want from them? They were in the past. We can't keep judging these past people. They all had syphilis. All of them. If you have sex, you're diseased in the brain. Syphilis kills you slowly. It happened to Al Capone. See, I know histories. They don't tell you in school that Al Capone's brain was rotting away from syphilis. I had to watch Boardwalk Empire to find that out. I'm going all over the place. I'm sorry. History is really fun, and we were watching him on Fate streams, but then we decided to not go to any interesting things in Fate. I'm going to start with the history of money, though, because we need to address the most important religion in the world that makes all these countries function. I feel like the history of money is the origin of everything important. So we're going to start there. The rule is, though, when we do American history, we have to do a European history. We have to do an England history, because whether they like it or not, that is our parent. They brought us here. They did this. And you know what? Then they got the milk. Then we did a little bit of rebellion, couldn't take it anymore, and they decided to go get some milk and cigarettes, and they just want to be mean to us. You raised us this way, Dad. So we need to look at your mistakes. If we're going to look at American history mistakes, it's only fair. And we'll do some Japanese history and some other fun stuff. I'm just ready to have fun with history, like Miss Frizzle. History's fun when it's told right. Said our teachers messed this up. And I'm gonna do my pixel arts. I'm addicted. I'm addicted to art. Disgusting. This is not the life I wanted to live, you understand? And that's my problem with history, is I just view the countries as people. And that's kind of what's fascinating about sociology and all of it, is a country is its people. Its actions and everything is a reflection. You do got leaders at the top, but these leaders are leaders because they're impressing a huge group of people that want them to do the thing. And that's what I find. It's like you got Israel, Palestine, but you also got England and France. You got these countries where they just got generational beef with the one next to them, and it never ends. And remember, America's like not even 300 years old, so it really doesn't have this generational beef with anybody. But just looking at the history of these countries, it's like, maybe you all were just meant to fight each other. I don't know. So that's why we gotta watch this stuff and get educated. Trying to think of who else has had rivalries. Rome with everybody. But that's some more interesting, like, Tudor history there, because what I discovered through that is the Catholic Church was like the mediator in it, much like with the Holy Grail wars and Fate. Because if a king did get too crazy, the Catholic priest would the Pope would just be like, okay, you're excommunicated. And if the king was mad about that, what are you gonna do? Raise your army to fight the Pope of your religion? It put him in a fucked up situation. So there would be situations where the Pope is in charge and like, gosh dang it, the children from France and England are fighting again. If you guys don't stop it, you're getting excommunicated. But then there would be times where the Catholic Church isn't doing very good things, and France and England would check them. Like it's a government. Crazy. Checks and balances. France has a habit of starting fights with people, and then you got Russia over here. See, I try to profile them all like you would if you're looking for a dating partner. Russia, now, the fact that Russia and China have the same government and they don't like each other, the fact that the evil Nazis and the evil Ruskies didn't want to work together, were opposed together, That's suspicious. Like, nobody wants to work with them. It's almost like they're an abusive relationship partner. So I gotta look at them from that point of view. That makes any sense. Countries are people. Yeah, China and Japan, they have history of someone's a bully, the other one isn't, and then they flip it.
Come to accept rectangular pieces of pulped trees as something to spend 8 to 10 hours a day working for.
Well, Mr. Justin Harris, that's just the bus. That's where that battleground happens. I know what you're talking about. I've witnessed the war. No one ever wins. Should do Chakazula.
It's a pretty insane story.
I probably said that completely wrong.
This change from hard currency like gold or silver is a really huge deal. Without it, we couldn't possibly have the massive industrial and post-industrial economies we know today. This change revolutionized how we do business, and forever altered how governments were financed. Learning about this massive sea change in how we, as a species, thought about money can help us reflect on our current historical shift from seeing paper as money to seeing bits, seeing digital ones and zeros as money. But before we can get to the exciting story of people trying to convince other people that paper was worth something, to understand why this is such a huge deal, we have to discuss a bit about how we thought about money before paper. If we go way back to the beginning of society, we find—
See, just that's crazy to me. Everybody acts like the devil is so smart because he stole free will, gave him the apple and all that. But could the devil convince you that paper is valuable in a world that doesn't have money or economy or currency yet? Could the devil do that? No. You'd be like, go away, devil. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. So I argue the devil might not be that smart because human beings, like, they really pulled one over here.
And trade. Before early humans even really settled down, there's evidence that when we met, we exchanged things we had made or things we'd found. But as soon as humans started to
Bro, I saw that. I saw that. I love the little references. That's Inuyasha's necklace. That's all.
Changed things we had made or things we'd found. But as soon as humans started to cultivate the earth and form societies, we started to specialize, and that meant that we not only loved to trade, we had to. Now, often when we think of trade, we think of long-distance trade. We think of caravans loaded with exotic goods. But for our story, we have—
Oh, you're right. The devil played 40D chess because if human beings had never had free will, they never would have decided paper is worth dying for. Good point. Lol. They lost. Even a flood wouldn't fix them.
to talk about local trade, because here's where we run into the problem of coincidence of wants. Or rather, we run into it everywhere, but if we fail to solve this problem at the local level, society breaks down, and we can't have the specialized trades we need to run anything beyond the smallest gathering of people. So, what is a coincidence of wants? It's the basis on which trade can exist. Let's say that I make shirts, and you grow food. Well, if you want a shirt and I want food, awesome, we can trade. But if I don't want your stupid food—
See, everybody likes to joke and talk about going back to a trade and barter system. Yeah, that would work. Here's the problem. You gotta go outside and meet people and be friends with people who— you have to be friends with farmers. You have to be friends with the gun dealer. You have to know people, and no one wants to— like, really, the reason society and capitalism operates the way it is because we're all fucking lazy. Think about that. If you hate capitalism, it's your fault for being lazy. It's your own responsibility.
or if you're all full up on shirts, well, we can't trade, can we? And that starts becoming a real problem for society if I want food but you don't want my shirts. Maybe I can find somebody with some third good that you do want, but that means that a lot of time is consumed by trading, and if I can't find—
I mean, this is a video gameplay loop right here. Be friends— like, is this not Harvest Moon? You gotta unlock shit and fucking get friends with people so they'll unlock more goods to get. Life was a gameplay loop, and then we made a whole bunch of rules to make the game more complicated, damn it.
some other good you want to trade for, well, there's gonna be trouble. And this problem runs even deeper than we sometimes think about when you consider the lack of refrigeration and transportation. Imagine I'm a fisherman and you're a farmer, and let's say that we want to trade. Well, there's this problem. Your harvest only comes in once a year. I can't trade you for a harvest you don't have yet, and all of those extra fish I caught today are going to be pretty rotten by the time your harvest comes in. And while this may seem like a very specific example, trade for food was probably the most prevalent trade of the ancient.
Oh, this is the problem. See, I argue the 90s, everybody says the economy in the 90s was so great, and I don't know numbers, so I can't actually go look this up. But what I always thought what happened is my parents and relatives and everyone just tricked themselves into thinking it was good, because you could sign up for 40 credit cards. Discover all these credit cards were everywhere, being advertised every second of the day, and they could get them and willy-nilly spend everything interest-free. But then the 2000s came and the bill was due, and then they didn't feel rich no more. Said, credit's the great evil. It's gonna come in and destroy this whole society because of fucking produce rotting. This is also why the grocery store industry is this way. Fucking produce.
Ancient world. So we need to find a third good that we both want that we can trade for. But wouldn't it be convenient if there was some universal third good which everybody wanted and would trade for, so we didn't have to do some long chain of bartering every time we wanted something?
So what would a migraine attack sound like on a saxophone?
Disgusting. Ads on
money.
history? Okay. School system. I'm gonna fix the fucking government right now. Everyone elect me as president. I got this right now. Hey, if some government money could be given to Google, because they love fucking money, to take all ads off all educational, non-biased videos, I bet more people would watch them and get educated. You know, that's just a thought. If there's no ads on an extra history and you're stuck with ads on YouTube, there's a chance you might pick extra history over whatever Markiplier's screaming at today. I don't know.
All money is a third good that doesn't spoil and that we all agree has value, thus becoming a unit of exchange, an intermediary good by which all other goods can be traded. And while we often think of coins made of precious metals for this purpose, the truth is, so long as it's durable enough and hard enough to procure, anything can serve as money. Tangent time. Turns out we have used a lot of weird stuff as money over our history. For example, cattle have often served as money. I mean, they're fairly durable, they last for...
Man, I sometimes think cows, they really were just born to be food, man. Like, they don't have the most life going on, and of course they were money. What would you call the currency? Moo-moos? Should we make cows? We got Bitcoin in the RPG Maker game. I love the idea of using cows as currency. And then, like, you have, like, one cow, and the weight is just too much. You gotta go drop the cow off in the chest.
years, they're practical and they're reasonably scarce. When Europeans arrived in the Americas, alcohol often served as currency. You could literally drink your paycheck. Cigarettes have often become money of prisons and POW camps.
See, this is why the past is important. If you're a person suffering from addiction, that's not good. Get help, but my God, everybody's like, I can't believe these kids nowadays. They just want to drink and do the marijuana because it's legal now. Oh my God. Britain turned China into a bunch of opioid addicts for tea. And they did trade liquor and tobacco. What the hell is the difference between that era of the world in prison? It was just trading fucking tobacco for whiskey all day. Acting like they're better. Huh.
Back in ancient China, money in the shape of tools and then knives became some of the first examples of precious metal money. And, my personal favorite, on the island of Yap, gigantic limestone donuts serve as money. They are so huge that once they are brought to the island, no one even moves.
I mean, what the fuck else is limestone good for? But what kind of vending machine do you gotta put that in?
Them. They just remember who owns which ones. In fact, all of these stones had to be quarried off-island because there's no naturally occurring limestone on Yap. And once, when a crew was coming back from a quarrying expedition, a storm hit and sent their stone to the bottom of the ocean. But the crew survived and told everybody what had happened, and the islanders decided that, it still counted. So, to this day, somebody owns that giant piece of stone money at the bottom of the sea. And even though it's not really in use today, for hundreds of years that stone was used to buy and sell things, even though no one had ever seen it. Giving Yap, in some ways, one of the most forward-thinking monetary systems before the modern era. But if we want to talk about the king of them all, the form of money that has been used the longest and over the widest expanse of the globe, we have to talk about one thing. Nope, not gold, although in fairness, that's what I would have guessed too. Nope, it's the cowrie shell. It's durable, impossible to counterfeit, and without modern harvesting techniques, it's not so easy to acquire that inflation will run rampant. Anyway, tangent over, back on target, we have lots of different possible types of pre-modern money, including the gold and silver coins that we so often think of when we think of money of the past. But all of these different types of money have one thing in common. They are what we call commodity money, because their value is in the commodity themselves. Even cowries were seen as rare and beautiful and could be used for jewelry and the like, and so were thought of as having intrinsic value, the same way we feel gold has an intrinsic value for its scarcity and its uses. Now that makes a lot of sense for a currency. It feels secure and reasonable. You can trust to the worth of that gold coin in your hand. I mean, after all, if you're used to trading one thing for another, why would you ever trade something valuable like a horse for something worthless like a pile of paper? But for gold or for cowries, well, that's another story. But when your economy grows, this system starts showing some of its limits. For one thing, commodity money is heavy. If you're doing massive deals, it gets really hard to transport, and it's risky to transport across lawless lands. Commodity money is also often subject to debasing, where somebody, usually the person who should be responsible for making sure the currency maintains its value, waters down the whiskey, or takes a gold coin, melts it down, and reforges it with a bit less gold in it, and passes it off as worth the same amount. But more than anything, when you get to gigantic economies, the very scarcity that makes commodity money seem to have value becomes your enemy. Like, let's take gold and silver. What happens when your economy grows to the point where you just can't get enough of it? We actually saw the effects of this in our episode on the Opium Wars, where so much English silver was ending up in China in exchange for tea, it was actually causing...
Okay, so I think about this, because we're not going to do it, but the opioid wars, I think everyone's heard of this, because it's such a weird thing in history, where England sent all their silver, because everyone's on the gold and silver standard, to China because they really, really, really needed all that tea. And now China didn't really need anything from England because what the hell did they have except drugs, I guess. And because of that, you know, all the currency was in fucking China. So what are you going to do? And then I think about the war on drugs, Ronald Reagan versus Pablo Escobar, and how much American money was over there because of the drug trade. Like, they had just millions of dollars buried under farms, and that would just be one location. And it's like, oh, yeah. You do too much trade, sometimes you gotta get it back. It's the only way to fix a broken economy.
Inflation and hampering basic economic transactions at home. And this really comes into effect when we get to more modern government finance and the financing of war. What happens to a nation when it has to make a sudden drastic uptick in its spending but can't get enough specie to cover its cost, even from those who are willing to lend? As I am sure we will see in future Extra History episodes, it plays havoc with an economy, and even the ability to prosecute a war. And the reverse of this is true as well. Currencies based on scarcity are often subject to changes in the scarcity of the commodity on which they're based, which can be trouble when somebody finds a lot more of your currency commodity. When Spain started to import massive amounts of silver and gold from the Americas, all the precious metal-based currency in Europe started to suffer from inflation. After all those gold coins weren't worth nearly as much since somebody had just dumped a huge new pile of gold on European shores. And as a government, or even a financial sector, when someone digging up a new pile of minerals means that you can't control your own fiscal policy, that's bad news. But those disadvantages are only easy to see if you're a head of state or working on the largest scale transactions. If you're just some average person in the streets, when some well-to-do says that they want to take your grain in exchange for this nice slip of... is that paper? Well, you would be forgiven for thinking that you smell a rat. Join us next time as we finally delve into the origins of paper money, and start to address this problem of people fearing to give up their outdated gold.
Well, honestly, that sounds more terrifying than a communist takeover. We're just coming in and we're telling you, that ain't worth anything anymore. That's garbage. You trust my currency? Oh my god, is this what we're seeing with NFTs and all these stupid meme coins and shit? Just to try to peer pressure people into using the money you want to use when it's fucking stacked in your favor?
We all do it. You see a line and wonder...
That gecko speaks British. We can't trust it.
Truth to the idea that Marco Polo brought pasta to Italy from the East, there's another marvel that the book about his travels popularized. It was an idea, a radical one, which is perhaps best summarized by the very title of the chapter that discusses it. For in the Book of the Marvels of the World, or as we know it, The Travels of Marco Polo, there's a chapter titled, How the Great Khan Caused the Bark of Trees, Made into Something Like Paper, to Pass for Money Throughout His Realm. In ancient China, they invented a coinage system where the coins had holes punched in them. So if you needed to measure out large denominations, you could just run a string through the center of the coins, and a particular length of string would hold 100 or 1,000 at once. But over time, the economy evolved, transactions got bigger, and merchants found themselves needing tens or hundreds of thousands of coins to complete transactions. And of course, a strand of 1,000 of these weighed about 10 pounds already, so it became a real pain in the neck to transport them. So
I don't need to sell no NFTs or coins or all that, because if you're here, you will learn such the truths of the universe that I share with you, and then you'll know that. You got that for free. The truth, much like that fucking whatever that was with the Tale of Gilgamesh on it, that urn, that's what this is, a priceless treasure.
The government started saying, how about we pay you pieces of paper that have the amount of coins we owe you written on them, and you can come pick up your coins at the Capitol whenever you want your money. And since the government bought a lot of things, these paper slips started being circulated everywhere. Soon, merchants realized that these slips of paper were always good, that they could be turned in at the Capitol for however much was written on them whenever they wanted. So heck, why even go to the trouble of turning them in? Why not just trade the slips of paper to other merchants for their goods? Thus, the merchants began using these promissory notes, or essentially government IOUs, as money. And then the government caught on and simply started printing up money. So by the time we got the Travels of Marco Polo, paper money was widespread, and this idea started to catch on even outside of China. Sometimes with little success, like when Gekatu, the corrupt Ikan of the Middle East, tried to introduce paper money after he'd already splurged the royal money, and had his economy collapse to a cow plague. He basically fell prey to the misconception that simply printing money was literally a way to print money. Needless to say, he was promptly strangled with a bowstring. But sometimes, in other places, the idea started to take stronger hold, especially Italy. The Italian city-states had already been playing with this idea a little. They were the economic dynamos of Europe, and the first truly great trading cities on the continent since the ancient world. They were also basically always at war. This made carrying around great heaping piles of cash a wee bit of a danger. So the merchants came up with a new system, influenced by the tales from China. At first, they began simply issuing promissory notes, basically IOUs. Merchants would get to a new town and stock up on supplies and trade goods, but rather than carrying the cash to pay for them across dangerous country, they would just give the seller an IOU, often backed by a very famous or wealthy merchant, promising to pay for the goods at a later date. But here's the trick. To keep anybody from having to haul all that money around, the merchant wouldn't ever actually end up paying the seller directly. Instead, he would just pay a bank in his hometown. Here's how it would work. The merchant selling the goods...
See now, this right here, they should have stopped at this, and then capitalism would have been defeated. This makes sense. Have a third party in charge of, like, figuring out who owes what who. Then we don't need all these MasterCards and Visas and student loans. No, just make all one person, and then they can be like the warehouse that your goods get dropped off to, too. They could have been the original pickup service, but they were cowards.
Would take the promissory note he got for them to his local bank, which he had access to, unlike most of Europe, because the Crusades had accidentally created modern banking. Why let a little crusade get in the way of a good story about fiscal instruments? So, he would take the note down to the bank and cash it in for slightly less than its face value. Basically, the bank was buying the note from him for some amount less than it was worth. Then the bank, which would have branches in other cities, would send a rider with a stack of these notes out to whatever specific city those notes had originally come from. When the rider got to the city, he would hand them to the local branch of the bank, and then the local branch would go collect from the merchant who had bought the goods. So the merchant could pay for goods in a far-off location by paying his local bank after the fact. A pretty huge step forward for commerce. But what if the bank didn't have a branch in the merchant's hometown? Well, then the bank would just sell the promissory note to another bank that did have one there. So these promissory notes sort of started to take on a value of their own. People started trading these notes, and soon the banks got in on the action and just let you take out notes from the bank itself if you had the deposits to cover it. But this didn't reach its full form for quite some time. Fast forward about 300 years and move halfway across the continent to the little island hanging off of Italy's side. The year is 1640. The never-popular Charles I's monarchy is deeply in debt. He had gotten into a tiff with the Parliament and basically disbanded it for over a decade. But according to English law, Parliament is the only group allowed to levy taxes, which you do need when you're a king and flat broke. But not Charles. No. He had all sorts of crazy schemes for bringing in money without calling on Parliament.
Man, you know, the kings really, after some point, weren't allowed to be tyrants in England anymore because they created this whole Parliament to be a checks and balances, basically creating the whole system we all know today in most governments. But was there ever a king to say, I don't like those rules anymore, and I'm king, and I say, get rid of it all? What happens? They went through a tantrum like that?
So miffed he was at them. And in 1640, we have one fine example. He just seized all the money in the mint. And this is kind of a big deal because it wasn't his money in the mint. All the merchants and the goldsmiths of London deposited their hard currency at the mint, just as a place to store it. So the king just picked up all that cash and declared it to be another one of his ever-popular forced loans. And then he proceeded to also seize all of the East India Company's pepper, just to add a strange, if somewhat delectable twist to this tale. Needless to say, his head was promptly separated from his body, which leaves us in the aftermath with a bunch of merchants and goldsmiths. The merchants and goldsmiths got together, and the goldsmiths basically said, look, we have these giant vaults for storing all of our gold. If you want to pay us a small amount, you can rent a corner of the vault to put all of your money in. This rapidly evolved to the goldsmiths paying people small amounts of interest to leave their money with them in exchange for the right to lend it out. This basically made them into banks. And in their capacity as banks, when people would deposit their money, the goldsmiths would basically give the depositor a receipt, which they could turn back in to claim their money. But soon, these goldsmiths made a pivotal switch. They changed from making out receipts, which could only be redeemed by the person who originally made the deposit, to also offering receipts that could be redeemed by whomever held them. This allowed people to start using their receipts as currency. Rather than pay for something with a pile of coins, why not just put that pile of coins in the bank and pay for stuff with these far more convenient receipts? Of course, as soon as they started doing this, people began to ask for multiple receipts in small, regular denominations. So you'd go to the bank, you'd drop off 20 quid, and ask the nice fellow at the register to give you 20 receipts for £1 apiece, so that you could go out and buy some vegetables or something with them. As soon as you do that, you basically have the banknote, the fundamental form of paper money. And the goldsmiths were clever folk. They started to notice the funny thing about banknotes. These banknotes were starting to get passed around from hand to hand without often getting handed back in at the bank, which meant that the bankers could keep playing around with the money those notes were supposed to represent even as they circulated through the markets. After all, so long as everybody doesn't try to turn in their banknotes at once, the bank can lend more money than it actually has in its vaults. While one banknote is circulating its way from hand to hand, the bank can use the coins that note represents to cover somebody else turning their banknote in. And thus, fractional reserve banking was born, instantly expanding the money supply of England. But not without introducing some dangers. Join us next time as we move from these Wild West beginnings to the even wilder West personas that attempted to make paper money official.
'Tis the gift to be simple.
This is all fascinating.
Taco Bell's.
This is more entertaining than what those game dev vloggers brought us last night. Like I said, you're watching, you follow the money, you know the truth on everything, and how we get to paper money says a lot about humanity.
Episode, we got to the ad hoc, unofficial beginnings of paper money. This week, we look at some of the rogues gallery that really created the intellectual argument for adopting paper money in some more official way. When we last left off in England in 1640, the first unofficial banknotes were starting to circulate. But in the early 1660s in Stockholm, the first semi-official banknotes, the first banknotes from what we might think of as a central bank, the first banknotes that really started to replace a hard currency, began to appear. But with those banknotes come the problem of unregulated fractional reserve banking. Remember how we mentioned that the goldsmiths of London realized that using banknotes they could actually lend out more money than they had gold or silver to cover? Well, in Stockholm, they really went to town. Soon, there were so many banknotes out there that people couldn't help but notice. And as soon as people noticed, everybody rushed to the bank to get their banknotes turned back into coins, which, of course, they couldn't do. And there goes the Swedish economy. So clearly there were still some kinks to work out with these newfangled banknotes. Now let's hop back to England, one civil war and half a dozen other wars after Charles I so politely jump-started this whole banking thing with that forced loan of his. The year is 1695. The English have just gotten themselves kicked around in the Channel by the French, and if we know anything about history, we know that that will never do. So the English establish a central bank, the Bank of England, to raise money and to help the government pay to refit the navy. As part of this, they issued banknotes. But the idea of banknotes and their role in the economy had been a topic of debate in England for a few years, which leads us to the first of our roguish economic theorists, and yes, this is his real name, Nicholas, if Jesus Christ had not died for thee, thou hadst been damned, Barebone, who, for obvious reasons, went by the name Nicholas Barbon. Nicholas Barbon's father was, praise God, Barebone. Yes, really, who will surely make an appearance in episodes covering the English Civil War.
See, now, your parents also have always said, don't get no crazy tattoos. How you gonna make it in this world being the crazy tattoo person? But these people made it in this world with these insane names, really. So, yeah, like, people don't see your tattoos on the job application, but they do see praise God.
Nick Barbon started his career as a doctor, getting his degree from the University of Utrecht and joining the Royal College of Physicians. But this trade had too much saving people and too little amassing vast quantities of wealth, so Nicholas turned instead to real estate and construction. Luckily, he hit a break when, in 1666, the Great Fire of London swept through and incinerated about 13,000 homes and left about a sixth of the city homeless. Huzzah! This, of course, was seen as a great opportunity by Barbon, who would rebuild most of London and even, very illegally, reshape it. If you've ever been to the western parts of the Strand or Bloomsbury, those areas basically exist because Barbon didn't listen to any of the restrictions that said that you couldn't build between London and Westminster. After all, as he saw it, that's where the open land was, where easier to build. I mean, yeah, it's open because it's illegal to build there, but what are they gonna do, tear down the houses he just built? They're already built, deal with it. And from there, the sky was the limit. Barbon first got into the reputable business of selling fire insurance in a town that had just burnt down. After that, he realized that he could invent the mortgage.
Fucking amazing.
I mean, I can't say that he was
This guy, like I said, there's always these people where the world falls apart. What do? Do you cry about it? No, it's time to pick up the pieces called opportunity and sell people fire insurance to tell them the evil that happened will never happen again.
absolutely the first person to really invent the modern mortgage, but he certainly was the first major player to do so in England. He created the National Land Bank and began to issue loans secured by people's homes or property. He followed that up with a few stints in Parliament, largely to avoid prosecution. Then he retired to write some books. And it's really the books that we are interested in, and the thoughts he put in them. Because while I have been joking about his wild and rapacious greed, he was highly intelligent, and it's kinda hard to write him off as evil. All of these things he did actually ended up having positive effects, and his writing sort of shows that he knew that. Insuring people against fire provided him with a guaranteed profit, but also created a great deal more stability for the English economy. Fires were still a major issue, but no longer would they be a massive economic displacement. Instead, everybody would put some money into the pot to bail out whoever lost their home or trade to a fire, and he would skim a little from the top. Great for the economy. And mortgages? While we might today think of them as the bank's way of keeping us down, so much of England's wealth was locked up in real estate that it was a huge drag to the national economy. When people bought a house, that money just stayed locked up in that house. It didn't circulate through the economy, it didn't help to finance businesses, it just sat there until somebody generations later decided to sell it. But with the idea of the mortgage, the single biggest asset that most people owned was now freed up to help drive the economy. Instead of the seller simply getting a pile of cash and the buyer getting an unspendable house, the mortgage freed up that value. You could now spend your house and live in it too, meaning that that money could circulate through the economy again and again. And Barbin was also, of course, one of the first people to decouple morality and spending. Which totally sounds evil, I admit, but up until this point, a lot of the writing on money was written by the church, basically arguing that everybody lived the simplest life possible. And that's probably good advice in a lot of ways, but it doesn't make for a dynamic economy. Barbin argued for fashion and innovation because they get people to buy new goods before they've fully consumed the previous goods, thereby creating demand. And while we're not to Adam Smith yet, the basic concept that demand creates supply and grows the economy is there in Barbin's work. But for us, his most important work is probably his arguments against mercantilism. Mercantilism was the driving political and economic theory in most of Europe in Barbin's day. Basically, it sort of saw nations as being in a state of perpetual economic war. The goal for any nation was to get as much literal gold and silver as it could for itself, and try not to give any to anybody else. In a broader sense, the object was to have your state be self-sustaining, importing as little as possible while...
So in a broader sense, no matter what books we read, what we say we know, we're still monkey people just collecting the shinies and being like, I got more shinies than you, I'm better. It'll never change.
Exporting as much as you could. Colonies existed to feed the mother country, and weren't allowed to trade with any country other than their colonial power. And when imports had to be made, the goal was to only import raw materials, so that they could be turned into more valuable finished goods in your country. And while today we see a lot of reasons why every country trying to produce every type of good is a terrible idea, in some ways mercantilism makes a lot more sense when you think of economies based on commodity money, like gold or silver. After all, if your entire economy is based on gold and silver, then your economy can literally only be as big as the amount of gold and silver you have. While many were starting to see this dilemma, Barbin cut to the heart of it. He basically said that even gold and silver don't have innate value. They are just worth whatever the market values them at. So instead of stockpiling more gold and silver to grow your economy, why don't you just get rid of gold and silver entirely and move to paper money? But these ideas of Barbin's are only the beginning of the intellectual groundwork that will see a world accept slips of paper in exchange for a loaf of bread, a cell phone, or a house.
Oh, we're getting there. The fucking genius that comes in and it's like, paper, bro. Trees. Now, rocks in the dirt, we gotta, like, dig those up. And we need those for the future PlayStations, the Illuminati algorithm told us. That's so, we can't do that. But trees, just go in your backyard and get the shit. There you go.
Join us next time and we will witness somebody else try to put their own theories on paper money into practice, on the grandest scale.
'Tis the gift to be simple, 'tis the gift to be...
Another morning to savor the crunch.
The English heard I was talking smack.
Off, paper money doctrine was just starting to be established, with people like Nicholas Barbin beginning to explore the radical idea that gold and silver didn't have any inherent value, only the value we gave them. Which leads inevitably to the argument that, in using gold and silver, we tied ourselves to a system that has all the disadvantages of a commodity currency without really securing for ourselves anything more tangible than what we'd get with paper bills. Today, we get to watch what happens the first time someone really tries to put paper money doctrine into practice. John Law.
Yeah, she's wearing a donut hoodie. That's what I'm trying to do.
The son of wealthy Scottish goldsmiths turned bankers. Until his 17th year, he followed the family trade, but when his father died, he decided that banking was too honest of an employment for him and moved to the seedier side of London. There, he rapidly found that women and cards were far more to his liking than ledgers and receipts. He lived it up as the rake and rogue of lower London, But between the fast women, the high fashion, and the low cards, he more than once ended up having to run home and ask Mom for a loan just to get by. But it all came to a head one foggy evening in Bloomsbury Square. Law.
What? We can't trust the gamblers with the economy. They'll fucking... The stock market was low today. That could have been someone going to the MGM casino with this logic.
Had a rival for one of his lady loves. A drunken quarrel turned into a duel. Blades were drawn. A step, a thrust. One man fell, red between the pavers. Before he could flee, Law was apprehended. He was hauled before the famous hanging judge, Salathiel Lovell, and sentenced to death. As he awaited the gallows, though, his friends and benefactors got his sentence commuted to manslaughter, and he was slapped with a fine and released. But the family of his rival was pulling strings too, and they appealed the decision. This time, Law knew to flee. He hightailed it to the...
See now, once again, we don't even have to apply... Sorry. We don't have to apply this ancient history to today's politics. We can apply it to a more personal level. It's called, what lolcow is this one? This is Bossman Jack, a person who has gambled away millions. He is won millions. He be doing train wrecks things, but here's the thing. He lives in mommy and daddy's basement and he throws the money away the second he gets it because he is just a fucking... He has got addictive personality disorder. He needs the dopamine. That's this guy, Bossman Jack. But he's someone's nephew, so he's got it figured out.
Dutch Republic, enjoying the coffee houses, the gambling, and perhaps most of all, the stock market of Amsterdam. While he had always been of an intellectual bent, it's here he started to really refine his ideas, both about gambling and finance. Watching this small republic with none of the natural resources of the other great countries of Europe dominate the world's economic landscape galvanized his thoughts. He reasoned that if he could just understand what had created such an economic revolution there, he could export it to nations with more natural advantages. So he spent half a decade considering the problem, and all this reasoning led him to one conclusion. It was the supply of money and the availability of credit that made the Dutch Republic such a powerhouse. And where did he see the bottleneck in the availability of money and thus the availability of credit? The supply of gold and silver. If you're only going to lend out gold and silver, you have to have the gold and silver to lend, and that puts a ceiling on the size of your economy, which, while not absolute, is a lot more rigid than paper. And so he began to formulate his treatise, Money and Trade Considered, with a proposal for supplying the nation with money, with the aim of getting his native Scotland to create a national bank. Unfortunately, Scotland was destitute from risky Central American ventures and a failed harvest. The Scots were in no mood to take a risk on some theory. To cap the whole thing off, the Act of Union in 1707 not only crushed any chance Law had of convincing the Scottish Parliament of his plan, but also made him an outlaw in Scotland as well as England. So once more, our ironically named hero fled back to the continent. For the next 10 years, he moved between France and the Dutch Republic, speculating, gambling, and socializing. But Law was always one to learn from his mistakes. He no longer gambled simply as a gamble. Now it was a system. He put into practice the many ideas that translated from the financial world. He deconstructed the games he played, and worked out great tables of outcomes. He was renowned for...
Would you lend someone money who wants to use it on gambling? Well, here's the question. What do you think the stock market is? You're giving your money to companies hoping that the companies are gonna win their gamble of doing good business and therefore growing your investment. So in a way, a person say, give me $10, I got this system, I'm gonna win the lottery, and I'll give you 100 back if I win the lottery. That's no different than the stock market.
For being able to calculate precise odds on the fly and hold them all in his head. And soon it paid off. This time, instead of gambling his way to the poorhouse, he became one of the richest men in Europe, amassing what today would probably be hundreds of millions of dollars just from cards and market speculation. But his gambling did one other thing for him. It opened doors. He was affable, charming, and very well dressed. As he gambled across Europe, he worked his way up to playing at private, very high-stakes games in Paris, games which included some of the most powerful men of the land. And in these smoky rooms, he had far more opportunity to persuade them of his ideas than he'd had in Scotland. And the truth is, those men were primed to be persuaded. The wars of Louis XIV had left the French treasury empty and the state burdened with insurmountable debt. The new regent and his council were looking for a way out, so when Law said that he had a plan, they listened. The plan was ambitious. He would form a central bank which would take over many of the economic functions of the state, right down to issuing money, which of course would take the form of his beloved banknotes. Most importantly though, his plan to bankroll it was genius. He allowed people to buy stock at the bank, paying only 1/6 of the stock's value in cash and paying the rest by trading in their government bonds, the debts the government owed them. This scheme was genius, because the population of France knew that these government bonds were currently worthless because the government was too broke to repay them. Yet, at the same time, much of the debt which the government had been crippled trying to service was the very debt the people of France held. So, in having everybody traded in, this debt magically disappeared, and people who previously thought that they had been ruined by purchasing worthless government bonds now had something of worth that they could sell or trade, stock in the new bank, because everybody was confident in the new bank. Genius. And as John's bank began to tick away, it all seemed to work. The paper currency was far more stable than the old silver currency. Nobody could clip its edges, and forgeries were, well, punishable by death. Now, with this first part of his economic system in hand,
as it should be.
Based? Based?
Have you all learned nothing from being on the Twitter.com or the Blue Sky? Death to art plagiarist, quite honestly. Despicable behavior. And that's what counterfeiting is. It doesn't matter that money has a fucking value. Fucking furry art has a value. Everything on DeviantArt has a value. This thing doesn't have value, because I don't give it value. But, once again, forgery is art plagiarism. Fucking disgusting. Hang 'em.
Law initiated the second part of his plan. He would form a trading company. With complete control of the economy, he established a monopoly on trade with the French territory of Louisiana, and gave that monopoly to a company he established called the Company of the West. The plan here was simple. Issue shares at 500 livres a share, taking 15% down payment and the rest in installments, and sell enough of these shares to pay off the remainder of the government's debt. Soon, buoyed by some of Law's own investing in the company, the stock price began to grow, and word got out. This opportunity in Louisiana was too good to miss. Law was made the Duke of Arkansas, and soon the stock jumped 100%, then 1,000%, then 3,000%. The problem was, there wasn't any wealth coming out of Louisiana. When this all started, there were a mere 800 Europeans living in the whole territory, and soon Law had to resort to the expedient of offering criminals a pardon if they would marry a prostitute and move to Louisiana. Meanwhile, the stock price had created even...
Why do we the fuck act like America was founded on good Quaker, those lovely Mayflower people that got along with the natives, and oh my gosh, the founding fathers, they wanted way better even though they were shit talkers. Oh my god, these unprecedented days. They say, yo, we have all these whores that are running around, and you prisoners, just grab one and go figure it out. That's also Jamestown. It was pretty much human trafficking, because if you were a criminal in England, you could go to England jail, or you could get on a boat and just get married to some dude in the colonies. Guess what a lot of prisoner women did? But, good on those men who didn't get fucking murdered in their sleep. They were all killers.
More demand for paper currency. As people borrowed and spent against their stock that was now worth 30 times what they had paid for it, inflation ran rampant. Now, if this all sounds kind of familiar for some reason, you're not wrong. Something very similar was happening right across the channel. Soon, Law's system, which he had thought incorruptible, was forced to bend. He had to recall some of the paper money, slash the value of the currency, and outlaw the sale or possession of large quantities of gold. But all this did was let people know just how bad a shape the Company of the West, and by extension the bank, was in. Soon it would not hold. Mobs formed, there were rushes on the bank, and Law found himself yet again in a carriage in the night, fleeing yet another country. But unlike his counterparts across the channel, Law wasn't operating out of greed, but rather out of a desire to prove the idea that he had burning within him. And while his bank and his trading company were a disaster from which France barely recovered, they were a failure in execution more than in concept. And so, despite such a catastrophic misfortune, there were those in Europe who heeded what was perhaps his most famous conjecture: that money is the value by which goods are exchanged, and not the value for which goods are exchanged. Join us next time as we take the final step toward modern money.
Now, the gold standard, this is where things get interesting, because I used to be that edgy kid in history that's like, why the fuck did we go off the gold standard? Made sense. All the countries are on a playing field, and then they explained how money works in modern day, and then I stopped paying attention because I don't understand money. I just know how to spend it, quite frankly. So, like, that's why it's very helpful just to go to the origin point. If you're gonna explain money to me, you need to go back to when money was rocks, and then explain to me why we do this. They're doing a great job over here.
By getting off of the gold standard.
'Tis the gift to be simple, 'tis the gift to be free, 'tis the gift to come down to where we are to be.
As an executive, I see no value in
Is this movie good? Let's see. Okay, so it's a Sam Raimi movie.
Over the last
we could get that, you know, Spider-Man. That's cool. But, like, remember the first episode of Lost? That trailer didn't beat that plane scene, so not worth it. We can just watch Lost.
Few episodes, we've seen the intellectual underpinnings of paper money slowly come into place.
Tonto, is Ron Paul still around? Is he there? Because, like, I keep getting shocked that the politics celebrities of yesteryear are still there, and no one talks about them anymore. I could look it up. Where is he?
But having nebulous ideas about why paper money might be good is one thing. Getting people to really believe and trust in it is another matter entirely. And so today, we're going to tackle the development of the one thing that brought the whole system together. The thing we now use to prevent the very problem John Law ran himself into. Very rarely does humanity find ideas that are simply good. Most of the time, when a revolutionary new idea is introduced, we've got to stumble around in the dark for a bit, figuring out all the terrible ramifications and pitfalls that come with it before we can use it well. Paper money was no different, because when you start printing money, it comes with a lot of questions. Now, you might think that the first question would be, how much money should we print? But actually, before you can even figure out things like how to regulate how much money's being printed, you first have to ask, who's gonna print the money? Now today, this might seem like a bizarre question, as we're all used to there being some central authority in each country or currency block issuing one currency that everybody accepts at face value. But you have to remember that paper money didn't enter the world as part of some top-down system. Instead, it basically started with a bunch of bankers realizing that they could give people receipts for gold and silver instead of actually giving customers their gold and silver back. Which means that one by one, every bank basically started printing their.
What is this, Tonto? The Green Party? Ron Paul 2012? The fucking generation of quietly quitting things, for sure. At any time, anybody can get the band back together, but they choose not to. Disappointing. We are the youth of the nation, for sure. Fucking lazy.
Own banknotes. And that is a mess to deal with. I mean, if you've ever had to go overseas and deal with exchanging money, you've gotten just a tiny fraction of an idea of what a hassle this would have been. But it gets worse. Imagine having a few hundred different banks issuing notes in your own country. Now imagine a world where our modern international currency exchange that makes it easy for banks to trade money doesn't exist. And then imagine having to deal with all of this just to shop in the next town over. This is basically the scenario you end up with. You deposit $10 worth of gold in your local village bank. They hand you back $10 worth of their shiny, bank-specific banknotes. Now you go off to the big city to spend your money, but when you bring out your money to spend it on something there, the big city merchant might simply—
Oh shit. We've all been the ignorant ones when it comes to the situation in Minnesota. This is what they were doing. Like, How dare us force on other cultures this money thing? What you're supposed to do is trade money laundering in goods and services and buildings. Just like our forefathers traded cows. Gosh. Passe much? Some people are not that... Some people aren't up to snuff. They haven't gone to this extra history school yet.
Not take it. Or, more likely, they'll pull out some big chart and say to you, well, let's see. Your bank is pretty far away, so if we, or more likely our bank, ever wanted to redeem these banknotes of yours, we'd have to travel all the way to your tiny podunk village. So, since that's going to be such an expensive hassle for us to do, we're only going to take your banknotes at 75% value. Now, of course, you would probably grumble a bit over this, but then the merchant would say, wait, hang on, I'm not done. It says here that your bank only has one branch? That's an issue. It means we're gonna have to redeem these notes as soon as possible because your tiny bank might go belly up at any time, which would render these banknotes you just gave me worthless. That additional risk and the inconvenience forces me to accept these bills at another 25% off face value. And so, your $10 that you deposited in your bank would only have $5 worth of purchasing power in a neighboring city, leaving you probably a bit less than jazzed about this whole paper money thing. So clearly, every country needed a unified currency that everyone could believe in. But this also had to evolve sort of organically, and it ended up happening in a similar way in most countries, because almost all of the problems we're gonna see with the move to paper money are solved in nearly every country with one great innovation: the central bank. But central banks didn't always solve all of the functions they do today, and in fact, most weren't established to solve any of them at all. Truth is, calling a central bank a singular big innovation would be a lie. They were really more like a patch server and a hotfix machine for paper money. So let's talk about the story of the Bank of England, because it was really the first institution that we would call a central bank, and many early central banks share a similar tale.
When a migraine strikes and I've taken a trip down.
She deserved this migraine, quite frankly.
94. The government desperately needs a way to service its debts. The 17th and the 18th centuries would be times of unbelievably costly wars. For the first time, troops had to be deployed and supplied across the globe. Navies had to be maintained in every ocean. Powder and shells were expended on an unprecedented scale. This drove most major nations of Europe to the brink of financial collapse. To some, the answer was clear: establish a bank to service the national debt. So, after much debate, the Bank of England came to be. This is a powerful thing, because having the government do all of its banking with your bank makes your bank pretty secure, and means that that bank's gonna need to have branches, or at least banks that they work closely with all over the place. And because of this security, people started to value Bank of England banknotes over most of the other ones out there. At times, people would even pay a premium for them, offering 1.1 or 1.2 pounds per 1 pound note, simply because they were reliable and universally accepted. But the Bank of England note really wouldn't become the official banknote of the country until 1844, the middle of the 19th century. With the Bank Charter Act of 1844, no new bank would be granted the right to print banknotes, and every time a bank was bought, it would have to remove its notes from circulation, meaning that eventually the Bank of England banknote would be the only paper money in the land. But even with this system, it wasn't until 1921, less than 100 years ago, that the last non-Bank of England bank in the country stopped printing their own banknotes. And in Scotland and Ireland, there are still to this day a few banks that retain their ancient right to print pound sterling notes. So this system of having one unified currency that we think of as being money, we take it for granted now, but it really isn't that old. In fact, in the United States, non-Federal Reserve banknotes were being issued as late as 1935. But even with this issue resolved, the lack of a centralized currency wasn't the only problem we were going to have to figure out with these new banknotes. There was also the problem of bank runs. With the invention of the banknote, modern fractional reserve banking really came into its own. Fractional reserve banking is where the bank lends out more than it can actually pay for with the money it has on hand, based on the idea that not everybody's going to try to collect at once. So, for example, let's say that you deposit $100 in gold at your bank, and the bank is required to keep a 10% fractional reserve. That means that when you deposited that $100 in gold, you enabled your bank to lend out an additional $1,000 in banknotes. This system is a great thing because it means that the money supply can expand far past the amount of gold or silver in an economy and can meet the needs of a growing economic base, which is the very problem we were trying to solve with this whole paper money thing in the first place. But it does have one problem. What happens if everybody does try to get their money out of the bank at the same time? Well, if people believe that a bank won't be able to repay them, whether it's because they've issued too many banknotes or simply because they've made too many bad loans, those people start flocking to the bank to get their money out of there. This, of course, leaves the bank unable to pay anybody because they only...
So basically, the movie It's a Wonderful Life. I call it the It's a Wonderful Life scenario, clearly. All those people needing... But he gave them all $20, and that's enough to last through the year, so it was fine.
Only keep a fraction of what they need to pay everyone on hand at any given time. So the bank collapses, and everybody loses. Anyone with money left in the bank is simply wiped out. And if this starts happening on a broad scale, it creates another problem. People stop depositing money in banks at all, and instead start hoarding it because they're afraid that the banks are going to go bust. Meanwhile, the banks are trying to hoard up as much real money, gold, silver, and central bank notes as they can, so that they can somehow pay all of the people rushing the bank to withdraw their accounts without going bust. This ultimately means that a lot of money is just sucked out of the economy. It just stops circulating, and we're back to our original problem of literally having too little money to make the economy run. This happened in England throughout the 19th century. But here again, the central bank patch was applied. By having a central bank serve as a lender of last resort, meaning a bank that could lend real capital to other banks, banks that were in good shape but didn't have the funds on hand to withstand a panic where everybody tried to withdraw their money at once, could survive, and the money supply for the nation wouldn't dry up. Over the last 100 years, we have found dozens of other little ways that the central bank can be used to hotfix problems resulting from our ability to print money, and we're certainly not done yet. There is incredible power in having one bank that basically can't fail unless the government does, whose function is much more about keeping an economy strong and stable than about making a profit. Because so long as the government is doing well, so is that central bank. And this has helped fuel the growth of a world no longer bound by the amount of gold and silver that's being passed around. But there's one more step to go before we get to the world we live in today, where currency is divorced from any real value except the value we give it, where money works because we believe it works. And that step is abandoning the gold standard. So join us next time as we wrap up the history of paper money.
Bye, bitch.
In this series, we rarely get far into the 20th century because it's hard to have historical perspective on events that are that close to our own time. But today, we're gonna have to roar into the latter half of the 20th century to show you just how recently this idea came to be. This idea that seems so normal, that we all take for granted as if it were always the case. The idea that money is worth something because we all agree it is. Last time, we talked about the growth of central banks as a patch system to fix the numerous problems that occur when you introduce paper money as the basis for an economy. But for many people, one more step was required to really inspire confidence in this idea of taking milled tree bark in return for their labor, and that was the gold standard. The gold standard is basically the idea that your paper money is backed in gold, that at any time, you could take your paper bills somewhere and redeem them for a specified amount of gold. Now, I hear a lot of you say, why would you ever do that? Doesn't putting a currency on the gold standard just mean that we're back to the problem we were trying to solve in the first place? By tying money to gold, aren't we once again limiting the money supply? The short answer to that is yes, and we're gonna see just how that plays out. The longer answer is, sort of. This is a pretty complicated economic question, too complex to really get into here, but the concise version is that having paper money backed in gold, rather than using gold directly, allows far more options when you need to expand the money supply. And it has the advantage of letting you play fast and loose with the system when you need to. But still, why would you do this rather than have your currency float free? Well, that's where history comes in. You see, the gold standard solves two major problems. The first is inflation. As you can probably guess, it wasn't long after people started printing paper money that they figured that they could just print a lot of paper money. Way more paper money than they could ever redeem. Way more than even our fractional reserve banking system thinks is sane. As soon as people did that, you started to get inflation. And it could still happen even with a central currency controlled by the government, because when countries needed to, say, pay for an army, they would sometimes just print more bills to do it. More bills means that each bill is worth less, which was a problem, not only for those poor citizens whose life savings were now in paper bills, but also for other countries who'd been accepting those paper bills in exchange for their goods. Which brings us to the second major issue that the gold standard addresses: exchange rates. Right as paper money was becoming the standard in Europe, international trade was really starting to pick up. The Industrial Revolution was getting into full swing, and raw materials and finished goods had to be shipped and traded at a pace never before seen. Simultaneously, mercantilism, that isolationist monetary policy that we discussed in an earlier episode, is coming to an end, causing trade to rocket to even greater heights. But what happens when your ship full of cargo docks in some foreign port?
Nothing ruins your day like bitter coffee, which is why
you go to Cameron's. Sponsored.
A local merchant your funny green paper money to buy their goods, while they try to hand you their funny pink paper money to buy what you've got on your ship. Well, you both just sit there scratching your heads for a while. Back in the day, you would have just weighed whatever coins they were trying to give you and accept them for their weight in gold. But now they're handing you this piece of paper that you don't recognize and you have no idea how to value. I mean, can you even trade this specific piece of paper for anything when you get back home? But if both currencies are on the gold standard, problem solved. Just as an example, let's say that at any time, you could turn in $20 to get 1 ounce of gold. 1 ounce of gold is what your $20 are worth. Now, let's say you sail to England, where, for the sake of keeping things simple, the UK has set their gold standard so that an ounce of gold is worth 2 British pounds. This makes everything nice and simple. Since you're both operating on the gold standard, that means 1 British pound is the equivalent in value to 10 US dollars. Done and done, simple. So how does this all fall apart? Well, first we have to talk about how it all began. If you saw our episodes on the First Opium War, remember how we talked about the fact that all of Britain's silver was flowing into China to buy tea? Well, to solve all the problems I just talked about, the British were looking for some commodity to back the Bank of England notes with. But with all their silver gone, the British chose gold, and soon basically everybody followed suit. But this system had its own breaking points. Absolute adherence to the gold standard had to be suspended several times during the 1800s due to the massive expenses incurred by international war. But in England, as in most other countries, there was always a return to the gold standard in peacetime, with countries working to build their gold reserves back up and limiting the printing of further notes. Other minor shocks, like the California gold rush and other introductions of massive new sources of gold, would cause the system to lurch, but overall, use of the gold standard held up pretty well throughout the 19th century. Then came World War I, the seminal catastrophe, the shatterer of so many notions from our past. And like so many other things, the gold standard crumpled under the impossible needs of the war. Nation after nation abandoned gold to print more money to pay for the arms, munitions, and men that were being expended daily on the field. And as more and more money was printed and spent to feed the insatiable hunger of this war, trade became erratic. Trade from the United States grew far beyond what the gold reserves of Europe could bear. Inflation ran rampant, and after the war, many countries couldn't drag themselves back to the gold standard. Some nations, like Germany, who were spiraling into hyperinflation under the crushing debt of war reparations, tried to stabilize their currency by backing it in land rather than gold. Others, like England, appealed to people's patriotism and wrenched themselves back onto the gold standard by asking people not to redeem their money for gold just out of love of country.
Ask not what your country can do for you, but we have bills. Please pay them. We put safety and things over your head. Don't let our White House get repossessed, please. Wow, it's true. The libertarians are right. Government ain't nothing but grifters.
But even this fell apart as the Great Depression hit. Those few countries that had the wherewithal to stay on the gold standard, like the United States, were now hamstrung by how the inflexibility of gold prevented them from reacting to the crisis. And yet, many people and many nations thought of this as a temporary hiccup. Sure, the war and the Depression had made a mess of things, but soon the good times would be back. Things would get sorted out, and everybody would get back on the gold standard. I mean, they had to, right? Without the gold standard, how is money worth anything? But those good times didn't have a chance to come back, because then came the big one, World War II. World War II was perhaps the most expensive war in history. Economically,
I wish all those countries would have considered that before starting. If Caleb Hammer had been there, there never would have been a World War I or World War II, because he would have said, guys, you can't DoorDash anymore if you have a war. And they would have been like, but I gotta DoorDash, the kids love it. No, you can't DoorDash, Germany. The kids need enrichment and smarts. That's what they need. Okay. But they didn't listen.
it was totally unsustainable, with the US racking up enormous trade surpluses and
that is kind of England and a lot of European countries' problems, is a lot of their real estate is in all these fucking castles these assholes built in the back of the day, because you needed one for every place with tenants and serfs and all that. And as drama in Downton Abbey as well, these monarchs having to sell their fucking large-ass houses that were gonna go for like a third of the value, because who wants to maintain a fucking royal castle? So it's like, we should have just traded the... Fucking US should just start repossessing castles and then forgive the debt. I think there would be a lot of citizens that'd be okay with that. But then what the fuck would we do with them? Turn them into hotels or something? Make a profit?
every other country involved sinking into massive debt. But the world had learned from World War I, and as World War II wound down, many of the major powers met to work out the first real international monetary agreement, the famous Bretton Woods system. You see, following the First World War, Britain had owed the US a huge pile of money, which they couldn't pay back unless France paid them a huge pile of money it owed them. But much of the war had occurred on French soil, and the French couldn't afford to pay back the British unless they basically made the defeated Germans pay for everything. This, of course, had all been a disaster that caused huge financial and political...
You know what's fun? I do Fate Grand Order, and I do Fate State Night. And did you know that Thomas Edison's history is actually quite more insane than what it is in Fate Grand Order? And I can't tell if he is the Elon Musk of the era or not, or if that goes to Nikolai Tesla. Because those were some users. That was some internet drama for sure. And then you had JP Morgan and the Rockefellers all involved. Just egos and monies. That must have been the YouTube drama of the time for all the regular folk who had no dogs in that race.
Stability. So this time around, things would be different. Reparations would be minimized. Repayment of reparations...
Honestly, everybody else in the thumbnail should be a servant. Where the hell is Jim Jones, Anaplex?
Would be on gentler terms, and that whole problem of wildly unstable currency caused by countries...
Guys, I might boycott Fate Grand Order. This is bullshit. Johnny Appleseed and Jim Jones, that is Indiana Hoosiers' top fucking export. I think there might have been like a Reggie Miller or something, but they don't put sports people in the anime games. So, like, why are they dissing the crossroads of America? Why can't... Johnny Appleseed could make the perfect waifu with lice. Matt Anthony Wayne? Do you guys even know that guy was a crazy? That's why he was Matt Anthony Wayne.
Countries like Germany no longer being able to adhere to the gold standard after World War I? This time, the currency instability problem would be solved. And how would it be solved? Well, at this point in history, the US basically had everybody's gold.
Yeah, if they won't give me the Indiana characters, they can at least give me the mech from the Linkin Park Reanimation album.
Because everybody had bought a ton of stuff from the US for the two biggest wars in history. So the US actually was still on the gold standard. So the solution was simple.
The thing about long-term relationships is sometimes you need to spice things up.
Everyone's favorite waifu,
Peg
the Cantina
everybody else's
chicken.
currency to the US dollar. That's right, the system essentially boiled down to the US dollar is redeemable in...
And here's the secret, guys. This is why no one's ever gonna do anything to the US, because if you do, your money isn't worth anything. That's why everybody be investing in that Bitcoin. But sometimes they're like, I don't like Bitcoin no more. So I don't know what's going on there, but I think that's why the World Trade Center got attacked on 9/11. Because really, it's counterproductive to attack the US, because then your bank will be empty and will repossess the Buckingham Palace. Don't do it. It's like, arg, I'm mad that my mortgage bill is due. I've got to attack the local Fifth Third Bank. that'll show them, but then your whatever money you did have in savings is gone. You blew the bank up. That's stupid. Think about it, folks.
Gold and all other currencies are redeemable in US dollars, and so every country had to keep some dollars on hand to redeem their currency, which is how the US dollar became the reserve currency for basically the entire world. As other nations' economies recovered, the dollar became overvalued. This came to a head in 1965. Charles de Gaulle, who had always been a little bit miffy about America's position in the world, decided that he was going to act on that redeemability. So he sent the French Navy to cash in and pick up his bullion, literally bringing boatloads of gold back to France. Soon, other nations followed suit. By 1971, with the dollar still overvalued and the Cold War and wars like Korea and Vietnam draining US resources and sending US gold overseas, Richard Nixon finally took the step that many argued had to come, and took the US dollar off the gold standard. Just take that in for a moment. 1971.
Now, X Bounty, is your conspiracy theory here? 'Cause you've talked about Nixon and the taking off the gold standard, and how that aligns with the time period that IBM and the microchips and the microprocessors all take off. What do your computers need? Gold. We can't be using gold if it's worth something. So, like, we can't use it as money no more. That's what happened.
Than 50 years ago. But here's where it gets good. When Nixon pulled the US off the gold standard, the shock was felt around the world, but it didn't stop many countries from still pegging their currency to the US dollar. So now you had currencies around the world redeemable for US dollars, and the US dollar pegged to nothing. Soon, many other countries decided just to let their currencies float, to let them be valued at what the market would bear. And so, just like that, almost by accident, after 6,000 years, we finally accepted money as an idea rather than a thing. Or, as John Law would say, we accepted money as the medium by which things are exchanged.
I can't believe... So if you go back in time to, like, John Law's time period and you discuss, dude, we have these things called debit cards where, like, the monetary value stored at them, and then you swipe them, and then you buy the produce. And if the produce sucks, you can return it. Would that blow their fucking minds? That's all I want to do. I want to use time travel to be the, well, actually girl. Like when I'll go to a pub, and if they're talking about in the future, they'll make a lasso to bring the stars to you. I'll be like, well, actually, no, they're gonna create jet-powered things and lift the thing up into the air using gravity. Duh! I'll get burned. Like, I do a speed run on how fast it'll take to get fucking burned. Yeah, if everyone's shipping out gold, how can you make the microprocessors?
Suspicious.
It was worth it. Alright, so we got the history of gold. We're gonna do Japan very quick, and then we'll get to the Europe-America beef. Japanese militarism. I'm trying to find something I know nothing about. And I actually don't know a lot of Japanese history. So let us all get educated and learn something new. Now that we understand how money works, that's very important when discussing countries' problems.
You don't have to be a mad scientist to bring your ideas to life.
Tokyo Station, November 4th, 1921. Hara Takashi is a symbol of the new Japan. Born into a minor samurai family, as a young man he'd converted to Catholicism and opted to be classed as a commoner. Then, after a long career in public service, he became the first commoner and first Christian to become Prime Minister of Japan. During his tenure, Japan had finally stepped into a role.
I don't mind what Canada does with the whole loony thing, and then everything else is in bills. I think Canada's actually got the currency figured out, and their money looks less dirty than ours. I mean, it's kind of silly that it looks like Monopoly money, but I like the pastel aesthetic you see. And it seems like it's less likely to get stuck in a vending machine, but then when it comes to change, just make sure it's all within the dollar value, and then there's no change under the loonie. You just have the one coin. So then that's great for buses and parking meters and all that. That's the currency I vote for.
Among the world nations, he'd seen his
Kill the
country through the
penny.
Paris Peace Conference, joined the League of Nations, intervened in the Russian Civil War, and built bridges with the business community. And though a conservative, he'd also discussed...
Oh my, don't get us. That's why I don't trust Visa card or MasterCard ever. You get American Express. It's the only way to fight the powers.
loosening Japan's harsh colonial rule in Korea. But all this gained him enemies. Enemies like the train station switchman, walking up to him now through the crowd. An ultra-nationalist angry at his moderation and international policy. Hara seized the knife, yet none of his achievements can save him.
Ah. Penny Arcade video game reference. I saw that. I'm a gamer too, guys.
Thanks so much to HelloFresh for continuing to help bring history to the table. Popular culture tends to pay a lot of attention to the rise of fascism in Europe, particularly the Nazis, but less so on the growth and development of militarism in Japan. When it is examined, militarism is generally looked at from the perspective of the United States, China, or the UK. And there's a lot of talk about the need for oil and rubber, but not a lot about the domestic issues. Which is unfortunate, since the story of Japan's capture by a military faction and march toward the Second World War is worth studying. Because unlike in German fascism, the Japanese militarists never managed to create a fully totalitarian state. In fact, until the end of the war, there were still political parties and opposition figures, though they were mostly terrified into silence, and the militarists were never able to take over the economy. But Japan's newly authoritarian government still had enough power over the state to plunge it into utter devastation, into a war with no clear strategy or objective, and without the consent of its civilian leadership. Now, before we dive in further, an interesting side note for those interested. This series will function as a sort of sequel to our End of the Samurai series, plus our Sun Yat-sen series deals with many of the same issues from the Chinese perspective. History! More crossovers than the MCU. Though it's, been around longer. Anyway, let's get started just after the Satsuma Rebellion. The Meiji Emperor has been restored to real power, the samurai and class system has been abolished, and Japan is governed by a council of elder statesmen in a period known as the Meiji Oligarchy. But here's the thing about the Meiji state. It has no real political ideology other than one: advancement. Every step they take is geared toward modernizing the country, because they want parity with the powerful Western nations that they fear could colonize Japan like they have Southeast Asia, or carve it up like China. Their only chance, they felt, was to join those modernized nations and deal with them on equal footing, rallying behind the cry, enrich the country, strengthen the military. In just a few decades of hyper-fast development, they tackled industrialization, railroad building, innovative factories, compulsory public education, transition to a modern economy, and the founding of corporate combines. Dang, that's a lot. And that's just the short list. And of course, they poured money into creating a modernized army and a
I just randomly one day decided to look up on my phone the history of, sex slaves, concubines, all that stuff. Would you guys believe? And I thought the worst we would see is the Middle East, because that's where, Handmaid's Tale and all that lore comes from. But oh no, guess who the worst offenders at human atrocities is once more? Japan. The way it worked, this is the most victim blaming you can ever have here. If you were a Chinese, because it was the ports, there was a lot of ports in Japan, so a lot of Japanese women would get captured up and then sold to China or something, and Japan would be kind of like, well, you know what? If they got caught, do we really want them in Japan, all things considered? We're not going to cry over it or nothing. It's like, goddamn.
modernized fleet. The Meiji oligarchs also courted Western powers diplomatically, arguing that based on their rapid modernization and partial Westernization, they should renegotiate their unequal treaties foisted on the previous shogunate government, an effort that was ultimately successful. And some of these movements were beneficial for the populace. Japan was in the middle of a population explosion, especially in agricultural areas, and these expanded opportunities created jobs for children that wouldn't inherit farms. The reforms also gave a louder and louder voice to the common people and groups who had been advocating democracy and constitutional rule from the early days of the Restoration. And by 1881, the calls for a constitution could not be ignored. So the Meiji oligarchy went shopping in Europe for a system of government that would placate the reformers. The resulting Meiji Constitution of 1889 was a hybrid of the more absolutist Prussian constitution with the parliamentary elements of British and American models. The emperor would nominally be head of state, with an elected diet containing an upper and lower house. There were independent courts, a privy council for the emperor, and a nice advisory position for former statesmen to steer the emperor on policy. There were guaranteed rights of freedom of religion, trial before a judge, due process, and the right to petition the government. Not to mention, there were qualified rights like freedom of speech, freedom of movement, right to assemble and to associate with anyone, as well as the right to private correspondence and protections against unreasonable search. Sounds great, right? Well, this constitution also had problems. In fact, it was built to have problems. You see, all those...
I mean, that's how us problem-solving humans solve problems. We make problems. What are you gonna do, just copy and paste constitution from other country? Oh, no, no, no. But then we miss out all the fun parts that country did to get to the Constitution. You just can't skip. You just can't cheat the system. We have to put problems in here so we can fight about it later. Damn.
Qualified rights were conditional, essentially meaning the government could take them away at any time if they deemed it necessary for security. Oh, and those former statesmen who would advise the emperor? Yeah, they were the oligarchs. And while the Diet controlled legislation and budgets, and the Prime Minister ran the state, the Constitution essentially made the emperor an absolute monarch. He could appoint peers and dismiss the House of Representatives. All branches of government, it said, were united in the emperor. His power came not from the people, but from an unbroken line of succession from the divine sun goddess, Amaterasu. And the nation of Japan was not...
Checks out. I believe him. Why would anyone lie about that? It's fucking the sun god.
Not a government, but a family state, with the emperor at its head. This
Hashtag believe all divine descendants. They could be vampires from the moon.
Political philosophy, known as kokutai, or national body, was assumed to be ancient and innate to Japanese culture. The idea argued by the largely conservative politicians who wrote this constitution was that political systems might come and go, but this sense of national unity, with the emperor at the top, was eternal. It's also an idea they started to push via the new public education system, as well as the military, which regularly drafted large numbers of young men. The result was that by the end of World War I, much of society accepted this idea of the emperor's central and divine role, even though this supposedly ancient philosophy was about a century old. It was a constitution meant to give the appearance of democracy, but with exploits the oligarchs and the emperor could use if things got too democratic. And the biggest exploit was this. The military was an independent branch, answerable to the emperor alone. It had no civilian control and could act independently in matters of war and peace. In the next few decades, the military would flex its muscle. In 1895, it defeated China in the first Sino...
Dude, is that the fucking Don't Tread on Me flag? Oh my god, it's beautiful. Yo. A hybrid of this one and the Don't Tread on Me flag. But the Chinese dragon on all the kimonos and the, you know, the bomber jackets. That one. Fresh.
Japanese War. In 1905, it crushed the Russian fleet in the Russo-Japanese War, becoming the first Asian nation to defeat a European empire, and in emulation of the great powers it intended to join. It scooped up colonial possessions in Taiwan, Korea, and Manchuria, a strategically crucial area meant to guard Japan against threats from both China and Russia. Japan also emerged as a major winner after World War I. They walked out of the Paris Peace Conference running a German possession in China, Shandong, as well as a mandate to govern former German colonies in the Western Pacific. The wishes of the Meiji state had essentially been fulfilled, but not all was well. When the Meiji emperor died in 1912 and the country transitioned to his successor, Emperor Taisho, the military had demonstrated its power by forcing a constitutional crisis, refusing to send a member to the prime minister's cabinet, meaning it could not be formed. And as Western ideas and technology swept the country, and the big corporations, known as zaibatsu, became political kingmakers, there was widespread dissatisfaction with the government and increasing radicalization, especially as the rice riots swept the country in 1918. Political parties in the Diet became ever more polarized. On the left, socialists and communists wanted to solve the poverty of the countryside with collectivization. Democracy activists began to push for universal male suffrage and would ultimately succeed. Meanwhile, ultra-nationalists on the right increasingly looked at these leftists and moderates as enemies to be fought with assassination and violence. Yet, despite these tensions, there was optimism.
No, oh, that's ridiculous. No one would ever. Politics don't get that crazy. Don't you lie to me, extra history.
Especially in port cities like Yokohama, the most westernized Japanese city. There, with its hotels and dance halls, East and West mingled, and new political and social ideas gestated. It was a city of art, innovation, and fun, a center for liberal ideas. And if you were standing there on the dock in 1923, waving at a massive Western cruise ship leaving port, you couldn't imagine what was coming. Until a sound like thunder. Until the ground went out from under you, the pier falling into the sea, spilling people and vehicles into the harbor. Until a 40-foot wall of water appeared on the horizon. The Great Kanto earthquake was about to remake Japan and signal a new era. And while we wait for next week's episode, Zoe, what say you and I go cook dinner? But what should we eat? Ooh, great call, Kat.
Don't you dare. It's your HelloFresh. I think HelloFresh and all those would be great if you're like a single person who lives alone and doesn't share food with anybody. Because then it's like, what am I eating for dinner tonight? It's already fucking there. Are those factors or anything? But if you're like, have multiple people and stuff, it makes no fucking sense. Yo, Tagio Dynasty. Like, Tagio. Inuyasha's father from the Inuyasha? We're gonna learn.
(1923). A city of liberal ideas, like labor unions, women's rights, and democracy. A city that smells of foreign delights, like chocolate and cigars. A city about to be destroyed. The ground shakes for 14 seconds, and in that time, most of the Western...
Now, I've always just assumed that, like, liberal and conservative mean different things in different places, right and left, because I get very confused by the European politics because they got labor parties and all the multiple ones, but it seems to be like Survivor where it gets down to the two anyway, so it's very confusing. Is there like a standard TOS that both sides always have no matter what, or is they just labels just to say this is this part of the culture, this is this part of the culture, and they'll just switch? The Democrats used to love slavery. It's true.
Concrete buildings collapse, crushing hundreds. And though most traditional buildings are wood, soon fire rages through the city. Dazed...
Oh, dude, Mike's putting bets down. Will 2026 be the year that there is a YouTube sponsorship that's not a scam? How did Raid Shadow Legends scam you? Unless it scammed your time. Did you get the Ronda Rousey champion?
Survivors stagger around, coated in white dust. But it's not over. A 40-foot tsunami smashes into the coast. Ships are washed down streets and deposited on roofs. Then another wave follows, and another. The sea drowns or sweeps away thousands. Within minutes, Yokohama lays in almost total ruin, and the destruction continues inland to a place only 17 miles from the port city, Tokyo. Thanks so much to CuriosityStream for helping us share today's historical tale. The destruction rages on. In Tokyo, a city still made largely of wood and rice paper, buildings ignite into district-wide infernos. Fire brigades try to respond, but...
Okay, I did think that in every anime I ever watched when these palaces and shit go up in blaze. It's like, why didn't you build it out of wood? Like, thick wood where you could have put the... Why the fuck did you build it out of paper? They have wood over there. Well, actually, island life, you only have so many woods. You gotta care about the trees if you're an island nation. There are only so many of those. How long does it take to grow a tree? Well, you see, you just send over those birch trees, the annoying Midwestern ones, if they can make it over there. Then all you gotta do is not mow your yard, and you'll have 2,000 trees.
The tremors have broken all the pipes. In an apocalyptic scene, residents evacuate to a clear area beside a river, but the city around them is a firestorm. And the rising heat combines with the high winds to create a fire whirl the size of a tornado. Of the 140,000 killed, this one freakish accident will account for around 40,000 of them. And for a certain segment of the Japanese right wing, this was divine retribution for Japan flirting with Western ideas, allowing socialists and anarchists to operate and sabotaging the military's achievements abroad in Korea and China. In fact, in the aftermath of the earthquake, mobs hunted and murdered Koreans and anarchists in retribution for the destruction. Now, that might sound strange, but ultranationalist groups had been active in Japan for decades, including some who practiced paramilitary or intelligence activities. Two of the
So this is their version of patriots. It's like, okay, we're not at war right now, but I can't exist in this country as long as you people who make my country mad still are around.
The most prominent, the Black Ocean Society and the Black Dragon Society, were especially concerned with countering the threat from neighboring Russia and China. A decade earlier, they had entertained a more pan-Asian view, encouraging and sheltering Sun Yat-sen in the 1911 Chinese Revolution, but they increasingly saw Japan not just as the natural leader of the Asian nations, but its colonial master. And those who believed that military expansion was the key to national and economic security were known as militarists. But in the early 1920s, they were an extreme fringe, and there was no ultranationalist or militarist party in the Diet. Between 1912 and 1927, Japan entered a period of reform known as the Taisho democracy, named
I hate that it's called the Diet. It makes sense in that culture, but you know, it just makes it like it's the Diet Coke of democracy. It's great when you want to feel that chemical burn, but you're not really excited for it. They don't run too many Diet Coke commercials.
after the ruling emperor, and part of that opening of society involved the rise of political parties. Now, there were a lot of parties, but we're going to focus on two today. The Conservative Sayukai, or Association of Friends of Constitutional Government, and the Liberal Kensekai, or Constitutional Politics Association. You actually met the Sayukai last episode. It was the party of Hara Takashi, the prime minister assassinated in a Tokyo train station. They claimed to be liberal, but were really more of a center-right bureaucratic party, believing in big government, large public spending, and opposing social reform programs. They also flirted with the militarist and ultranationalist right, positioning themselves as pro-military and largely in favor of
Hassan Piker. There he is.
colonialist projects. The Kensekai, by contrast, was a center-left party who backed labor unions, supported economic reforms for farmers, and stood against the rule of oligarchs. Their biggest policy proposal was universal male suffrage. But they'd also been...
Shout out to me, by the way. Claps to me. I'm gonna pat myself on the back. I feel like despite whatever fucking hole of, oh my god, guys, if you think about it, the stock market is gambling. We have brought more nuance to these topics than Hassan Piker has ever brought into a breaking news story ever. Said, education nuggets.
kept out of power by oligarch machinations, prevented from forming a government even when they won the majority. And because the conservative Sayukai held the majority from 19...
Coke Zero is the fucking Ron Paul, people. It's the huge movement that starts up in the beginning, but like the mainstream doesn't care about it, so it'll just be Diet Coke.
1900 until just after Hara's assassination in 1921. You'd think the ultranationalists would be happy. Well, not so much. For these men, the moderate conservatives were almost as despised as the leftists. See, before Hara, the prime minister was usually a retired general or admiral.
I can relate.
And extremely friendly to the military. Ultranationalists also hated how Japan had joined the League of Nations after World War I. They thought it was a policy that did nothing but restrain Japan from acting decisively and unilaterally in its own interest. They argued that Hara hadn't even gotten the Paris Peace Conference signatories to affirm a statement of racial equality among the members. The UK and US shot it down. For a period, the ultranationalists got excited at the prospect of the Siberian intervention, when Japan joined a multinational force attempting to stabilize the Russian Civil War. The army had hoped to keep Siberia, fashioning it into a buffer state against Russia. But Hara shot that plan down. And when he brought Japanese forces home, the military's perspective was that it wasted 5,000 men without gaining anything. But even after Hara's assassination by an ultranationalist sympathizer, he left them with one final indignity. He'd already dispatched a representative to the Washington Naval Conference. In an agreement meant to stop a naval arms race, Japan agreed to limit its navy to a size that Japanese admirals considered insufficient to defend Japan and its colonies. Sure, it was true that China was so divided by warlords at the time, it couldn't mount a naval threat. But the United States had several colonies and naval bases in the Central and Western Pacific. Though that wasn't their biggest worry. It was actually Soviet Russia that scared the ultranationalists most. It was big, powerful, and in one place, only 28 miles from the Japanese home islands. Plus, Russia posed an ideological threat. While Japan had already suppressed the Japanese Communist Party and driven it underground around the turn of the century, ultranationalists always feared it would rise again, especially after 1923, when a communism-influenced student tried to assassinate Crown Prince Hirohito. Revolution, it seemed, was in the air. In 1918, riots over the price of rice had exploded across the country, leading to popular violence, labor strikes, and even the bombing of police stations. Plus, the Siberian intervention made things worse, as the government bought stocks of rice to supply its troops. And then, in 1923, the Great Kanto earthquake wrecked both Yokohama and Tokyo. This necessitated a massive rebuilding effort that sucked up government funds, while meanwhile, inflation was squeezing the urban class. And that economic difficulty and the dissent it caused helped promote liberal opposition parties like the Kensekai, which won enough seats in 1924 to create a hung parliament and a three-party ruling coalition with the Sayukai. But given how much they had to compromise, the Kensekai's reform plan had to stay moderate. They passed universal male suffrage in 1925, hoping to move the country away from the oligarchs, and passed some economic bills. Yet under pressure from their allies, that same year, they also passed the Public Security Prevention Law. This allowed the government to jail anyone for 10 years if they formed or joined an association aimed to alter the Kokutai, the national body with the emperor at its head, or act against private property. Now, it was clearly aimed at communists and socialists, but considering its vague language, could come to be used on anyone. But while they had to compromise in the Diet, the Kensekai could push a more liberal platform in foreign relations. As foreign minister, the liberal Kijuro Shidehara defined Japanese diplomacy in the 1920s, pursuing amicable relations with Britain and the United States, and non-intervention in China. When trouble occurred, he usually evacuated Japanese citizens rather than sending troops. Even as Chinese nationalist leader Chiang Kai-shek, who the ultranational
I've always assumed that Japan is really good at removing civilians from trouble because they always seem to handle it quite well in every Godzilla I've ever seen. I don't think anyone's ever been smushed except for the first one. And it's still insane that the first Godzilla movie is just a couple years after Nagasaki. You know, 9/11 happens in America. Oh, fuck it. Remove all the Twin Towers from the Spider-Man. It's too sad. Japan, here's a story about a nuclear monster incinerating the whole Tokyo. In this exciting billion-dollar franchise, everybody said pick up the pieces and make that bag when things go bad.
Analysts considered a Russian puppet consolidated control in China. Shidehara stayed out of it. He refused to join with allied nations in threatening retaliation when Chiang's forces attacked several embassies. But Shidehara's hesitation to use troops, and the government cutting the army by 4 divisions, angered both the military and the public. Some ultranationalist and junior military officers even started to go as far as saying parliamentary government was un-Japanese. And then, financial panic hit. After the Great Kanto earthquake, the government had offered earthquake bonds to the big banks at a massively discounted rate. The idea being they could lend money to help with the rebuilding. But then by 1927, Japan was in an economic slowdown, and the government floated, making those bonds come due. The result was financial crisis. Citizens made a run on banks, withdrawing their money. Smaller banks collapsed overnight, leaving the market controlled by the big...
Just very quick, everybody. I did it. My pixel art for the day. It's fucking beautiful. Look at this. So simple, too. I think it's beautiful. It came together while learning the history of money. I think it's ready for the showcase. Didn't need a background, but you know, it's living its best life.
Zaibatsu corporations, many of which had political or family links to members of the Kensekai. Shirihara, for example, was married to a daughter of the man who founded Mitsubishi. It was not a good look, and the prime minister was forced to resign. His Sayukai successor, a general, lost no time in rolling back the tide of liberalism. Within a year, he'd used the Public Security Preservation Law to arrest thousands of known and suspected communists across Japan, and planned for a more aggressive interventionist stance in China. It was a new era, quite literally, because the next year, a new emperor, Hirohito, came to the throne, beginning the Showa period, and radicals in the Imperial Japanese Army would start taking matters into their own hands. Though, speaking of new eras, have you heard about the time a bunch of educational content creators came together to form their own ad-free streaming service called Nebula? Well, now you have.
Did that happen, or was that the guy who created Fairly Odd Parents? He created some kind of video thingy. Alright, we got 2 more parts for this tale.
The Labrador Retriever and the Golden Retriever.
Look, it's an by the time I pause it, Tonto, it's a fucking ad for the Labrador Retriever. How can you have a problem with that?
1928, 5:20 a.m. A train speeds through the darkness in the last few minutes before the dawn. Inside sits Chinese warlord Zhang Zolin, a former bandit. He is master of Manchuria, and until last month, the dictator of the Republic of China. But he's running now. Ousted when the nationalist generalissimo, Chiang Kai-shek, and his northern expansion forced him out of the capital. Humbled, he returns to the territory he squeezed to financial collapse, intent on fulfilling his dream of holding Beijing. For the first time in months, Chiang is safe. His men guard this railway, apart from the portion where it crosses the Southern Manchurian Railroad, controlled by his ally Japan, and he can see the crossing bridge quickly approaching. Soon he'll be in his capital and plotting his comeback. An explosion on the tracks rips the train car nearly in half. 2 of Chiang's generals die in front of him, and he himself is mortally wounded. The grisly work of a bomb planted by his allies in the Japanese army. Thanks so much to Ting Mobile for helping this historic tale come through loud and clear. Now, you might have noticed for a series on Japanese militarism, so far we've mostly talked about civilian politics. And there's a good reason for that. Because to understand how the tale started,
I want you all to know that I put my Lincoln mech in other art servers, and nobody knows what Gundam that is still. Disgusting. This is why we have to learn our history. The nation needs fucking saved. They don't know about the Linkin Park reanimation CD. God. Maybe Nebula's there. Nebula is there in case the YouTube ever goes down and everything's gone. It's the backup.
To wag the dog in Japanese government, we first have to really understand the dog. And while we spent last episode talking about political parties and factionalism, today we're going to be talking about more factionalism. Because every organization we discuss in this series, the military included, was just a Russian doll of factions. For example, the Japanese Army and Navy had fundamentally different versions of territorial expansion. The Navy wanted to expand south into China and Southeast Asia as a way to counter a possible naval war with the United States, while the Army, by contrast, thought the key was to dominate Manchuria, which would give it a buffer against both the
I'm sorry, the only Code Geass I know of is the one Purple Eyes made, and I don't know what the lore is there, but there is soup and a lot of death metal. What is it? How do you do? I call it doing a Hunger Games, is the type thing Fate Stay Night is. Death Team Death Battle Match. I don't know how to say it. But I'm a Zoids kid, actually. I don't like Gundam. I've never seen a good one yet.
Soviet Union and the increasingly unified China, and allow Japan to directly extract natural resources it otherwise had to gain through foreign trade. But even within the army, there were also factions. For instance, a radical group known as the Imperial Way faction, mostly made up of junior officers like lieutenants, captains, and colonels from the countryside, preached an abolishment of civilian government and a restoration of the emperor as the sole political power. They wanted Japan to go back to the period of its glory, with a revered emperor and loyal samurai, and without the corruptions of party politics, big corporations, industrialization, and commercialism. Now, if you've seen our other series on the Sengoku Jidai and the end of the samurai, you realize this period never really existed. They were hearkening back to an imaginary past. Their rivals were the Control faction, who wanted to work within the current system, but like the Imperial Way, also saw military expansion into Manchuria and China as the solution to Japan's economic, political, trade, and population difficulties. But they also believed in more modernization and industry than the Imperial Way did, and largely strived to get Japan in a position to preemptively strike and defeat the Soviet Union. But both of these factions detested civilian government, which they saw as westernized, corrupt, and beholden to the Zaibatsu, the large corporations that backed parties and candidates. However, it should be noted that the Control faction also believed the Zaibatsu were a key ingredient in Japan's war machine. Of these groups, a small sub-faction believed that if they could force an international crisis and get the military into combat, then they could take the reins away from the civilian leaders. This, they believed, would serve both country and emperor. And most of those plots centered on an area that was then called Manchuria, a term we're going to use for clarity's sake, but just know that name has some baggage attached to it that we'll definitely discuss in our Lies episode. Anyway, in 1905, one of the spoils Japan had acquired during the Russo-Japanese War was the South Manchuria Railway, cutting through northeastern China. Control of this railway had given Japan access to the many raw materials it needed to import from China and Mongolia, and the corridor around the rails had been developed heavily by the Zaibatsu, with factories and towns for Japanese workers. Plus, a large Japanese force, the Kwantung Army, guarded these interests against Chinese warlords and local bandits. But the militarist factions wanted more. They wanted all of Manchuria, which is where Chang Zolin comes in. See, the Kwantung Army wanted to split governance of Manchuria with him, but he seemed poised to either open Manchuria to trade with the US and Britain, or else lose control to the Russian-backed Shang, who might set up a Soviet puppet state. So, a group of junior officers decided to assassinate him and either install a more competent warlord or provoke a full Japanese invasion and take direct control. But the plot backfired. They never told their senior officers about it, and the Kwantung Army simply wasn't ready to invade. Plus, when it leaked that the Japanese army officers had planted the bomb, the civilian government was furious, and Japan's image tarnished on the world stage. Then Chang's son came to power, and in retaliation, handed Manchuria to Shang. The military, for their part, stonewalled the prime minister's investigation into the explosion. And when the prime minister reported this to Emperor Hirohito, a few careless, displeased words from the monarch meant it was the prime minister who ended up resigning. The Kwantung Army had, essentially, proved it could act unilaterally and without approval or oversight of the civilian government, and suffer zero consequences. And to Hirohito, who had not actually wanted the prime minister to resign, it was a sign that he shouldn't insert himself into politics. Meanwhile, the economy took a dive. Japan had barely clawed its way out of financial panic when the Great Depression laid it low. The country survived on agricultural and textile exports, particularly silks, and now prices for those goods fell dramatically.
Okay, let's biff Back to the Future this shit, guys. Can you imagine buying all this silk when they're going through this? Yo. You'd have all of it. That's my thing. I want to be a time-traveling American picker. I promise I'll try not to, disturb the space-time continuum, but I need to get all the precious things that weren't saved. All the Funko... Well, I already know that teacups, those were the Funko Pops of the days. Women love them, and you had the matching, plate. And we look at that, we're like, that's stupid. But they didn't have Funko Pops. They didn't have Hello Kitty. All they had was that. Sad.
So to keep in business, factories tried to make up for this by producing more, leading to an oversupply problem, all while families starved in the countryside. The Liberal Party in power, the Minseto, took deep political damage as well. A successor of the Kensekai, their financial policies only worsened the situation. This in turn radicalized large segments of the population who, primed by school curriculums and military service, bought into arguments that civilian government had failed and been corrupted by the Zaibatsu. The military, voters increasingly thought, was Japan's last pure institution. The Minseto became a further target of rage due to its foreign policy. They backed diplomatic engagement with the United States, which had just banned all Asian immigrants angering the Japanese public, along with non-engagement in China. They also cut military budgets. But the last straw was the signing of the London Naval Treaty of 1930, which the Navy claimed undermined Japan's maritime defense and usurped the emperor's power as commander-in-chief. Calls for radical...
Okay, if we're talking like recent time travel, yes. Because look at all the things that made people famous on the YouTube history. If you like look at Wings of Redemption, it was just playing Call of Duty and bitching about your daily life because there was something like, oh my god, a person has uploaded video game footage on the internet without a bandicam.com at the top. That was all it took. Darkside Phil was like filming his TV with a camera. So I feel like if you get on the Let's Play curve way before anybody else, you come out of YouTube a bajillionaire without ever even getting involved in any of this drama. Just be a good Let's Play channel from the very beginning and fucking get in there. And if you're going back in time, you can make sure you don't do anything to get canceled for. That'd be an interesting modern day Back to the Future. Some influencer gets fucking canceled and they gotta go back in time to convince their former self to be, oh, we gotta take a script writing course. iDubbbz goes back in time to make old Ian Washburn more woke, and instead he gets radicalized by young Ian Washburn, and they're back to opening up Nazi books. That's what we need. And tell it, but then it's very complicated when Anissa Jomha comes into the story and he has to be like, I don't know, but I love her, but do I? And he has to accept he doesn't love her and that she's bad for him. So really it's a tale about personal growth. Guys, we can be billionaires in Hollywood and I'll share it all with you if we can get someone to read the script.
Action proliferated, which was increasingly dangerous, as Japan had a long history of authorities excusing political violence if it was spontaneous and the attacker's motives were considered sincere. And as we saw with Cheng's assassination, those in power were hesitant to punish bad actors if they claimed patriotic motives or said they acted to protect the emperor and further the national interest. In November of 1930, an ultranationalist belonging to an anti-communist group shot and wounded the Minseto prime minister at Tokyo Station, not far from where Hara had been killed. The conservative Sayukai Party then used the wounded prime minister's inability to come into the Diet as pretext for claiming he couldn't govern. The prime minister died the next year. Then in March of 1931, a group of junior officers called the Cherry Blossom Society, so named because they said the life of a soldier was fleeting like a cherry blossom, tried to spark riots that would instigate martial law, paving the way for a coup, but said riots were badly organized and failed. To avoid repercussions, the general, who they'd planned to make prime minister, hushed the incident up, and again, no one was punished. But that was mere prelude to another plot, a rail bombing, just like back in 1928. September 18th, 1931, South Manchuria Railway. Quietly, the lieutenant lays bundles of blasting powder by the train tracks. The plan, devised by a colonel and lieutenant colonel, is this: blow the railway, attract Chinese troops from a nearby barracks, blame the blast on them, and invade in retaliation. He backs off, hears the train coming, and detonates. Unaware, the train speeds toward the damaged area of track, hits it, sways, and continues on, never knowing it passed the epicenter of a new and bloody war. The explosives, it turns out, were too far from the tracks to cause much damage. But that doesn't matter, and the charade goes on. The next day, Japanese artillery fires on the Chinese garrison in retaliation, and 500 soldiers cross into Chinese territory. Suddenly, as planned, Japan is at war. And in Tokyo, the military coup will come within weeks. Okay, now how best to respectfully transition from the serious topic of militarism to a fun and quirky ad read? Ooh, what if I call Jeff to see what he thinks in Crystal...
No, not Jeff. Okay, we got one more part of this. Getting insane. There is no culture that is better or worse than any others. It's the truth. It's just how much time did they have to grow and learn and get empathy from their mistakes. That's what life's really about. Okay, government by assassination. Then we need to learn about them Americans, but we have to learn European history first. Them's the rules.
This is a meal. The bagel.
I actually don't like Panera anymore. I liked it back in the day, but it don't taste good anymore.
September 19th, 1931, 11:48 a.m. Tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The sake is good. The hotel is comfortable. The geisha is dancing. General Tatekawa is enjoying himself. Who knew this last-minute assignment to Manchuria would be so relaxing? Tat-tat, rat-tat, tat-tat, rat-tat. Yesterday, his bosses in the army ministry had found out something was afoot in Manchuria, a plot by insubordinate members of the Kwantung Army to start a war with China. So Tatekawa had been rushed from Tokyo to Kwantung Army headquarters in order to quash it. But when he got there, he told the leaders that his message from Tokyo could wait until tomorrow. After all, Tatekawa himself thought a war with China might not be so bad. Hey, could anyone recommend a good hotel? So he passed out drinking last night and carried on partying this morning. The geisha dances, the shamisen plays. The music nearly covers the sound of gunfire. The sound he's pretending he can't hear. Tat-tat, rat-tat-tat-tat, tat-tat-tat. This episode of Extra History is brought to you by all of our wonderful patrons over on Patreon. Thanks so much for your support. Japan's civilian government didn't take the Kwantung Army's invasion of Manchuria lying down. In truth, it was more like gradually reclining. The Prime Minister learned about the troop movements from the newspapers. He didn't know what to tell the ambassadors when they called, and the Kwantung Army was not responding to his messages, telling them to stop and asking for updates. And who ordered this anyway? He definitely wasn't going to tell the foreign leaders he couldn't control his own military. He contacted one of the grand men of state, the last of the oligarchs, to try to get him to lobby someone, perhaps the emperor. No response. But this undeclared war was getting bigger. China had 200,000 troops in Manchuria, and the Kwantung Army was no match for that. So within days, generals ordered Japanese reinforcements in Korea to cross into Manchuria. Soon the government assented to sending more troops from Japan itself. And there was another problem. The public loved it. War fever entered full swing. People started wearing kimono liners printed with tanks and fighter aircraft, and flocked to cinemas to see newsreels of the combat. As far as the public was concerned, Japan was finally taking an active hand. After all, a lot of Japanese soldiers had died in World War I and the Russo-Japanese War to gain possessions in Manchuria, making it to them a graveyard of heroes. Further propaganda, much of it laid by the military, positioned Manchuria's natural resources as necessary to Japan's economy, though modern scholarship has suggested this was never the case. After all, who do you think was making all those newsreels everyone was watching? Yep, the army. Anyone who stood against the war was punished. Newspapers that criticized the Kwantung Army were subject to low sales or boycotts, politicians took note, and felt like they could do nothing. But it wasn't just public opinion they were afraid of. In October of 1931, less than a month into the war, young officers informed their superiors that members of the Cherry Blossom Society had concocted another plot to overthrow the government. They would take command of a group of aircraft and bomb the Prime Minister's cabinet meeting, decapitating the civilian government. Then, a troop uprising would capture government buildings, and they'd force the emperor, at gunpoint if necessary, to take power. Generals arrested the plotters and gave their ringleader the harsh punishment of 20 days house arrest. Yeah, many other officers got 10 days, while some were merely transferred. It was mostly kept quiet and treated like an internal matter, which is not a big deterrent, right? Well, that was part of the problem. As we discussed last episode, there was a hesitation to punish these types of actions, partially because this was just a more extreme version of the nationalist message the government itself pushed, but also because these acts were seen as gaikokujo, a sort of patriotic insubordination, an idea that when things are wrong in Japan, idealistic men will sometimes do rash, rebellious, and self-sacrificial things to try to put things right. You know, like murder a politician or invade a country. And that while these actions were not exactly kosher, they still should be admired. Now at one time, historians tried to explain this reactionary violence, and the public excusing it, entirely through the lens of Japanese culture. But there are other factors. For example, Japan's public education system, where most students dropped off after 6th grade, and even more after 8th. Only a few fully graduated, and even fewer went to college. Meaning in the troubled 1920s and 30s, most of the public lacked the tools to understand the complicated web of political, diplomatic, and economic forces now shaping their lives. And in the absence of that understanding, many people turned to conspiracy theories to explain their world, and supported extreme, often violent solutions to fix it.
This sounds so familiar. This sounds kind of deja vu. But it's the Eastern culture, so this stuff could never happen in the West. That's silly, I must not know what I'm talking about.
February 1932, Tokyo. This is their motto: one man, one kill. Lay preacher Nissho Inoue teaches an unusual creed. Combining Buddhist thought with Japanese nationalism, he urges the complete overthrow of the modern political and economic order. As a young man, he drifted until ending up in Manchuria, working on the railroad and as a paid informant for the military. There, he says he had mystical experiences telling him that Japan must be renewed. He's drawn up a list of 20 names: liberal politicians, moderates, heads of corporations, and 20 volunteers, some civilian radicals, others naval officers, come forward to receive their assignments, along with the gift of a Browning automatic pistol. They take a blood oath to fulfill their duty, which is why the press will come to call them the League of Blood. February 9th. A former finance minister and major player in the liberal Minzato party steps out of his car to give a speech at a school. A League member guns him down. March 5th. The Director General of Mitsui Bank is walking into the building when a League member draws a pistol and murders him. After their arrests, neither assassin is quiet about who directed them, and Nissho Inoue turns himself into a Tokyo police station 6 days later. But despite his imprisonment, naval officers associated with the group are planning something even bigger. May 15th. In his residence, Prime Minister Inokai Tsuyashi is worried. His predecessor had to resign over a failure to control the military, and though the emperor ordered him to restrain the militarists, nothing Inokai says seems to stop them. Plus, in January, the military had attacked Shanghai, China's largest city, over a deeply shoddy pretext. And when he tried to negotiate a solution with the Chinese, he'd gotten called a traitor for it. Now the Kwantung Army had declared a new Japanese puppet state in Manchuria, Manchukuo, and invited the deposed Chinese emperor to rule it. Inokai refused to recognize its legitimacy. Suddenly, outside the door, there's a scuffle. Shouts. 11 naval officers enter. They're young, no more than 20, and carrying pistols. "If we could just talk," Inokai says, "I could make you understand." The leader raises his gun. Dialogue is useless. They open fire. Like Inoue's League of Blood assassins, they're caught immediately.
Delightfully smooth coffee.
That's going out like that sounds like a video game fucking script.
Because both groups will use their own trials as propaganda. It's a media circus. When the judge tries to decide the case against Inoue and his 2 assassins based on fact,
both sides will use this as propaganda. This thing. God, seems familiar.
they whip up a publicity campaign saying he's secretly a communist sympathizer with anti-Japanese views. Badgered in the press and mentally exhausted, the judge declares himself unfit and gives up the case. The new judge, a right-wing admirer of Inoue, lets him use the trial as a platform to spread his message to all of Japan. He allows Buddhist clergy allied with Inoue to testify that his actions with the League of Blood were spiritually pure and patriotic. At sentencing, the judge publicly states that he regrets having to give them life in prison and suggests the emperor might give them amnesty. The trial of Inukai's assassins is even more fevered. 110,000 people write or sign letters in their own blood saying the defendants should be released. 9 young men offer to die instead of the plotters and show their commitment by sending their severed little fingers to the court. The judge, intimidated by what happened at the League of Blood trial, lets the killers expound on their motives. Comments the newspapers then print and disseminate verbatim without comment. In military courts, the officers are charged not with murder, but rebellion. Defense attorneys argue that loyalty to the emperor is the basis of the law, and given their pure motives, to punish them harshly would undermine the emperor and Japanese spirit. A Navy—
Oh my god, what a fucking loophole. That's garbage. God, when a leader from a regime convinces somebody they gotta, like, fight it all out. Oh my gosh. And then the rug gets pulled out from under you and you were on the bad side the whole time. Man, being a man fighting in these militaries and serving your kings, it really does... You really don't want to fall for sunk cost fallacy. I think that's what the problem with nationalism is.
The prosecutor isn't buying it. He goes after them hard, argues for the death penalty. After all, he says, motives shouldn't matter. Murder is murder. And if the court doesn't punish these men, it will only encourage more political violence. And he was right. Because the naval courts didn't listen, it gave the assassins only 15 years in prison, and the prosecutor, by contrast, was forced under public pressure to resign from the Navy. It was, as one British reporter said, a case of government by assassination. And it wasn't over, not by a long shot. You know, one of the main reasons we're able to make episodes of
Oh, it's not over? Well, that's already insane. No, Marco Polo's involved? No.
League of Nations General Assembly, Geneva, Switzerland.
A League of Nations, they're on it, surely. Yes, we're learning the history. We're almost at the end of the military period in Japan. So, like, the military was in charge, and then the citizens said, "Boo, we don't like it. We're leftist and we're gonna fight people in the streets." And then they did that, and then people were like, we don't like these crazy people. Let's get rid of our rights. And it was a whole thing, and now we're here. League of Nations is gonna figure it out.
February 24th, 1933. Everyone knows this vote will be tense. After the Japanese invasion of Manchuria, the League of Nations had tasked British politician Lord Lytton to investigate the circumstances of what's increasingly become known as the Mukden incident. The Lytton Commission's report ascribes blame on both sides, but it also says that the Kwantung Army had not acted in self-defense and calls the puppet state of Manchukuo illegitimate. Japanese troops should withdraw. Now the League of Nations votes to condemn Japan as the aggressor. 42 votes in favor, 2 opposed. And in response, Japanese Ambassador Matsuoka steps up to the podium. Japan, however, he says, finds it impossible to accept the report conducted by the assembly. He then walks down the aisle and exits the hall, followed by the Japanese delegation. They've just withdrawn from the League of Nations. Thanks so much to World Anvil for helping us forge today's historical tale. When Japan quit the League of Nations in 1933, it abandoned the most prominent international organization meant to guard against a new world war. And they weren't the only ones. That November, the new German Chancellor Adolf Hitler held a successful referendum on withdrawing from the League.
Who is that? Like, usually I'm not used to getting to this modern history. Usually we got powdered wig people. Who the fuck is this, and why does his mustache look like fucking... Who's that loser from the black and white movies? Chaplin? Whoa. Disgusting.
And in 1937...
Just doing a bit, but this man did ruin a fucking mustache for, like, everybody. He ruined a lot of things for a lot of fucking people.
Fascist Italy quit when the League condemned its actions in what is now Ethiopia. In honesty, Japan had long been frustrated with the League, arguing that it treated Asian nations differently from those of Europe or North America. They'd condemned Japanese actions in Manchuria, but happily let Britain and France set up colonial puppet states of their own in the Middle East. But even in direct diplomatic talks, Japanese ambassadors did themselves no favors by hiding the fact that their military was out of control. It saved Japan from looking weak and divided, sure, but as diplomats increasingly made assurances to foreign nations, only to have the military violate them, it made Japan appear untrustworthy and deceptive. The result was that Japan diplomatically isolated itself, removing all leverage on the world stage and leaving the government no tools to enact its foreign policy apart from one: military action. So, bereft of allies, Ambassador Matsuoka pioneered an anti-communist pact with the fascist states of Germany and Italy. Yet despite all that, things in Japan were kinda quiet. For 2 years, not much progressed. There were no domestic or international incidents, and the economy improved, though unrest still simmered. A corruption scandal brought down the prime minister in 1934, leading to further dissatisfaction with civilian rule. And in 1935, a factional dispute between officers at the Imperial Japanese Army Academy formed the prelude of what would come next. It happened like this. When military authorities uncovered a group of young officers plotting a coup at the academy, they expelled them and forced the Inspector General of Military Education, a prominent Imperial Way faction leader, into retirement. Then, when he was replaced by a general who led the rival control faction, Imperial Way officers took it as evidence that the whole crackdown had been a setup. In retaliation, an Imperial Way officer walked into the general's office and murdered him with a sword. The killer's trial once again inflamed the public and convinced the Imperial Way that it was finally time to move against their enemies. The February 26th incident, Tokyo, 1936, 4 a.m.
The incident. The World War II shenanigans, you know, just an incident. I think I can make this work. I don't know.
They called themselves the Righteous Army, gathering in the snowy barracks grounds, showing a postage stamp to indicate they're in on the plot. These are young and excited men. Their plan is to restore the emperor to power. With a rallying cry adapted from the old Meiji Restoration slogan, "Revere the Emperor, destroy the traitors." They assemble, nearly 1,600 strong, and march into the city center. At 5 a.m., they attack multiple targets simultaneously: key buildings, moderate and liberal politicians, and their enemies, the Control faction, especially those who signed the Washington Naval Treaty. They besiege the Prime Minister.
The Asian cultures in the League of Nations weren't fucking wrong, though. And still we don't learn enough Asian history to this day because, you know, with the modern media, everything's World War II this, World War I that. Well, no, just World War II, but it's all Hitler in Germany, and Hitler in Germany. You could compare a lot of things to what happened in Japan, but does anybody talk about Japan? No, it's just kind of like... honestly, I feel like this is the telling from American history. So that Japan, who never does nothing wrong to nobody, was like being peer pressured into stealing things from China. They didn't like doing that, no, because that's a bad thing to do. So they had an alliance with Germany, and then Germany decided to peer pressure poor Japan into it. This is actually really fascinating.
Minister's residence, shooting it out with police officers. And once through, they murder the Prime Minister and use a photo to confirm their kill. Confirming, of course, that they killed the wrong man. Only days later, they'll learn that their target had escaped and they'd actually killed his brother-in-law. They also storm the finance minister's house and kill him in his bed. They shoot an imperial advisor, a former prime minister, in front of his wife. Then they board a truck and head to the house of the new Inspector General of Military Education, the replacement for the Control faction general murdered in the Military Academy incident, and machine gun him as his young daughter hides behind a table. They ransack a liberal newspaper, seize the Ministry of War, and take control of police headquarters. More assassination squads storm houses, but the occupants manage to slip away, and the group trying to take control of the palace doesn't succeed. The rebels then make their demands known. An Imperial Way-dominated cabinet, a full restoration of imperial power, and their leader, previously forced into retirement, instated as prime minister. But when Emperor Hirohito is informed, he's unequivocal. The plot must be crushed now. For 2 days, there's a flurry of negotiation. The rebels receive statements of support from some ministers, but the winds are changing. The emperor is firm that this must end, with force if necessary. By the morning of the 29th, rebels in the capital look out to see themselves surrounded by 20,000 loyalist troops and 40 warships in Tokyo Bay. Airdropped pamphlets blow in the wind, each saying the emperor has ordered them to stand down. Every radio airwave repeats this same message, and an enormous balloon carries a banner telling them not to resist. They give up. With the emperor publicly against them, they could not claim to be acting in his interest. It turned out all Hirohito had to do to stop.
See, what happens here in the United States is we don't have this loophole. If you break the law, it doesn't matter who you did it for. The Lord, Donald Trump, the liberals, you're still going to jail. So I'm glad we do not have this little loophole where it's like, man, because then you almost have to wonder when they go to court, it's like, okay, the prosecutor's saying that they did insurrection and all this stuff, but really, I looked at the riot footage and they really just weren't bringing the passion. I don't know if they're we can say they were really nationalistic. I did not see one American flag there. There's no nationalism here. If they really wanted to bring it, they would have came in four-wheelers, Your Honor. But they didn't. They didn't feel the spirit at all. If anything, we should kick them out of the country and make them appreciate it more.
This madness was speak up, a thing he could have done after any of the previous incidents or any that happened afterward. And yet, he didn't. No public trials this time. No soapbox to spread radicalism. The leaders are tried behind closed doors and shot without media present. Imperial Way officers are purged from the army or sent to inglorious far-off postings. But militarism only got stronger. On March 9th, the Prime Minister's cabinet.
Did we invent crispy chicken? No.
So they say in Japan's work culture, they don't like firing people. And you might think, oh, is it just like America where, God forbid, you fire someone, someone might have to pay unemployment insurance and the rates will go up high? So that's why you never get rid of the terrible workers, because all managers are stuck in a constant fucking, what do you call it? I just said it, the fucking sunk cost fallacy every day, these managers, but they still suck. But so in Japan, though, they make you go to the cubicle closet, and that's where you sit there and you don't get to work no more. You're on the clock, we'll pay you, but you have no worth to us. You suck. We hate you. We pay you to think about how much you suck, really. And no one wants to do that. They'll quit. They don't get no unemployment or severance or nothing, but they'll quit because they have work ethic, you know, in this country. But is this the beginning of that?
Resigned, which paved the way for a cabinet stacked with former, and for the first time, current military officers. By threatening to resign and not appoint new members, the military could make any prime minister fall. It effectively held veto on all policy, and its hold over the government would only grow stronger. The next year, on July 7, 1937, Japanese troops stationed outside of Beijing got into a confused nighttime encounter with a Chinese city garrison. Shots were exchanged, and when negotiations failed, both sides called for reinforcements. Tensions mounted. At 4:45 on July 8th, at a place known as Marco Polo Bridge, Chinese units fired on massing Japanese forces for an unknown reason. In response, 5,000 Japanese troops attacked, and the Second Sino-Japanese War had begun. And it wouldn't end until 1945, at which point it had merged with the Second World War and killed around 22 million people. But the Japanese government got a preview of that in 1937, when it began to hear sickening reports of troops carrying out an unprecedented civilian massacre after taking Nanjing. But for the Japanese government, the problems went beyond an increasingly unaccountable military. Because while both military factions had wanted war with China, neither had a strategic plan for how or what to do with it. Their doctrines were ideological positions, not military aims. They had no objective of when to...
Oh, so everyone's so fucking nationalist that they're gonna kill for their thing. But when you actually get the country, it's like, what the fuck am I gonna do with this? This is responsibility.
Stop. No strategy of how to hold and administer what they seized. The promised resources meant to secure and enrich Japan went right back into the war effort. When Germany invaded France in 1940, Japan scooped up its colony in Indochina. In retaliation, the United States placed an embargo on steel and petroleum, the most necessary raw materials in modern war. So then, desperate for war materials, Japan moved on the British and Dutch colonies of Southeast Asia in order to secure their resources. They would supply their war by starting new wars. To cloak the action in idealism, Japan announced it would liberate the nations of Asia from colonialism and lead them in a Greater East Asia co-prosperity sphere. In reality, it was a license to replace Western colonialism with their own. In 1940, all political parties dissolved, consolidated into the Imperial Rule Assistance Association as a way to combat factionalism. It officially joined the Axis powers and began working toward a non-aggression pact with the Soviet Union. Japanese politics, from the village level, were reorganized to support total war. And fearing attack by the United States, while the military was already so tied down, a group of officers began formulating a plan to break America's naval power in the Pacific. An action that would invite a conflagration larger than the Great Kanto earthquake and the end of a path no one knew they were walking. As we've seen with this series...
How long does this one go? Oh no, it goes into Pearl Harbor. We can't do Pearl Harbor yet. That's ridiculous. Insane. We've already covered history on this channel, though, before. It's like, not insane. Do you remember when Alex Jones took us to Bohemian Grove and told us the truth? He said that they do sacrifice things to the Moloch statue. We saw it. It's on video, and then we continue acting like things matter. I want to learn the history on something that happened in Europe. I'll just look up London. That's where all the things happen. I already learned policing London. They actually, like, created police way after us. 100-Year War. We learned about the Danlaw on Fate Grand Order, actually. South Sea Bubble, that's always funny. Extra History Europe. They have a whole playlist here. I feel like we also learned about the Holy Grail on Fate Grand Order, as you do. Ooh, I know what to do. You guys want to learn about Nazi occultism? Oh no, we're not ready for World War II yet. If I could actually... So I've explained this, that the show Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, it is a remake of Schindler's List. Because that's why it does like the slice of life thing. There is no formula. There is no format. You always just pick up in some character's life what they're doing. It goes with the plot sometimes it doesn't. That is very Schindler's List. But I'm like, except for it exists in anime World War II. And then I'm like, wait a minute. The Nazis believed in all this stuff. They were all about the alchemy. So, like, it's the same thing. It's just the Japanese's retelling of Schindler's List. But from the German perspective. Extra History Belgian Congo. That sounds European. Oh, is this the newest one? This is Leopold. We can do the newest one. That'll be something to catch up to track. Ongoing series.
Brussels, 18.
Meanwhile, on my gosh diggity darn pixel art, I was trying to make Hello Kitty, but I made a deer instead. It's a deer now. I'm gonna make the new Michigan logo. I'm gonna make a new logo for West Michigan, and then I will get that job on the tourist board. It's true.
1897. A shovel stabs into the dirt, lifting up the soil as a crowd applauds. Watching this ceremonial start of construction is Leopold II, the Builder King, a man who is fulfilling his lifelong dream of renewing the urban center of Belgium's capital to be as impressive as the great cities of Europe. This is Leopold's vision of Brussels: modern architecture, museums, state buildings, ceremonial arches. He insists it will be stunning, even referring to the money financing these projects as stun funds. Meanwhile, a world away, a second shovel tips, dropping dirt. This time, not Belgian earth, but rather the soil of the Congo Free State, a colonial project belonging exclusively to Leopold. And it is not breaking ground on a new museum. Instead, it's spilling dirt into a pit filled with severed human hands. Despite the great distance, these scenes are part of the same story. For the brutality of one pays for the beauty of the other. Stunning indeed. Today's historical tale is brought to you by our creator-owned streaming platform, Nebula, the best place to watch independent, thoughtful, and human-made shows like this one.
So Nebula isn't a new thing. I mean, an old thing. Then they're still pushing that, even though I can watch these. You're right. Weird. Unless they like organize all their shorts and do a better thing. I don't know. Hey Fuyin, you can leave the stream on mute. We're just learning boring things like history.
Piece of work, Zoe. Hey, could you get me extra History HQ in the line? And a fresh cup of Joe would be great, bud. Thank you. It's gonna be a long night. Oh, hey there. You must be the new recruit I heard was coming. Welcome to TSI. That would stand for Tyrant Scene Investigation, but you already knew that. I take it you're here to assist in our 4-part investigation into some of the most infamous tyrants in history? Well, all right. In this series, we'll open our state-of-the-art historical crime lab where we'll run a post-mortem on leaders of the past, the manners in which they used power, what motivated their crimes, and how history remembered them. You ready? Great. Start the recorder, lift the sheet. Subject is Leopold II, King of the Belgians and Sovereign of the Congo Free State. Date of reign 12/17/1865 to 12/17/1909. Let's get started. Now, at first glance, Leopold might not seem like a tyrant by traditional definition. Indeed, he is known in his own country as the Builder King.
Well, if we're doing the Tyrant series, are we getting... Is Extra History finally gonna do the King Henry... Because him and his daughter were both tyrants. So you can cover both of them, and we don't get enough Queen Mary, like I said. She had dad problems, for real, for real. And you would too. If you were her and he divorced your mother who's queen, who is kind of a big deal. Catherine of Aragon's kind of a big deal. And then does it all this big display to marry this one woman who's all like, my kid's already better than you. You're never going to be queen. You suck. And then after all that drama, he gets rid of her and moves on to the next. Mary had some issues.
Who gave Belgium the kind of institutions and prestigious buildings other European capitals were known for. Domestically, his 44-year rule was stable and largely prosperous. He helped set the Belgian policy of neutrality, and his time in power saw an expansion of rights for the populace, including the founding of public schools, institution of child labor laws, the right of workers to form unions, and universal male suffrage in 1893. Far from being an autocrat, the monarchy's power over Belgian politics actually shrank over his reign. Indeed, he was only the second ever monarch of Belgium, a country that had broken from the Netherlands in revolution and invited his father Leopold I to be its king. But it was not Belgium that Leopold II would rule as a tyrant, but rather a place he never personally set eyes upon, and ruled largely through ledgers, the Congo Free State. Ever since his youth, Leopold had been an avid promoter of colonialism. While crown prince, he served in the Belgian army, traveling to North Africa, India, Egypt, and China, where he observed and studied the various types of imperialist measures European states were taking. The one he found most striking was the Dutch in Java, whose regime of forced labor he frequently cited.
Everyone hates JavaScript, it's true. I don't need this here. I don't think. Where's my ribbon? I'm so confused. I'll figure it out. But it's going to be really cool, I swear.
As a potential model. During his service in the Senate, yes, he was actually simultaneously a senator, a military officer, and heir to the throne, he began to heavily push the concept of Belgian expansion, an effort he tried to carry forward after he was crowned king and attempted to buy the Philippines from Spain, which, as you can imagine, was wholly unsuccessful. So, with this easy route to empire shutdown, he started to look at the largest area that Europeans had not yet claimed, Central Africa.
Let's go, boys! One thing I've noticed about football...
Football is a lie, made up by the imperialist U.S. government. That's true. Write that down, folks.
Known as the Democratic Republic of Congo, was largely uncharted territory for Europeans. Famously inhospitable due to terrain, indigenous resistance, climate, and endemic diseases. Despite that, by 1876, Leopold had personally decided to seize the region. That year, he hosted the Brussels Geographic Conference, a gathering aimed at founding an organization he could use as a cover for a colonialist venture in the region. The International African Association, he claimed, would be a philanthropic organization that brought civilization to the Congo by improving the lives of native people, missionary work, and opening it to free trade. His biggest claim, though,
that's what they always say till the smallpox blankets come,
was that it would combat the Islamic slave trade operating out of Zanzibar, which was a popular cause among abolitionists in Europe. Leopold got his organization, then engineered his election as chairman, and started making moves on the Congo. His agent in doing so was the adventurer Henry Morton Stanley, who recently gained fame for locating the explorer Dr. Henry Livingstone. You know, like from the phrase, Dr. Livingstone, I presume. Yeah, that guy. However, Stanley was also widely known as untrustworthy and cruel, making him a perfect vessel for Leopold's expansionist dreams. Stanley went deep into the Congo, locating tribes and getting them to sign treaties in exchange for annual gifts of cloth. These treaties were horrendous, quite literally convincing the headmen of indigenous groups to make marks on documents they thought were non-aggression pacts between them and Leopold, but in reality gave up their sovereignty, declared them subjects of Leopold II, and gave him the rights to—
Okay, but listen. Why are you just signing contracts without someone who knows what they say? Like, so if we feel bad for these people, you have to feel equally bad for everyone who's ever been on Caleb Hammer who ever signed a credit card contract and didn't think about it. Like, they signed something in a language they didn't understand. Where was the adult in the room? I can only take this the sad story of I trusted this person and they screwed me over like only so many times before it's like, but you're a human being with your own decision making. You did that. I don't know.
Extract taxes in the form of goods and labor. Meanwhile, back in Brussels, Leopold formed a series of other organizations with similar names to the International African Association. This confusion, though, was intentional on his part, since Leopold intended to play a shell game of which groups were engaging in social causes and which were nakedly political or commercial. And that worked to his advantage at the Berlin Conference of 1884 through 1885, where the great powers of Europe, plus the United States, gathered to systemize the scramble for Africa and avoid a conflict between European states. Using Stanley's stack of treaties and his group of prominent philanthropic organizations, Leopold won exclusive rights to most of the Congo Basin. Apart from losing a small chunk to France and being unable to charge customs on river traffic, Leopold basically got everything he wanted. He now effectively ruled as absolute monarch over the Congo Free State, a piece of territory far larger than Belgium, with a population several times larger than his European kingdom. All government employees in the Congo Free State would be Belgian, as would most of the officers in the Force Publique, its military/police force/resource extraction enforcer.
No, I don't read through the fucking terms of service. I have a life, but here's the thing. If Apple does come on my door and say you're a slave now because you signed your rights away, like, that's on me. And it's also on my fellow humans who's on TikTok and YouTube. It's on Moist Critical as well, I say, because where was the video saying, guys, the Apple situation's insane. Did you know that you sign away your life, liberty, and all that stuff if you accept the term of services? Bro, this is insane. I wouldn't recommend signing up for it. Like, I feel like I would see that video. And so if I do sign away my life with the Apple terms of service, shame on everybody. We deserved it. Not looking out for each other.
A few years into his administration of the Congo Free State, Leopold declared all, quote, unclaimed land to be property of the state, meaning property of its monarch, making Leopold not only the sovereign, but the owner of most of its land. And if Leopold owned the land, he also owned the resources on it, meaning he could set the price he paid local people for extracting it. Essentially, he'd created a massive monopoly. So look, I know this is a lot of information, but these careful preparations and attempt to cover his tracks show that Leopold's crimes were premeditated. Unlike other tyrants we'll be examining in this series, these acts were not carried out due to paranoia, a lust for power, or even a response to real or perceived threats. Leopold wanted money, plain and simple, for himself and for his projects. Perhaps this is not surprising when you look at his character. Leopold was, even in his personal life, cold, misanthropic, and frequently cruel. He lived simply, decrying even regular baths or laundry service as, quote, extravagance. As a child, his mother and brother had died young, and he'd been kept at arm's length from his father. Then, as a young boy with no real friends, he often only valued people for what they could do for him. Later in life, his daughter's most lasting childhood memories would be of being punished. He drove his wife away and did little to hide a string of teenaged mistresses. Now, since he did what he liked to all those closest to him,
Canceled! Canceled! I sure hope he didn't make it too much further after this.
regardless of the impact on them, you can probably infer how he treated people who were not close to him, like the Congolese. And we won't belabor the point too much, because I think you can see that this is the part of the tale that's going to get incredibly brutal and dark. So viewer discretion from here on out is very much advised. The Congo Free State was a vehicle for monetary extraction.
We went on the rant yesterday. We don't do trigger warnings because we're not pussies. That's all. We can't echo chamber ourselves from the truth unless it's really gross. Then we don't have to.
Carried out largely by private partnerships with commercial interests where half of the profits went to Leopold. When the initial ivory economy failed to pay off, yeah, by the way, he seized a huge chunk of Africa without actually knowing which resources he planned to exploit. Henry Morton Stanley recommended he switch to rubber, which was becoming a valuable commodity internationally. Better still, though formal rubber plantations were being set up in various parts of South America and Asia, it would be decades before they started to fully produce, meaning Leopold had about 20 years to make bank as fast as he possibly could. Commercial concerns and local allies began sending workers out to tap rubber trees, extracting a daily quota, and the Force Publique went to work enforcing those quotas, using torture, sexual assault, hostage-taking, and murder as their primary tactics. Their most infamous weapon in this regard was a hippo hide whip, which could lash a person to death if applied heavily. They came in.
If you buy tires, you're evil. Point proven. No more morality testing, everybody.
To villages and kidnapped women and children, holding them hostage while the men went out to make quota. Should they not return fast enough or with enough rubber, they killed hostages or cut off their right hands. At times, they'd take young males and press gang them into the Force Publique, since Congolese made up the ranks below officer. These press-ganged children would then be forced to fight slave raiding parties from Zanzibar. The irony should not be lost or skipped over here. Leopold had partially taken control of the Congo because he'd pledged to battle the slave trade. Instead, he had effectively enslaved young boys as soldiers to fight the slave trade, then also used them to enslave villages into gathering rubber. Yet service in the Force Publique was no escape from the horror. Its European officers died at an extraordinary rate from disease, and due to food production stalling from the chaos, local troops were regularly malnourished and starving. Despite that, they were forbidden to use their rifles for hunting. In fact, Belgian authorities accounted for every bullet exactly, issuing them in extremely small numbers. This was partially to prevent an uprising, since the Indian Mutiny of 1857 was still fresh in the minds of European colonials, creating a paranoia about issuing local troops modern equipment and stores of ammunition. Also, bullets were expensive to ship, making them a precious commodity in and of themselves. As a result, Free State administrators created a system where each time a soldier in the Force Publique fired a bullet, they had to account for it by delivering the severed right hand of the person killed. This created, effectively, both a formal market and a black market for human hands. Soldiers would cut off hands so they could barter the bullets for goods. They'd shoot game to prevent starving, then raid a village for however many hands they needed to present. And colonial officers were actually put in charge of keeping track of these dismembered appendages. Such abuses could not go unrecognized for long. In 1890, the African-American soldier, reverend, and politician George Washington.
You think that was handy?
Now that's a funny meme.
Williams met Leopold II, and impressed by his rhetoric, decided to go see the Congo Free State for himself. What he found there appalled him, so he wrote what he saw in an open letter to Leopold and the US government, helping popularize the term crimes against humanity. Now, at this point, Leopold could have taken an out. He could have falsely denied knowledge of the abuses and pledged reform. Instead, though, he simply hired a journalist to write a propagandistic account of her stage-managed trip to the Free State and keep her.
Hey guys, you know what other user? You know what other user actually is journalists write puff pieces about themselves? So they could be like, look guys, I say a lot of things on my stream and I might electrocute my dog, whatever, but look what the mainstream media is saying about me, thanks to my friend Taylor Lorenz, who does all this and gets me these cool gigs. I know someone like that.
On retainer as a lobbyist to lie on his behalf. But the scandal grew. In 1898, Joseph Conrad's serialized novel Heart of Darkness premiered, based on his experiences as a steamboat captain in the Congo. In 1904, a British government report by Roger Casement, who you can learn more about in our Easter Rising series, condemned what he found there. And by 1906, Mark Twain, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, and the caricature artists at Punch magazine had also joined the fray. Meanwhile, Leopold supported a whole press office printing out propaganda. Though this was not the only PR crisis he had to deal with. Around 1889, the then 64-year-old Leopold had become infatuated with a 16-year-old French sex worker, who he made a baroness and showered with much of the profits of the Free State, a fact that helped sink his reputation. Though even so, some Belgians still saw him as the Builder King. And you know, if he harrowed some of the Congo to facilitate that urban renewal, well, I mean... Despite some of that public indifference, by 1908, these scandals had become so intolerable that liberals and Catholics in the Senate forced Leopold to cede the Congo Free State to Belgian government control. Unfortunately, this also meant giving him a massive buyout from the public purse, some of it directed towards his building projects. Though before handing over control of the Free State, he did order its archives burned, stating, quote, "They have no right to know what I did there." He died the next year, immensely rich, reigning exactly 44 years over Belgium. And it is estimated that his 24 years of rule over the Congo Free State cost 10 million lives. Though, perhaps even more. Because though the Congo Free State became the Belgian Congo and the Democratic Republic of the Congo in 1960, Leopold II's damage arguably continues. His practice of forced labor set a reoccurring pattern, and to this
everybody with their BF Goodrich tires and their Bridgestone. Yeah, everybody get RPG Maker. We'll have a book club. Do it. And then look at me. If you're not an artist, I figured out how to make pixel art somehow. I did. It's true. So can you. Sell me this pen. If you own tires, you're bad. Let me ask, though. You guys think, extra history over here is getting a little bit, I don't know, biased? Because I was thinking it was very interesting, the documentary on mass deportation, but he starts it off with like, I remember during the 2016 primary when Trump brought up Dwight Eisenhower and what he said about deportation. And I immediately stopped what I was doing, but he didn't make the video. This is like Mama Max saying, I'm gonna stop Camden Gerard Butler. But then he waited 3 years to make the video. It was so damn important. This guy didn't make the video until it was relevant, until it was happening in our modern day. And maybe that's good. And I kind of reflected on it, and my takeaway was, well, things are way better than they used to be. You go to detention and all these things versus we're gonna throw you off a fucking train. So I would kind of think this means things have improved. And since they get to conveniently skip Obama, Bush, Reagan, all the modern day things, it looks like we haven't deported immigrants since we used to throw them off trains. And it's like, we've been doing this thing since the 90s. So I'm like, is he making a point like, oh, like maybe I'm supposed to think about it? But then we got the Tyrant series while everybody's throwing around terms like no kings. Now, is this just more reflect on it, actually come here and learn, and things have always been crazy in history? Or is he on a side? I don't know. This is also the channel that said that did say that the orcs are black people or something. I don't know.
Today, rival militia groups in the Congo will seize mines and use violence to extract rare earth minerals. In 2025, the DRC produced 70% of the world's cobalt. Final post-mortem report. Leopold was, in some ways, a very modern tyrant. One who used public-private partnerships in his oppression, who engaged propaganda and the press in order to shape narratives, and who intentionally obscured or covered up.
Yeah, because that's the thing. I don't think you can do history and be biased. I think the history people are the ones who do just keep it to themselves and then just vote their thing in the voting booth. Like the good little historians they are, where they're like, people died for my right to do this, but it's like, when it's all on the page and you're like, point A plus point B equals C, you really can't be shocked by the stuff happening in modern day. Because it happened already. It happened again. Time is a flat circle, as Matthew McConaughey said in True Detective.
Up his crimes. He kept the inhumanity and violence of his rule overseas, far from the public which could check his excesses, and who made citizens complicit by arguing that his massacres were in the interest of the populace. He ordered...
The final boss of history is Jenna and Barb Bush, the children of George Bush, and let me explain this, you see. He is the only president out of all the presidents that has twin children. And what are the twin children? 2 white women who are not in politics at all. That is not their jam. They just like being rich girls. Or are they? You know what else came in too? There were 2 Bush presidents. His father and then him. 2 Bushes. You know where else there was 2 Bushes? In the 2000s primaries, where they both ran against each other and kind of stole the election, quite frankly. There was 2 Bushes there, and you know what else happened during Bush's presidency that involved 2 things? 2 towers falling down? Does it all make sense? You get it, folks.
Mass death for profit. A tyrant recognizable around the world today. But while he is the most modern tyrant the TSI is going to be investigating in this series, the one in the next drawer over is quite literally biblical.
It's not the time cube, it's Bush to the power of 2.
Herod the Great, the villain of the New Testament. Now, spoiler alert, dude did try to kill Jesus, but then again, like, did he though? Well, we're going to tell you all about the twists and turns of that tyrannical tale in 2 weeks when it launches on YouTube, or you could watch it ad-free right now over on...
No, we won't. Honestly, I could do Bible stuff here too, because it's history, because everybody's influenced by it, and a lot of the Bible does influence laws and morality. You don't need religion to have a base morality. Everybody has their own morals and values that were instilled from them from their parents, really. Really, your parents are your religion. They're the Adam and Eve. They had sex, and now you're here with fucking mental illness. Isn't that great? They had fun in a back alley somewhere, and here you are in an existential crisis all fucking day. That's great. It's like Adam and Eve getting the fucking apple, because what they did was bring a child into this world that could or could not bring their doom. It's the same thing. Life that way. Nebula is Belgian propaganda. And then what else do we learn from religion? If it starts to rain for a very long time and it doesn't stop, there might be a flood. Now, you might be thinking, who the hell needs told that? Why do you need to put that in a book and make a whole Noah's Ark story around it to tell that story? Well, you know, they didn't have books and TV back then, and their parents couldn't teach them about the rain. They had to work the farm. Once you actually put yourself in the head of old-timey people, you actually can't hate them for their decisions anymore, because you're like, would I make the same decision in the same spot? And it really opens up your mind to the cosmos. History is amazing. Then take a break. That counts as European history, so I'm gonna find some awesome US history. I think we might do a little Jim Jones tonight, because that is my favorite history fucking subject. He'll be great. BRB.
that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, 'cause everything is never as it seems. I like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to say that I'd rather stay awake when I'm asleep, 'cause everything is never as it seems. I like to make myself believe that planet Earth turns slowly. It's hard to say that I'd rather
California cage. Y'all trying to study me? Gang banging will never die. It's too much love. You always gonna get niggas like us, you know what I mean? Goddamn. How many more motherfucking penitentiaries y'all gonna build? How many jars you gonna try to put us in, you know what I'm saying?
Killer Cali is a state murder. Killer Cali is a state murder. Killer Cali is a state murder. Killer Cali is a state murder.
Can't none of y'all niggas fuck with none of these niggas. These triggers, we's killers. Sitting on the porch, in between legs with a bitch French braiding my head. Near, I leave them in till they mad it. Forearm tatted. What's the connection, bitch? You looking at it. It don't stop. I hit more licks than it takes to get to the center of a blow pop. And it's gonna take a miracle to drive a car this color down Imperial. Yeah, I got heart, but ain't trying to see Marsha Clark. So let's wait till it get dark. So many falls parked in my gate. It's like the International House of Pancakes. All on the grass. Every bitch pass. I'm first, not last when we all hit the ass. Doing tricks jacked up like a 6. One pussy and 13 dicks. Gangsters don't dance, we book. Niggas run out and get your cookies. West
Killer Cali is a state murder. Killer Cali is a state murder. Killer Cali is a state murder. Killer Cali is a state murder.
Who's that dumping out the window? Who riding? Nobody survives when I got my steel up, throwing my shit up, pulling the trigger. What the fuck you looking at, nigga? True blue when I bust, leaving bodies hanging like the tongue on my chucks. Chalk another one, homicidal when the G-ride. I swear I'm killing every nigga standing outside. Letting them have it with my double barrel soda off. I'm smoking in everybody, niggas, bitches, and the house. Stretch them out in broad daylight. Motherfuck the witnesses. Eyes big as golf balls from the funny cigarette. As the sun frowns on my forehead, I sweat murder, which makes me a walking dead man. Bringing more bad news to slap rock when I bust shots. Dub C, keep the hammer cocked.
The gangster, the killer, and the dope dealer. 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 Well, it's the nigga that's housing the scene. I got pounds of green and birds sitting on the triple beam. I put it down. On and off the record, my flats are double decker, marble floors all checkered. Now what can I say? Every bitch I lay be pure in Bombay like Peruvian yay. So I brag and I boast, man, I got the most, man. I make more deliveries than the postman. My homie Carlito plugged me with the amigos, so now it's kilos, 5 and 6 double zeros. Now what's next? I'm stuck like Kotex, blinding niggas with the boogers in my Rolex. With my aces OT on a regular basis, we got probate faces fighting federal cases. Cause ain't nothing realer than niggas getting they skrilla like a gangster, a killer, and Mac will be the dope dealer.
Killer Cali is a state murder. Killer Cali is a state murder. Killer Cali is a state murder. Killer Cali is a state murder.
The gangster, the killer, and the dope dealer. 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 Damn, it's a trip. All these cameras going up. I can't go here, I can't go there. I feel institutionalized. And I'm on the streets.
Shawty's like a melody in my head that I can't keep out. Got me singing like na 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 every day's like my iPod stuck on replay. Shawty's like a melody in my head that I can't keep out. Got me singing like na 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 every day's like my iPod stuck on replay. Remember the first time we met, you was at the mall with your friends. I was scared to approach ya, but then you came closer, hoping you would give me a chance. Who would have ever knew that we would ever be more than friends? We're railroad white, breaking all the rules. She like a song played again and again. That girl, like something off a poster. That girl is a damn they say. That girl is a gun to my holster. and she's running through my mind all day. Hey, Shawty's like a melody in my head that I can't keep out. Got me singing like na 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 every day's like my iPod stuck on replay. Shawty's like a melody in my head that I can't keep out. Got me singing like na 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 every day's like my iPod stuck on replay. See you being all around the globe. Now once did you leave my mind? We talk on the phone from night till the morning. Girl, it really changed my life. Doing things I never do. I'm in the kitchen cooking things she likes. Railroad white, breaking all the rules. Someday I wanna make you my wife. That girl, like something off a poster. That girl is a dime they say. That girl is a gun to my holster. And she's running through my mind all day. Hey, Shawty's like a melody in my head that I can't keep out. Got me singing like na 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 every day's like my iPod stuck on replay. Shawty's like a melody in my head that I can't keep out. Got me singing like na 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 every day's like my iPod stuck on replay. I can be your melody. A girl, I could write you a symphony. The one that could fill your fantasies. So come, baby girl, let's sing with me. Yeah. I can be your melody. A girl, I could write you a symphony. The one that could fill your fantasies. So come, baby girl, let's sing with me. Shawty got me singing. Now she got me singing. Shawty's like a melody in my head that I can't keep out. Got me singing like na 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 every day's like my iPod stuck on replay. Shawty's like a melody in my head that I can't keep out. Got me singing like na 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 every day's like my iPod stuck on replay.
Y'all remember when music was good? It used to be. Now, since this is history class, is it history or social studies? Well, social studies was actually, you know, the study of humanity, but it seemed like it was just history class. I don't know. So I guess this is social studies. You gotta do the current events part. What's the current events? What's the Papa Gut Caleb Hammer drama? I want to see that. That's our current event. It matters.
Stop.
No, don't you dare, King Leopold. Not again. We got some snarker activity. Even Ethan Klein ally Papa Gut sees the stupidity that is Caleb Scammer. Oh, fuck. They got him. Oh.
Now that's a funny meme.
Let's see what Papa Guts did to land himself into a crash out, I guess. Or this is a crash out. Oh, crash out time.
So crazy, this fraud is fucking crazy.
Here we go. You've been waiting. And I haven't seen any of this drama.
This is 607, and it is not a transportation company.
That's crazy, because the address isn't 607, it's 607 South. So this is where they are right now, right? This is where they're supposed to be. He's not at the place that's actually listed on the place. He's dumb. He's an idiot. He doesn't know how to read directions on maps.
Okay, Safari.
I really just need to look at this for this video. I don't care, because we just figured out that they're lying about the address. I need to know if Caleb Hammer and their fact-checking team of like 30 different employees were able to figure out that they're at the wrong address because they're at 607 and not 607 South. I need to know like how desperate they are to come guzzle fucking conservative propaganda.
Is it conservative propaganda? I mean, I think it could be getting clicks on a hot issue. That's something that's always there. Papa Gut is kind of a lib. But, like, he hates the Hassan faction, and, like, he talks kind of like I do about drama. Like, with the history. He knows all the history and shit, too, so this is quite surprising. And as far as the Nick Shirley video goes, we don't know. All these addresses are in apartments, and they're, like, 7 different addresses. Like, there were addresses that didn't exist. It was weird.
Why? Like, what do you do with your money? Do you just like shove it up your fucking ass, or do you actually like spend it on people doing their fucking job? I'm sick of this shit, dude. What the fuck is this? Are you fucking kidding me? That's crazy, man. That's crazy, dude. This is crazy. It's crazy, bro. What the fuck is crazy, dude? You have a fucking, this kid is a retard. Nick Shirley's a fucking retard. He's going around lying about the places he's going to, and you sit there and you go, that's crazy. I'm just in the middle, guys. I'm cum guzzling conservative propaganda because there's no expectation from my fucking audience to fact check anything at all. Taking everything he's saying as a fact when he's not at the correct location on the fucking paper he shows us in the video. Are you fucking kidding me? You have like 30 fucking employees, Caleb, where you fail constantly to do basic fucking research as you guzzle this fucking retard's cum. It's so crazy. This fraud is fucking crazy. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck is this shit? How do you feel? Like, you are so weak. This is so weak. I don't give a fuck if this is a disproportionate crash out. I don't give a singular fuck. This is weak. This is pathetic. You are the facts guy that sits down and you lecture a bunch of fucking weird liberals about how they can't.
Yeah, and Caleb Hammer will tell you that the Nick Shirley stuff is irrelevant, though, and he's always trying to poke holes. He poked holes in the Nick Shirley thing. There were things he didn't like in the first video. They highly questioned going to daycares. You wouldn't let people in with cameras and masks into a daycare with children either. All the questions were asked. So he's not being a cum guzzler. I don't see that. So there's truly like, but the food bank scams are real. People have already been prosecuted for it. Way before any of this political drama, like the paper trail is all there. Us Americans just get to the news late.
Spend their money correctly, but you can't spend tens of millions of dollars to hire somebody to do a fucking Google search. That's insane. That is fucking insane. You made a live stream show so you could cum gargle whatever fucking narrative makes you more successful. And I don't even think it's about the money. I think you just want people to like you. That's fucking gay. Grow up. You want people to fucking like you? What are you, fucking stupid? Get your shit together and stop fucking supporting lies. This is so basic. It's Google searches, dude. It's Google searches. It's Google searches. How hard is a Google search? He's at the wrong fucking place. He's at the wrong place. It's a Google search. How many people failed to Google search every fucking video? Is it intentional or is it on accident? You put such a high expectation of success onto yourself and then you fail to Google search. Holy fuck, that's crazy though, guys. That's crazy. I love it. I love how crazy it is. I'm the both sides guy. I call out extremism everywhere, unless it's in front of my fucking face and I...
Yeah, because the way centrists see it, yes, you have to play this both lines, get everybody to still like you, because then nobody will like you and you're an apostate to both sides. So yes, they're used to it. And like I said, I've watched his coverage on this stuff. He pokes holes, he pokes doubts. He'll go through something like 8 billion times and go through all the possibilities on what's legal and what's not. I don't understand what propaganda Caleb Hammer's spinning.
Make money on it. Then I don't call it out, because I don't give a shit. Because it's not about being right, it's about wanting to seem right. I want people to like me. I want people on Twitter to like me. A bunch of fucking losers who sit all day on the internet being racist to like me. I want racists to like me. Hey guys, look at me. I'm a pick-me fucking Asian. I want racists to love me. This is insane. And you want to know why I'm so angry? Because I'm embarrassed of myself for thinking that you were somebody worth being a fucking friend with. But you can't do basic fucking Google searches or ask basic questions. Guys, what's Google? What is Google? How does...
When the fuck did Papa Gut become a racist and start stereotyping all these people? God.
Google work? How do we do Google? Wait a minute, they're here and they're supposed to be here. Fuck you. What are you doing? You're pathetic. This is fucking ridiculous. This is the sum of your content. This is what the sum of your content has been, Caleb. This is what the sum of your content has been. Ever since you started this live show, the sum of your content has been zero fact-checking and just being completely willfully ignorant so that you can be popular or whatever you want. I fucking defended the shit out of you. Are you kidding me? And I wasn't wrong. I don't defend people because I'm friends with them, but you want to know what?
It's because he has a different political opinion than you, and it's not election year, everybody. Nobody's voting for anything, unless they're like in a state where a special election's happening. Everyone leave everybody alone. We're not voting for anything. Nobody's anything right now, technically.
Sure, apparently I let some of my bias leak through. This is the weak men making times hard for everybody. Stop being a weak man. What the fuck happened? Do you understand that this isn't just online slop? This can have very real consequences to the rest of the world. Of energy. It's the wrong place. It's the wrong place. It's not the same place. I've already showed that like 5 times. It's not the same place. It's not the same place at all. It's not the same place. Just to be absolutely clear. So I'm just letting you guys know it is not the same place. I'll show it one more time. How is this the same place? This is Cedar Avenue. Dude, I think I'm going to start banning you all. I think I have to start banning all of you.
So, he got an address wrong, and because of it, so this is my summary. Nick Shirley put out his video. It's fair for everybody to poke holes in these things. That's what Caleb Hammer did, but apparently he's a dick rider who's totally on Nick Shirley's side. Like I said, a lot of questions was asked to the first one. And then, so because you got the address wrong, like, no one cares about midterms, Tonto. They don't matter. Anyway. Are we voting for president? Yeah. What are midterms, Tonto? Unless we're voting for president, nobody's anything. People could be out there sabotaging the other party. You don't know who's what. You don't know what it means when someone registers something. Register at the Green Party today. But this is pirate software level shit. He got the address wrong, so now Caleb isn't on his side politically and is a Nazi and is a terrible person who's just trying to get everybody to like him. What a sellout piece of shit. Bro, this is pretty bad.
This is South 6th Street. Am I fucking crazy? What are you talking about? Oh, shit, dude, I'm fucking dumb. Damn, I just crashed out for nothing. Holy fuck. Dude.
Oh, man. All right. Now we get the apology video. This is how social studies work. So what do we learn? I just said what we learned. Don't be a pirate software. But then you always got to... Actually, I'm happy we're getting an apology video. We haven't had one of those on YouTube in quite the while. Since when do people take accountability for things?
Happy 2026 to me. Yeah, man. So I kind of woke up to this post that it looks like the entirety of my incredibly pathetic and embarrassing crash out. I mean, let's just be absolutely real from my stream yesterday. And I kind of want to address it. You know, there's 3 big things I'm not happy with myself with. And I'm going to go in like, you know, least severe to most severe.
I hope it's showing, because I thought Papa Gut was pretty unbiased and shit when he goes after other people. But yeah, that just kind of just shows your political bias straight down the line over a wrong address. Crazy.
Severe. Just to get it out there, mostly an apology to Caleb Hammer. This is what a... I just have to... I've already talked to him privately, but I'm pretty sure he hadn't seen this yet. And this is horrible. Like, I'm very upset with myself now. It's just a nasty person. What a piece of shit I am. So I wanted to talk about that and kind of just clear it out and get it out there and say my piece. And yeah, so move on. I mean, what else are we going to do? So I had a stream yesterday. You know, I had a stream where I was reacting to Nick Shirley's newest video. Absolute banger from Shirley. Thank you so much, King. Keep it real, King. You know what I mean? But okay, I got to stop being stupid. And in the stream, I had, like I said, a pathetic, embarrassing crash out. I went off on something that I was super wrong about too. And when I realized it, I said something along the lines of,
you either live long enough to throw all the criticisms at Ian Jomha at the fucking wall, or you become Ian Jomha and talk about subjects you don't know, I guess.
Of like, you know, oh, I just crashed out for nothing and I turned the stream off and I put it on private. Obviously, let's be real, I'm hoping that people wouldn't see it. It's an embarrassing moment, but they have. And, you know, that's just kind of the way that things work on the internet. It's been a while since I've been relevant enough to capture some of my streams. You know, if I want to be more mainstream, I got to be more productive and intelligent about the way that I
Though, as we go through the history things, let's keep track of how many world leaders ever apologized for their actions. Some could argue our influencers, for better or for worse, are better than world leaders.
express myself. This is pretty big, like, you know, like, hey, get your shit together. It almost feels selfish to be able to find a productive message out of this. Like, hey, you have to keep your shit together. But, you know, yeah. Anyway, it is what it is. So let me go through the 3 things, like what I'm ashamed of myself for, again, in least severe to most severe, and really just kind of explain myself as why I had this problem because I've been thinking about it obviously like all night. I'm like, what is wrong with me? You know, even if this didn't come out, I'm still like, what is wrong with me? Like, how did I do what I did? Let me just kind of express what I've been thinking about. Tier 1 is just the crash out in general. You know, even if I was in the right, I'm 35.
So with the bitch move of privating it, could you almost say that Papa Gut is being a little bit little Karibo coded? Little Martin coded over here? He kind of does look like the American little Karibo anyway.
5 years old, dude. What is wrong with me? I'm gonna have a fucking meltdown on the stream. That's just pathetic. You know, that is an unproductive expression of anger. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. I need to grow up and just get my shit together. You know, it's in general, you know, everybody has their moments of anger, but like I really should be better than this. Apparently I'm not, you know, because it's just fucking pathetic. So I'm already happy. I'm not happy about that in general. That's not how I really want to communicate myself as a content creator. I would like to be somebody that's a little more intelligent, you know. Maybe I'm just smart enough, but just dumb enough to think I'm somebody that could be known for being intelligent. I don't know. I don't know, man. Though this kind of communicates that. You know, but the crashing out in general is just not how I want to communicate myself. I'd like to think that I have a little bit more to offer than just fucking unintelligent screaming and rambling. He's like a fucking moron. So I guess we'll see with the rest of this year how that goes. But I do think that I have a little more to offer, and in general, this is not the way that I want to, you know, communicate myself onto the internet. I think that like there's more productive ways that I can express myself and counteract things that I disagree with. Like, of course, the Nick Shirley video. And I simply didn't do that, and that was just me yelling and having like a fucking meltdown, and that was childish.
Yeah, why don't you go over the Nick Shirley video yourself, do all that data, so when you're wrong, you're just dumb, and Nick Shirley, who doesn't even know you, can get the W. Why the fuck did you have to go over the video on Caleb Hammer's reaction?
Of itself, again, regardless of whether I'm right or wrong. But guess what? I was like super wrong. This is embarrassing. You know, it is what it is, but I was super wrong. There was a moment in Nick Shirley's video where he went to, I think it was like 607 Cedar, but it said South Cedar. And I'm like, Nick, you're not at the right place, right? And I looked it up on I looked it up and I found it on MapQuest. I'm just going to show you because it's so fucking embarrassing. You know, for me, it's like I've done that before where I've like forgot to put like the north in and I go to a complete.
Throwing MapQuest under the bus. I haven't heard about MapQuest since pre the smartphone.
Completely different place. You know, and so I was like, wait a minute, you know, I'm an idiot, but let me just show you. So yeah, I got everything on the screen now. So this is where Nick Shirley was, 607, you know, Cedar Avenue. As you can see, I also had this MapQuest pulled up, and it's of the Oromo Resource Center of Minneapolis, which has been closed for a while now, or rather it shut down this location and they moved. So anyway, I'm looking at the difference between this map and Google Maps, and I'm like, wow, this looks really different. I don't know if you guys know it. It's not. It just looks different. So basically, I allowed myself to get tricked by something a third grader would get tricked by, which is, wow, see, this is different from this. It's not. It's simply not. It's simply not different. So, you know, I thought it was. Again, to their credit, I guess, you know, this could be fraud. It seems like there used to be a resource center here. And it looks like they had originally filed to that resource center. It inevitably shut down and moved, and they just had not updated their location, or it could be fraud. I don't know. Like, I mean, like, we're at this point. Like you can see down here after Shirley's video, it looks like they.
Wow, it went from all that to this is MAGA propaganda to it might be fraud. Papa Gut's having time.
They changed their address to something else, right? So, you know, it could be just a simple clerical error. It could be fraud. I don't know. But either way, it's not really what it's about, is it? It's about me being a fucking idiot and being like, wait, he's at the wrong place because the maps look different. It's just a different maps. Like, well, who would have thought that different maps would look different, right? And so I had this whole like, oh, he's in the wrong place. So he's being dishonest, blah, 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 blah. Very unproductive. I mean, because I have some valid criticism, of Nick Shirley, you know, like, for instance, why didn't he just call the numbers on the sign to see if he could get little Shirley in to the daycare? We didn't see that in his video. It feels intentional. Why didn't he show up when the daycares were opening to see if kids were going in there? It kind of feels intentional. You know, that would be either way. Like, that's not really the point of this video. The point of this video is that mostly to put an apology to Caleb Hammer. But there are like a lot of different things I have an issue with, and obviously this. I look so fun. I look so funny here. I look so good. Makes me look like a fucking moron. Let's be real. I scrolled through this video. I didn't notice there's something in here at some point that just says Papa Gut's fat and dumb or something. Papa Gut is an idiot, and it's the same. It's true. I am an idiot. I mean, what else can I say? I got nothing here. I'm fucking pathetic.
Well, I know that Papa Gut is an Asmongold hater too, as well. And Asmon just says whatever. I don't think anything he's ever said is too extreme. It's not like he's fucking pushing any policy. And I'm sorry, why is everyone dumb and influenced by everything? Oh my god. Okay, we get it. If he's a loser that sits in a moldy fucking room, then don't worry about it. No one's gonna listen to him. By your metrics, so why do you care? I don't get influenced by nothing. I was already radicalized by Eminem in 2003. I'm good. I think this is why you don't play team sports, folks. Don't do it.
So that's that part. That's embarrassing. Like I got something so wrong in the crash out. But frankly, I'm not even trying to be a dick. I don't really I care about those things. But the reason I really feel like I want to talk about this is because I say some really nasty stuff about a friend of mine. And I've been kind of thinking why would I do that? Caleb is like a legitimate friend of mine. We've been friends for like a while, and he reached out to me. He saw like a video of mine that he appreciated, and he reached out to me, and we've been chatting here and there ever since. And he's come on and like talked to me for my platform, and I've gone on to his live platform when I disagreed with something. I mean, he's been nothing but like a nice guy. Dude, that's actually thinking about it. I'm actually thinking it's really shitty. Like, what an asshole I am. I'm actually really upset about it. He's been nothing but a good guy. Like, even when we disagree,
Okay, so though, are we gonna, like I said, I kind of believe what you're saying. That political meltdown was kind of showing what he truly thinks and showing his own bias, which is something that he's accused Asmon. And like I said, Caleb, I just don't see his bias.
And last time we had a disagreement over I felt like he was going a little too far right. Okay, so I made a video about it, and he watched it, and he's like, hey, you want to come on the show and we talk about it? And it's like, I allowed myself to fucking blow up. Like, how unreasonable. What kind of a person? Why would you even bother watching me as a content creator if I do that? And I've been trying to think, why did I do that? Like, why would I allow myself to be so fucking pathetic? I'm not 20 anymore. Back then, being emotional and shooting from the cuff is, almost like, oh yeah, you're 20.
Yeah, Papa Gut. It's almost like you're having a midlife crisis or something, like all the other elderly right now.
You're dumb. I'm 35. Why would I do that? So I've been thinking about it. Talking to my wife about it. It's not exactly the easiest thing in the world to be aware of yourself to that degree of why exactly am I engaging in such shitty behavior? And I've a little soul searching, and so. In general, I'm generally frustrated. And I think the frustration is valid, but the disproportionate expression of that frustration and anger is disgusting. But I'm frustrated with this general administration. I know there's a lot of people who wouldn't resonate with that message. They wouldn't be like, oh, that makes sense. Especially people on Twitter.
See, now it's just the general administration. I'm just not happy with it. Before this guy was sucking MAGA cock, bootlicker motherfucker, this is one of them content creators that might not be themselves when they're on camera, similar to all the ones he criticizes. Everyone, don't worry about me. I'm me, because I don't know things, and I admit I don't know things. That's why we're learning history, because no one else taught me things.
But for me, it's been very frustrating since he got elected. When he got elected when Trump specifically we're talking about, when he got elected the first time, I was like, okay, let's see how this goes. And it didn't seem to be super productive. We ended up voting him out in the midterms. And this time around, it's been more frustrating. There's a lot of things that have been very frustrating. The most recent stuff, like the constant threat of our allies. Some unnecessary tariffs, for instance, with Canada. And I'm going to over-explain just so that you know where I'm coming from for people who don't get it. And I know the Canada thing was last year, but there's been so many controversies that just rolling by. It all feels like
Okay, Trump, Europe, all that. This is what people don't understand. Trump has nothing to do with Minnesota. He has nothing to do with that fraud. He wasn't there. Republicans don't have that much power in that state. there is no orange man bad arguments to make in the argument of Minnesota. Unless you want to say, well, all this fraud happened while he was president. What the fuck? No one saw this coming. But it happened during both administrations. Like, there is just nothing. So, there was no So, like, your complaint about Trump is the foreign country thing. Cool. You're entitled to that opinion. What the fuck does it have to do with Minnesota and Nick Shirley's reporting for you just to go all... like I said, this is just such a fake apology. I feel it. And I like Papa Gut. Now I don't.
Distraction for like the Epstein files that he promised to release, and he never really released them. And it seems like there's controversy after.
Well, Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton got called to court to put up their testification, or whatever that is, testify, and they didn't show up. And I guess the Republicans don't care either, because, like, no one's holding them in contempt of court. They're just free. No punishment. Like, if you're mad at Epstein files, can you guys go, like, tweet at Bill Clinton? He should have went to court. He didn't. The Clintons are on the loose, everybody. Lock your kids away.
Controversy every single time. You know, it's hey, what's going on with that? All of a sudden there's a new controversy. But, you know, him blaming Ukraine for starting the war, him going after Greenland, him tariffing a bunch of countries like Canada, for instance, that, you know, if you look at the numbers, they actually spend more on American goods per person, they're a smaller country, than we do on Canadian goods. And it's like, we're going after all these partners and these allies, and we're destroying those. Where, you know, ICE is fucking crazy, violating people's due process. You know, I was actually watching like a George W. Bush Sr. Speech about illegal immigration, and I totally agree with what I guess the Republicans used to feel.
Why don't you watch the extra history on deportation, Papa Gut, and educate yourself? You think what ICE is doing is a lack of due process? You need to look at what happened during Obama's administration. They all got tricked. And then, like I said, you got George Bush 1. Don't want to talk about what Dwight Eisenhower did.
Which is like, hey, illegal immigration is a problem. We have to deal with it, but we have to deal with it with some, I guess, nuance and decorum, because these are still people who are coming here to do jobs. And we have a dependency onto them because they do jobs that Americans don't want to do. And we need to be delicate and not dehumanize them. But the Trump administration has been very much dehumanizing, you know, illegal immigrants. They're people still. You know, I can respect somebody trying to do their best to provide for their family. And that's frustrating. That's very frustrating for me, especially.
Yeah, he's a fake. He's a fake. Because look, he's using politics talk, doing the same thing he accused Caleb of doing. Projector in the mirror. Want everybody to like you. I don't hate Trump because I'm a super crazy leftist. I hate him because policy that's unrelated to the subject we're talking. See, you can have a conversation with me. Fence sitting isn't bad. It's when you are fence sitting to fucking conceal yourself and appeal to everybody. That's the problem.
You know, and so just a lot of shit going on. There's been a lot of shit, you know, the whole situation where Mark Kelly told different law enforcement agents that they don't have to listen to illegal orders, and the Trump administration threatening to take away his veteran status. Stuff like that's a violation of freedom of speech. That's an attempt to go after somebody's freedom of speech. A lot of things have been working me up, and I think it's valid that I'm frustrated. And I think that for the most part, I've been expressing that frustration productively. Except this time, you know, and that's how it works, isn't it? It's like, you know, you got a little bit of an anger problem, a little bit, I guess, an understatement. I mean, I thought I had it under control. I guess I mostly did, but it's where you have like a valid thing to be upset about, and then you just let it explode, and you express it unproductively. And specifically in Caleb's case, because I really have been thinking about it. I've been seeing a couple of clips here and there of a few things, mostly his clips, like it's what he's putting out there, or a little bit of his.
AKA, yeah, you've seen clips that's on a political side you're not on. So, yep, he's a fucking hack. Who said, I'm curious, did he even watch the Nick Shirley video before he watched Caleb Hammer watch the Nick Shirley video?
Coverage, and you know, obviously I have audience members like, oh, Papa, what's going on, Caleb, blah 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 blah. And I remember even saying the other day, I was like, yeah, you know, I think I'll talk to him when I feel like it's more of a productive time. You know, just really putting it off and avoid.
Good point, Tonto. Who the hell said we didn't want to pick tomatoes? Like, put in some AirPods, listen to some podcast, you get free exercise. That sounds great. Pay me like $36 an hour. Well, then tomatoes would be unaffordable. But like, if you give me a living wage for that, I'd do that all day. That sounds fun.
Talking about it. What I really should have done was just like, oh, you know what? If I have a disagreement, or if I think I have a disagreement, just DM them. Or not DM, excuse me. Let me just react to something on my stream. That's what I do for a living. I could just react to it and be like, oh, hey, this is wrong. Hey, oh, this is wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about the way that I look at his content. You know, I don't know because I didn't just do that. But I've been like avoiding it. And I think part of it's because he's a friend and I don't want to criticize him maybe in some instances, which is something that's like embarrassing to admit as well. Cause you know, and I think part of it's like, okay, I think there can be a more productive moment, or maybe I want to have like a
Tonto, what do you think? Is he normie lib? I don't like this administration. I'm not crazy like the other ones. I'm normal. Or does that outburst he have maybe say he's a tanky? What game's he playing? Normally, I give everybody benefit of the doubt. Great, we have an apology, but this just seems like, you know, trying to act street when you can't even sidewalk, trying to be fucking Light Yagami when you can't even Squidward. I don't know.
more perfect moment, but I'm not doing like my due diligence. I'm not even I didn't fully watch his coverage of certain things that I'm frustrated about, and I kind of just put it off. And instead of just like, okay, I'm gonna watch this, even if it's offline, let me watch this. Let me see what it is. Take it. I just didn't. You know, I avoided it for one reason or the other. Part of.
So he's straight up admitting that he's in an echo chamber. And you purposely don't want to put, like, no one has to watch videos they don't want to watch, by the way. But, like, if you're out here shouting an absolution about something, you better do your research first. That's all anyone's asking.
I mean, like, oh, I don't want to harass them because we already just talked live someone recently. Like I said, it was like maybe a month ago, but either way, for, different reasons, I decided not to. And of course, I guess I'm going to say something regardless of how I say it. So instead of a productive, like, oh, I'm going to watch this and do something, and he watches my content, so he may have watched it. I mean, there's a good chance he would have watched it and be like, oh, I see where you're coming from, even if we disagree. So that I just bottled it up. And then this was my moment of explosion. I'm in the middle of the stream. I'm seeing this Nick Shirley thing. Someone's like, oh, did you see what Caleb had to say about it? I turn it on. I see like very little bit, and I fucking go off and just disgusting. Shameful. Especially because, again, it's a friend of mine. Like, what the hell's the matter with me? And it's like, I just went off, man.
Papa Gut covers the Hassan drama and judges him, but he also hates Asmongold and accuses Asmongold of doing everything that Hassan does, but for the right wing. I don't know. I checked out a Asmon clip the other day. He says Trump sucks. He doesn't do enough.
Very unproductively, very unintelligently, very weak. I see some really nasty things. I just see some really nasty things, man. Like, what a piece of shit. I'm just like, because I'm thinking about it. I'm not going to rewatch myself saying this stuff. It's fucking embarrassing. But I'm thinking, like, what did I say? And I'm like, little things. I was like, holy fuck, I said this. Damn. Like, what kind of a person says that? It's like a friend. It's like, holy fuck. It was like so black and white, in that moment. Like, it was so intense, and I felt so like justified, But I wasn't at all. But I felt that way. I let myself get to a point where I felt justified in being a nasty person. And, I just, like I said before, like Caleb, I've already like talked to Caleb and like a little apology in private, but like, it's not, he hasn't seen the full video, and now he might have, and it's like, damn, like, even if we're friends from moving forward, like there's, I mean, I definitely stress the relationship. Like, what a piece of fucking shit. I'm a grown fucking man. And, Caleb even says like, oh, I appreciate your takes and the way that you talk about stuff. It's like, what the fuck? How did I do this though? This is crazy. This is like, I don't know. Sorry. I'm just fucking like, I don't know. As I'm recording it, I'm like,
Take the L. Take it. Now, is there ever in history, since countries are people, been a country that assumed the worst of the other one, assumed they were spreading propaganda and lies, and then because of it, they couldn't be friends anymore, and the other one attacked the other one out of paranoia, and then it was ruined forever? That's had to have happened.
Setting in more, I've been kind of like mentally and emotionally putting it off. I've been thinking about it, but like now that I'm saying it out loud, it's like, oh, Jesus, fuck, man. So more than anything else, this is more of an apology to Caleb. And like I said, I apologize privately, but now everything's public. So like a public apology is obviously warranted.
The problem is every time I see Papa Gut, though, I just think, oh, Pat from Two Best Friends Plays is doing drama now. I'll check in on him.
Warranted. That's what I care about the most. Like, again, like I had a meltdown. That wasn't good. I fucking got something wrong. That's fucking stupid. But I put stress on a friendship with somebody who's been like really nice to me and who's like sat down with me and given me advice. And yeah, dude, like what the fuck's wrong with me? What a piece of dog shit. So you know, I'm gonna upload this video on YouTube and Twitter, and I'm gonna say, hey, like Caleb, take a look, and because I'm gonna be honest, because I gotta say this now, I'm just like
so quick to cover his own tracks. I hope Caleb watches it on Caleb Hammer Live. I think that'd be funny. But Caleb probably won't do it, because he's a pussy. Actually, if Caleb Hammer doesn't call out Papa Gut's stupid fucking performative fucking baby cry and how fake it is, oh, fake journalism from Caleb Hammer. It is right, Caleb scammer.
embarrassed of myself as well. Like I don't even know if I could talk to Caleb for a while for myself because I'm so embarrassed. I'm like, what did I do?
Okay, good. But I wonder if he calls out how, like, this is just a fake-ass run back. This is trying to do your own PR. Also, I'm gonna say something controversial. Men, with your big, burly, fucking lumberjack beards, you take that shit back to fucking 2010 with your bacon tattoo. It's 2026. Over it. It doesn't make you unique. It just means you grew that because your face looks weird. Now I don't trust you.
And you know, it's like, damn. And then imagine Caleb's like, yeah, man, like it was fucked up, but you know, it is what it is. We're still friends. Like that's so shitty. Like because that's probably somewhat around what he'll, you know. And it's like, fuck, like this guy's gonna be nice to me after I was such an abysmal piece of dog shit, such a rude, nasty fuck. God damn, you know, like I'm supposed to be better than that. Obviously, I'm not. Yeah, you know.
The speech of a man that got caught. That's what this is.
I mean, all I can really say is, I'm sorry. It's fucked up, man. Like, holy shit. That's such a piece of shit. I'm sorry. At this point, I'm just kind of talking to almost vent, but it's supposed to be as short and sweet as possible of a video. I think we're at like 15 minutes now. So, you know, I guess everyone watching that saw the crash out, you know, I'm ashamed of myself. Sorry to you guys, but again, more than anything else, sorry to Caleb and the crew, really. And if this is the end of the friendship, I totally understand. You know, what the fuck else am I gonna? What else am I gonna say? I fucked up. So, you know, I'm probably gonna isolate myself in general a little.
Good. Quarantine yourself. Don't ruin the good influencers.
Right now, when I get frustrated and I do something, I like to isolate.
You're right. We got to go back and find out. Did he do the sigh?
Well,
well, does that count?
Happy 2026 to me.
And then fucking Chud Logic is a snake too, I guess. Some crazy things going on there, but this is social studies. This is history. I put this in the education tag, you see. So what did we learn? How do we apply this to world situations? I'll tell you how. When someone snakes you, much like Russia, and this is why Russia actually doesn't have all the power it thinks it does. You know, if Russia would just behave, people wouldn't sanction them, wouldn't punish them. If they would just accept fucking timeout and stop being a tantrum-throwing fucking toddler, people wouldn't sanction them, and then things would be better and they wouldn't have to steal territory. Stubborn fucking children. That's what all these snakes are. They're all Russia. Anyway, it's time for the good shit. We're gonna actually go to World War I, because we can't discuss no World War II shit that always pops up without World War I. And we're gonna do the Christmas truce. That cool time on Christmas where everyone stopped killing each other. The best thing ever to prove that humanity can indeed come together, we just choose not to.
Even on an antidepressant,
Even on an antidepressant, Papa Gut couldn't fool us.
Eve, 1914. The war was supposed to be over by now. This little holiday special is brought to you by World of Tanks. Use the invite code ARMISTICE if you're a new player who wants to check out the game. The Christmas truce is one of the most poignant events of the First World War, a time when men rose up above the madness of the conflict and, for just a moment, saw each other as fellow humans. This is an event that definitely did happen. Thousands of men laid down arms in the truce, but a century of retelling.
Suspicious.
But can we prove it? There's no World War I veterans left. Who saw this take place? Hershey's could have sold this so they could run that commercial many years later. We don't know.
Has also kind of sanded down its rough edges and oversimplified its messy reality. Indeed, this event wasn't just the result of pure human spirit and holiday cheer. It was a host of unique factors that drove these enemies to spontaneously declare peace in no man's land. And really, it may not have been all that spontaneous. Small armistices were happening every day. As frontline troops became accustomed to the rhythms of trench warfare, they learned that looking the other way now and then could bring a shred of safety and calm to their lives. The armies ate meals at the same time, which became a daily ceasefire. Patrols frequently ignored each other, adopting a live and let live attitude. Troops often shouted to each other across the lines. After all, the autumn battles had passed, and both sides were waiting out the winter. In reality, the weather was the primary enemy for both sides. The high water table at Flanders meant that the trenches were always filling with water, sometimes collapsing and burying men inside. Soldiers leaned against the walls to sleep, trying to keep themselves out of the wet. Food supplies had to be hung up on dugout ceilings. And that winter had been particularly miserable. Weeks of rain flooded the dugouts. The mud pulled men down like quicksand. Now, British Field Marshal Sir John French had noticed the hands-off attitude his men were developing towards the enemy, and so he ordered attacks in late December to boost morale. And this resulted in heavy British losses. Concerned about possible fraternization over the holiday, he issued orders that no unofficial armistice would be tolerated. Morale was much better over in the German trenches. After all, they were winning. But many men were also experiencing their first holiday away from home. Knowing that this would be difficult, commanders brought Christmas to the trenches, shipping thousands of presents to the field. Each man received a gift from the Kaiser. Cigar boxes for NCOs, a pipe with the Crown Prince on it for the ranks. The British, for their part, received a brass box from Princess Mary filled with cigarettes, tobacco, a Christmas card, and sweets. And then there were personal packages. Enterprises sprang up on the home front, offering family members a chance to send gift boxes to the troops. British soldiers received plum puddings and 1,000-count boxes of cigarettes. German and Austrian troops were bombarded with chocolate and salami.
Man, remember when the royal family had to give a fuck? They were actually forced to. There was a lot of that in Downton Abbey. They're like, what? We have to... What? War will change things. You want us to serve our countrymen? Because, like, during World War I in England, these women would go around with white feathers, and if they gave you one, if you were a man who wasn't disabled and you weren't at the war, they were like, pussies. This feather, this means you're a pussy and won't fight for us. Because that's how you really do propaganda. You women say you will never get a date. But then on the flip side, in fucking America, in Band of Brothers, the captain of the paratroopers, his wife left him and took the dog. For what? Being at World War II too long? Like, she was good with a year or two, but like by 3? She's got to move on with her life, dude.
And cognac. Both sides received winter clothing. In truth, though, the gifts were kind of a nuisance. I mean, there was nowhere to put it all. Soldiers didn't have a place to store 1,000 extra cigarettes. But that Christmas Eve delivered a true gift. The rain stopped, and the trenches drained. Dry cold froze the mud into a hard surface, almost like a floor. Snow dusted the countryside. That afternoon, the gunfire dwindled, and in some sectors it stopped entirely. The weather just seemed too nice for it. The Germans, stuffed with Christmas chocolate and cheered by the weather, started putting lit Tannenbaum up on their trench parapets. And then the German line started singing. Over on the British parapets, watchmen of the Scots Guard saw lines of lights along the enemy trench. At first they suspected an attack, but then they heard an ethereal sound drifting across no man's land. Stille Nacht, Heilige Nacht, the original Austrian version of Silent Night. Sensing a challenge, Guards Officer Lieutenant Sir Edward Hulse decided that they should drown this out with their own carol. The sides went back and forth, but soon the competition merged into a...
It's literally Glee. It's the movies where you sing at each other. It's a musical. It happened in real life. Don't let them... Theater kid? Do not... Theater kid, show choir kid, don't let them ever tell you you can't do anything amazing. These people brought peace to the World War I.
Harmony of Good King Wenceslas and Auld Lang Syne. The men began shouting Christmas greetings across the line, jokingly at first. A few even stepped out to talk. Hulse didn't know it, but the same thing was happening up and down the entire British line. Agreements formed. In some sectors, the officers met at the wire and shook hands, agreeing to cease hostilities the next day. In other areas, the ranks took the lead, Germans shouting across no man's land, "English, tomorrow if you no shoot, we no shoot." At times, it was just one brave soul walking into no man's land waving a newspaper. These overtures were extremely dangerous. Though peace was breaking out in certain areas, it didn't happen everywhere. One British regiment responded to German caroling with a machine gun blast. Some unarmed soldiers were gunned down trying to broker this holiday armistice. But in most sectors, the ceasefire held. This truce mostly happened between German and British units. The French and the Belgians, whose countries were under German occupation, were less inclined. There were agreements to bury the dead and cease hostilities, but not as much fraternization. Yet a Bavarian unit held fire during a French mass, and both sides halted fighting long enough for a guest, a soloist from the Paris Opera, to make a performance. British Indian troops, who were a bit unfamiliar with this whole Christmas deal, saw the lit German trees and thought of their own holiday of Diwali. They held fire, but also held position, until some Germans tempted them out of the trenches with cigars and cigarettes. Soon the men were smoking together on the parapet. That Christmas night, the troops slept in sublime quiet. Christmas Day dawned, bright and cold, the sky clear for the first time in weeks. To their shock, British troops looked across no man's land to see the Germans walking around on their parapets. Such a thing was suicidal in daylight, and that gesture of trust, more than anything, lured a few British out. It was heaven to at last stand up straight and walk on solid earth. Some had ventured into no man's land on Christmas Eve, but in daylight it was impossible to ignore the bodies lying between the trenches. The two sides buried their dead in common graves, grieving side by side in joint services, listening to the faraway sounds of battle from other sectors. And that shared experience broke down the wall. Soldiers milled about together in no man's land, swapping overabundant gifts from home. British beef for uniform buttons, chocolate cake for barrels of beer. They exchanged hats. One German barber gave haircuts. The men chatted. After all, they shared so much in common. They lived in the same fields under the same rain, and they were equally sick of war. Besides, they were curious. What was life like on the other side? Who were these enemies? One British officer was perplexed to learn that his new German friend believed the armies of the Kaiser fought for freedom. That was impossible, the officer responded. We're fighting for freedom. Amid this, Lieutenant Hulse found himself talking to Lieutenant Thomas of the 15th Westphalians, who had something to pass on, a Victoria Cross and a packet of letters. An English officer had died in the German trench during the last attack. Perhaps he could give these to the man's family? Touched, Hulse removed his own silk scarf, a gift from home, and presented it in thanks. Thomas, embarrassed that he had nothing to give in return, sent a soldier to fetch the fur gloves that his family had sent. Up and down the line, men started bringing out footballs. Kickabouts broke out, with men from both sides chasing the ball among shell holes and sliding on the frozen ground. In one sector, a group of Highlanders challenged a Saxon regiment, who burst out laughing whenever a kilt flew up during play. But not all of this activity was goodwill. On both sides, a few used the gatherings to reconnoiter enemy trenches, and both sides used the time to repair dugouts. Of course, for some, this fraternization appeared false. One British soldier flashed his squad mate a hidden dagger, while another refused to smoke German cigarettes, fearing that they might be poisoned. When one squad of Bavarians discussed whether to meet the British, their corporal snapped at them. "Such a thing should not happen in wartime. Have you no German sense of honor left at all?" They weren't surprised. The night before, the same soldier had refused to join the unit's Christmas service. Corporal Hitler was odd like that. But his disapproval reflected the general's view. This was exactly the situation that Field Marshal French had feared. Commanders dispatched senior officers to threaten disciplinary action and insist that the men restart the war. In some sectors, the armistice came to an orderly close. Officers from both sides saluted and fired revolvers into the air, signaling that, all right, the war was back on. In a few places, troops resisted until nearly to New Year's Eve, but the generals would not have it. German command dispatched snipers to break the ceasefire. French ordered an artillery barrage, letting the machinery of war roll over the human connections of the frontline troops. Nothing like this Christmas truce would happen again. The generals wouldn't allow it. On Christmas Eve 1915, British officers ordered a 24-hour artillery barrage. Men who tried to form a truce were court-martialed. Machine guns drowned out German carols. But the generals needn't have bothered. The spirit of that truce was unique to 1914, a symptom of a young war. By Christmas 1915, those troops had experienced chlorine gas and creeping bombardments. Zeppelins were bombing London. The Battle of Verdun would end just before the holiday, leaving 750,000 casualties. Indeed, many of the men who celebrated in no man's land that day would never see another Christmas. One of those unlucky ones was Lieutenant Sir Edward Hulse, who had sung carols and given a German officer his silk scarf. He died 3 months later while trying to save a wounded comrade. He was 25. And yet, Hulse is not remembered today for his military achievements, or even the book of letters that his friends published after his death. He and so many others are remembered for a victory entirely their own, when a group of brave men ventured into the line of fire, trusting their enemies not to shoot, and believing that humanity was better than the bonfire it had built for itself. Happy holidays, everybody.
Oh wait, there's a lot to this. Like I said, this is like the best story in all of human history. There's not much to add. It's just great.
Let's fuel up, Limu. Lots of people to tell.
See, I like to think that there's just everyone's bad and wants to kill each other and start drama all the time. Then you got stories like that where they were sick of it. They were done with the war. They got it out of their system.
German newspaper in December of 1914. Yesterday there was a fierce and terrible onslaught of Christmas packages into our trenches. No man was spared. In the confusion, one soldier suffered a salami impaled straight into his stomach. Another had raisins from an exploding pastry fly directly into his eyes. A third had the misfortune of having a bottle of cognac fly into his mouth. This little holiday special is brought to you by World of Tanks. Use the invite code ARMISTICE if you're a new player who wants to check out the game. World War I was a letter-writing war, one where pencil and paper were a soldier's line of communication with friends and family, and reading those letters provides some insight into what life was like in those trenches. So today, let's read some excerpts from those soldiers' holiday letters. Now, of course, none of us at Extra Credits have ever experienced being deployed over the holidays, so real quick, I want to hand the mic over to somebody who has. Here is Wargaming's military specialist, Richard Cutland, back again to give us a little insight.
In my 30 years of service, I was extremely fortunate to only spend around 6 Christmases away from home and family. The first was spent lying in a muddy ditch in Northern Ireland, where we had been ordered to set up an observation post to watch the comings and goings of a known IRA terrorist. Cold, wet, hungry and tired, watching someone else celebrate Christmas with family and friends. It was certainly a low point for us all. As a young soldier, the easiest thing to do was not think about it. It was merely another day amongst a multitude of other days. The real heartbreak occurred after marriage and children. It was wrenching to explain why Daddy would not be there on such a special day. Tales of helping Santa at the North Pole or having to feed the reindeer quickly wore thin as my children grew older and wiser. A soldier's wife has much to contend with, and my own wife's angst and worry during any operational tour was compounded when I was away for the holidays. The Army's always tried their best if circumstances allowed. If you were near a headquarters, the chefs would knock up a Christmas dinner with all the trimmings. Well, perhaps not all, but they did their best with what was available. Unfortunately, sitting with 100 men wearing paper hats was not quite the same as Christmas dinner with your family. Yet we were all aware it's necessary to spend such periods away. And let's face it, it was part of the job. But it was always a killer to be told that a deployment was imminent and Christmas would be cancelled. So to all those servicemen and women who find themselves away for this very special time, I salute you and wish you and your families peace and happiness.
Thank you, Richard. Now let's set the scene. It's Boxing Day, 1914, and Private Henry Williamson is writing home about the most extraordinary Christmas of his life. I'm writing from the trenches. In my mouth is a pipe presented by the Princess Mary. In the pipe is tobacco. Well, of course, you say, but wait. In the pipe is German tobacco from a German soldier. Yes, a live German soldier from his own trench. On Christmas Eve, both armies sang carols and cheered, and there was very little firing. The Germans called to our men to come and fetch a cigar, and our men told them to come to us. This went on for some time until a bold Tommy crept out and stood between the trenches, and a Saxon came to meet him. They shook hands and laughed. Thus the ice was broken. Our men are speaking to them now. German Corporal Joseph Wenzel was similarly amazed at the gathering, writing, "What I believed to be madness several hours ago, I could see now with my own eyes. Bavarians and English, until then the greatest of enemies, shook hands, talked, and exchanged items. A single star stood still in the sky directly above them, interpreted by many as a special sign from heaven. More and more joined, and the entire line greeted each other. For the rest of my life, I shall never forget this scene, which goes to show that human feelings continue to go on, even if, in these times, men do not know anything but killing and murdering." But not everybody held fire. British rifleman John Erskine's unit was fraternizing in no man's land when a soldier, disobeying his officer's order, shot one of the Germans. He writes, "The Germans immediately replied, and instead of firing on where the shot came from, they fired at the first person they saw. Unfortunately, this happens to be one of our corporals, who was shot through the head. A most regrettable fact connected with the affair was that he has 3 brothers in the battalion, and it must have had a disheartening effect on them. The Germans apologized, but it left a black mark on the day. Still, in many places, the peace held, until the generals ended it with artillery." The spirit of the Christmas truce would be rekindled the following year, albeit on a small scale. In December of 1915, French soldier Louis Barthas found himself in a spontaneous ceasefire when heavy rain forced both sides to abandon their trenches. He wrote, "Frenchmen and Germans looked at each other and saw that they were all men, no different from one another. They smiled, exchanged comments. Hands reached out and grasped. We shared tobacco, a canteen of coffee, or Pinard. One day, a huge devil of a German stood up on a mound and gave a speech, which only the Germans could understand word for word, but everyone knew what it meant because he smashed his rifle on a tree stump, breaking it in 2. Applause broke out on both sides. Meanwhile, our big-shot leaders were in a furor. What in the Lord's name would happen if the soldiers refused to kill each other?" German soldier Hermann Bauer, also present, was thinking much the same. He wrote, "The infantry does not shoot anymore, just the crazy artillery. The masters make war, they have a quarrel, and the workers, the little men, have to stand there fighting against each other. Is that not a great stupidity?" Once again, senior officers broke the truce with artillery and court-martial threats. The fighting began again, and Barthas would spend 3 more Christmases at war. The same was true for many others. In fact, Christmas of 1916 brought Canadian infantryman John McLean his first taste of combat. He wrote, "Dear Mother, I haven't written for over a week now, but I couldn't very well. We went into the trenches on Christmas Eve and were in for 6 days. It was not too bad at all, far better than I expected."
Only Brawny has 3 plies, and it's stronger than any other brand.
Okay, hotties, swear.
What is Dunkin' Donuts doing to us? No one asked for this. We learn any hot, spicy things in these letters? No, we have not. Oh my gosh.
Not fine, except Jack Ivner, who got a machine gun bullet through the leg. The noise was awful, but a person will get used to that after a while. I spent Christmas Day in a dugout. If I live to be 300 years old, I will never forget this Christmas week. One night, I was going up a trench and I saw a big gray cat sitting on the parapet. I'd like to tell you more, but I can do that when I get home. Now you are doing too much worrying. We are all right if a man is careful. A month later, he was dead. Meanwhile, another Canadian, Jack Davy, was having a bittersweet Christmas. He had come home after months in a POW camp, only to find himself at a military hospital in Toronto, thousands of miles from his new fiancée. He wrote to her on Boxing Day. Darling Kitty, many thanks for the letter and the card with Christmas wishes. We had quite a snowstorm on Christmas Eve. It's quite a novelty to see a real white Christmas. Yesterday was a lovely day. On the whole, I had a good time, but I hope next year won't be such a disappointment for us, sweetheart. Surely this rotten luck of being separated at Christmas can't go on forever. 1 week has passed since I was measured for my leg. I wish that I could have it by the new year so I could start the year on both feet again. It will soon be 2 years since I walked like a human being. It seems a long time to talk about it, but I can picture those fields and imagine...
We'll be glad you came here for my coverage, because Tonto purity checked him. Performative. He cares more about his image, everything that he accused Caleb of doing in that fucking meltdown of his. He then turned around and proved that he's that person. You gotta watch out for these projectors, they're not happy.
I can see the exact spot where I fell, as though it only happened yesterday. I guess it'll be a long day before I forget it. But I hope that all the dark days are behind us now, sweetheart. We just have to be happy and live long to make up for it all. As the war ended and the veterans trickled home, that is exactly what they tried to do. Yet their holidays spent in the shadow of dugouts would never fully leave them. There are so many letters like these. Honestly, deciding which ones to include was the hardest part. But if this happened to capture your imagination, try something later. If you go home for the holidays, or if you happen to already be there, ask your relatives if they have any old letters lying around. It's possible that the next story from the trenches might come.
And if they're from a Middle Eastern war, give them to Hassan Piker. He'll take care of them.
From your own family. Happy holidays, everybody. We'll see you next year.
Okay, it's time for the good shit. I haven't actually seen any of the newer ones. I want to, for his Tyrant, is he doing a Tyrant series now? Because he's already done, I didn't know that President William McKinley was a bad person. Is he? We'll find out. What do y'all know about William McKinley? Someone tried to assassinate him.
Buffalo, New York, September 5th, 1901. In what seems like a miracle, electric lights illuminate the soaring buildings of the Pan American Exposition. This is a World's Fair, one celebrating the continent that appears poised to make the 20th century the American century, and speaking is the man who made that happen. President William McKinley squints into the lights, giving the best speech of his life, one that, ironically, repudiates the protectionism and tariff policies that catapulted him to political office in the first place.
The period of exclusiveness is past. The expansion of our trade and commerce is the pressing problem. Commercial wars are unprofitable. A policy of goodwill and friendly trade relations will prevent reprisals.
Okay, I thought I was a genius in my idea of why don't we just play world politics like Monopoly? Why do we gotta kill each other and do wars and spend all this money? He was already on it. It seems like it didn't work out though. Uh-oh.
Reciprocity treaties are in harmony with the spirit of the times.
This is President William McKinley, the Tariff King.
Measures of retaliation are not.
He is arguing to end insularity and promote American free trade to the world. And that is fitting since his presidency has made the United States a global power. Yet out in the darkness is another man with a revolver in his pocket. A man who in less than 24 hours will kill an American president. This first part of our historical tale is brought to you by Nebula, but more on them and how you can see the second chapter of this McKinley series before anyone else after the episode. William McKinley has been called the architect of the American century. During his presidency, he led the United States through a transformation from a relatively insular nation to an outward-looking one, engaged in global trade, and was able to project power across the globe. He won a massively successful war, added to the country's first colonial possessions, and wrestled with running a modern economy. However, today, he's mostly known for having been assassinated, paving the way for his much flashier successor, Theodore Roosevelt. Now, McKinley is often called a forgotten president, but that's not really true. For instance, while he may not be well remembered nationally, he's revered in his burial place of Canton, Ohio, where he's looked on as almost a slain martyr. He's also remembered outside the continental US, though much.
Well, it's Ohio. What much do they have? It's kind of like I bring Johnny Appleseed up when I need to. It's all we got.
Less fondly. In the Philippines, he's seen as supporting the struggle for independence before betraying it in favor of colonial domination. In China, there are museums dedicated to the looting carried out by U.S. Marines who, sent by McKinley, sacked the Imperial Summer Palace during the Boxer Rebellion. And in Rob's hometown of Honolulu, McKinley's role in annexing Hawaii is still controversial enough that there have been multiple attempts to rename a high school christened in.
Now, I agree with this. Okay, so we can agree when it comes to bad presidents, you know who's worse than Hitler? Well, I don't know scale or population, but, well, one, what's his face? Fucking dude who makes the Trail of Tears happen. He's bad, and I really don't know what positive things he brought to the country, quite honestly. I mean, you get educated on that. But no, Hawaii did nothing wrong and didn't deserve any of the evil, dude. They, like, decapitated their fucking monarch or something crazy. Bad.
In his honor, and remove a statue of him from the grounds. Which is all really interesting in its contrast, because by all accounts, it was hard to dislike McKinley personally. He was amiable, friendly, rarely had a crossword for anyone.
Much like Papa Gut, you know? Caleb Hammer was even friends with him.
And was an unusually devoted husband for the time. In short, he was a nice guy, whose policy decisions resulted in terrible things, often halfway around the globe. But that kind of international reach was unimaginable when McKinley was born in January of 1843, the seventh child out of 9 raised in a strict Methodist household. He received a good education and had some college by the time the Civil War broke out in 1861. And McKinley, raised in an abolitionist household, put his mother's protestations aside and joined up as a private at the age of 18. And he'd end the war having gained 4 significant things: a brevet promotion to major, a friendship with the future President Rutherford B. Hayes, a deep appreciation for the horrors of war, and a reputation for unbelievable bravery. McKinley largely served as a commissary officer, delivering food, ammunition, and messages to the front line, often under heavy fire. He participated in 11 battles, including Antietam, which at nearly 23,000 casualties still ranks as the bloodiest day of combat in U.S. history. And in those engagements, he became famous for taking assignments that were considered suicide missions. More than once, Hayes dispatched him with a wagon of supplies, not believing he'd return, and he once had his horse shot out from under him. McKinley was justly proud of his service, and even once president, preferred to be called the Major. After the war, he returned to Ohio and began building a life for himself, studying law and opening a lucrative legal practice in the growing manufacturing hub of Canton. And from there, it didn't take him long to step into local politics. In 1867, his old commander Rutherford B. Hayes ran for governor on the Republican ticket, and McKinley stumped for him, helping Hayes win a highly polarized district. McKinley's talent for politics was clear enough that he ran for prosecutor in the same district 2 years later, managing a surprise win for an office that had been long held by Democrats. Granted, he was ousted 2 years later, but it showed promise. Now, as McKinley and his legal partner were cleaning up financially, he decided he wanted to embark on a new partnership, this time a personal one. Walking to his Methodist church to teach Sunday school, McKinley kept passing a woman walking the other way to teach Sunday school at the Presbyterian church, Ida Saxton. She was a member of a prominent family who, at the time, were unusual in their support of equal education for women. Ida had attended boarding school and a finishing school, then controversially had taken a job as a clerk at her father's bank before touring Europe. One day, he passed her a note suggesting that they walk together, and after a year of courtship, they married in January of 1871, embarking on what promised to be an idyllic family life. They had a daughter, Katie, quickly got pregnant again, but then everything started going wrong. Ida's mother passed away, and at the funeral, Ida fell from a carriage and sustained a head injury. Then their second daughter died a few months after birth, and Ida entered a deep depression, which only deepened when less than 2 years later, their remaining daughter, Katie, died at age 4. Ida then began suffering epileptic seizures, possibly due to the head injury, and William stepped in as her caregiver, staying physically close to her as much as possible for the rest of their lives. However, she insisted that he not give up his political ambitions. And McKinley's political star was rising. After defending 21 striking miners charged with rioting and getting all but one off, McKinley suddenly found himself...
Well, those miners should be in school. Damn, they shouldn't be going around doing the politics. You're right to stop them from being on strike.
Both with working-class political support and a new ally in Mark Hanna, a Republican Party kingmaker. Ironically, Hanna had been one of the mine owners in the dispute, but put that aside when he saw the young lawyer's potential. McKinley ran for the House of Representatives in the 1876 election, while supporting his mentor Hayes for president that same year. The presidential election ended up too close to call, and Hayes only took office once the Republicans struck the Compromise of 1876, agreeing to end Reconstruction in the South in exchange for taking the presidency. And oh boy, does that deserve an episode one day. Zoe, mark it down, you know the drill. Who knew there was this much history? McKinley, though, he won his election handily. And his greatest policy? Protectionism. In McKinley's mind, America's rapidly expanding manufacturing and agricultural sectors needed to be shielded from having their prices undercut by the more established manufacturers in Europe. Now, the United States had already levied tariffs on imports, which is how it raised revenue before the national income tax and had paid off its debts from the Civil War. In fact, the U.S. was in such good financial position due to collecting tariffs and controlling spending that by the time McKinley was in Congress, it was running on a budget surplus. Though, keep in mind, the U.S. also provided little to no social services and had a relatively small military. Over the next 14 years, he'd serve Ohio in the House of Representatives, becoming the Republicans' main advocate for tariffs while trying to remain moderate on other domestic issues like currency. He was popular, and at one point, when Democrats redistricted his seat, causing him to lose re-election, he managed to get elected again in the next cycle. And through it all, he made protectionism his hallmark. "I am a tariff man," he'd say, "standing on a tariff platform." By 1889, he was one of the most prominent Republican members of Congress, an incredibly distinguished and stately man who was often said to look like Napoleon. A resemblance, it should be said, that political cartoonists of the day put to wicked use. But it was in that year that McKinley was made chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, where he could help steer his pet project, a bill called the McKinley Tariff. The final legislation was not exactly what McKinley had envisioned. It had hundreds of amendments. In fact, it actually removed tariffs on a number of goods the U.S. did not produce, like sugar, molasses, tea, and coffee. No sense in tariffing things you can't produce domestically, right? 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 Because that would make no sense, right? You might as well start asking ChatGPT to tariff some penguins and destroy my retirement account. Anyway, it also raised tariffs on things.
Well, I mean, so that is how that works, right? Because they were like tariffs on everything that comes from other countries. And then immediately, as America's children started to complain as they do, then it's like, okay, no tariffs on smartphones, no tariffs on video games, guys, fine. Like, sometimes you just gotta yell enough.
Like wool and tin plate, industries that were still developing in the US. Tin plate, in particular, was targeted. These were plates of thin steel lined with tin to prevent rusting, used in cheap pots and pans, roof tiles, and the manufacture of tin cans and boxes. Most of the tin plate bought in the US was manufactured in the UK, at least until the McKinley tariff nearly destroyed the UK tin plate industry overnight when the tariff went from 30% to 70%. Ironically, many Cornish and Welsh tin plate workers who lost their jobs due to the McKinley tariff ended up immigrating to the United States. Similar rates were raised on imported wool from the UK. So, did the McKinley tariffs work? Well, kinda. It sped up the domestic manufacture of tin plate a bit, but at the cost of massive and immediate price increases for Americans across a whole range of goods. And y'all, people hated it. In fact, they hated it so much that in the 1890 election, it was a bloodbath for Republicans in the House of Representatives, where they went from 171 seats to 88. McKinley himself lost, albeit narrowly and partially due to gerrymandering. Yet he still remained popular in Ohio and was easily elected governor in the next cycle, but that was just a springboard. Republican President Benjamin Harrison was unpopular, and though McKinley supported him in the 1892 election, it was common knowledge that McKinley was building alliances to make his own run in 1896. And as it happened, Harrison lost, which might have been lucky for the Republicans, because that meant the Democrats took the heat for the Panic of 1893, a financial crisis that would be the worst in American history until the Great Depression. There were a lot of causes, of course. A collapse in grain prices, a railway bubble, a bill that caused the Treasury to buy large amounts of silver, and a run on gold due to a bank failure in Argentina. But one factor were the McKinley tariffs. And who would reap the benefit of the Democrats being blamed? William McKinley, who entered the race for the presidency in the 1896 election. But he would have to work for it, because his Democratic opponent was William Jennings Bryan, a young, popular orator who went on a whistle-stop tour of the country, sometimes delivering as many as 34 speeches in a day. He rallied against the Republicans and their big business cronies, and advocated for, quote, free silver, an idea that mining interests should increase the money supply by directly striking silver coins without government control. This would cause inflation, but he argued that would benefit American producers by increasing the money supply. McKinley, on the other hand, was a gold bug. While he was...
Now you're on to gold, for you were all about tariffs. Wow. What a politician.
Interested in mixing some silver into the reserve, he wanted to keep America on the gold standard to keep things stable and avoid inflation. Early on, Bryan looked like he'd sweep Election Day. McKinley, now 53, couldn't keep up with Bryan's energy and was nowhere near as good a speaker. So, why try to play the same game? Instead, he launched the first Front Porch campaign, making it known that he would receive visitors at his home in Canton for 6 days a week. People would come to him, making use of America.
Bro, this is like when Bill Cosby said, guys, I don't have to do stand-up. I can sit down on a stool. Okay. You doing a show, though, or nah? What are you doing?
America's now vast rail network. And come they did. Delegations of men visiting from counties across the United States. Interested groups, even all-women delegations came, promising to lobby their husbands to vote McKinley. It all happened in a genial party atmosphere, and by the end of the campaign, over 750,000 people had made the pilgrimage. McKinley also engaged big business, which feared Bryan and his populist policies. Railroads backed McKinley by offering discounted tickets to his Canton home. Factories told workers and suppliers they would have to shut down or cancel orders if Bryan was elected. And some employers even threatened layoffs and put campaign literature into pay envelopes. Oh, and the tycoons also gave money, donating $3.5 million to McKinley's campaign, 7 times what Bryan had received, and possibly more than the total of all previous campaign contributions in American history. I'm sure that won't snowball into something destructive in years to come. That money went into a blizzard of campaign materials, from posters to little gold bug buttons. Oh yeah, that's right. McKinley's 1896 campaign invented the campaign button as well as the direct mailer, because you might have to.
See, class, we learned something today. McKinley's campaign started the button mailer. Well, does campaign buttons lead to all the enamel pins? Do we have politics to think for the trend?
To go to McKinley's porch to see him, but he was also in your mailbox as well. This has actually been called America's first modern political campaign. And come election night, McKinley crushed Bryan in the Electoral College, though the popular vote was uncomfortably close. McKinley's economic argument had propelled him to the White House. Yet, ironically, his presidency would be dominated not by questions of protectionism, but of imperialism. For as we'll see next week, trouble was brewing in the Caribbean, and McKinley, who was skeptical of wars and expressed little interest in overseas territories, was about to plunge headlong into the Spanish-American War. But y'all, there is a lot.
I'm ready for the Spanish-American War. I don't know anything about this. Let's go.
Match with a local TurboTax expert.
Don't talk to me, TurboTax. Tax, you don't know my life. We're trying to learn about William McKinley.
World's Fair in Buffalo, New York, September 5th, 1901. After his speech of trade policy is complete, President William McKinley embarks on a tour of the World's Fair. This year, it has a very specific focus. It's the Pan-American Exposition, celebrating the explosion of the American continent, and especially the United States, onto the world stage. For McKinley, strolling through this with his entourage, it is a celebration of his own role in that emergence. The buildings are in Spanish colonial style, recalling the former Spanish possessions the United States now holds. The Native American chief Geronimo is displayed as a live exhibit near a reconstructed Native American.
Whoa! Live exhibit? They didn't say that in Fate Grand Order.
American village, recalling the last American conquest. And eventually he stops at the building representing Puerto Rico to have a coffee with the Latin American commissioners. Here in this exposition, his territorial acquisitions look congenial. They are not. Across the planet, in the Philippines, American generals are herding civilians into disease-filled concentration camps in order to create free fire zones and burning their homes so rebel insurgents cannot use them. And within weeks, 54 U.S. Army soldiers will be ambushed and killed by.
Whoa, that's so anime. You gotta burn the house down so you can never come back.
Guerrillas while eating. In return, an American officer will organize a reprisal attack on Samar Island, ordering his soldiers to kill any male over the age of 10. At least 2,000 die, most of them civilians. McKinley laughs. A cup clinks a saucer. He has 24 hours to live. This headline-making episode is brought to you by Ground News, my personal go-to for navigating today's chaotic media landscape, and who we thank for supporting today's historical tale. On March 4th, 1897, William McKinley took the oath of office as a disgruntled and uncomfortable Grover Cleveland looked on. And the outgoing president had reason for discomfort, even beyond his severe gout, because the Democrats had suffered a drubbing in the election of 1896. One big enough to change politics at the national level for decades. Since before the Civil War, Republicans and Democrats had controlled roughly equal blocks, creating close elections and a presidency that regularly changed hands. Yet the election of 1896 ushered in a new era, one where Republicans would largely dominate national elections. In fact, Woodrow Wilson would be the only Democratic president between 1896 and FD.
So going by the logic, there is no terms of service for each political party. It's liberal, you want change, conservative, pump the brakes. This is fine. Like, if the Conservative Party would just be like, things are fine the way they are, let's not change anything. It's always like they want to send us back to the 1700s. That'd be cool. It's like, I can't imagine, like, maybe that's why I just feel a bit uneasy. about politics, because this is the first time in my lifetime we've played this one term rotating around presidents, because, like, Clinton was in for 2, Bush was in for 2, Obama was in for 2. Very confusing. So, for the conservatives to hold on for that long amount of time, does that mean, like, the liberals wanted some crazy shit back then? Like, rights or something? Like, I wonder why they held on. Does these people suck that much, huh? Well, they just said in the last part. They fucking created the worst recession, too.
FDR's New Deal coalition in 1932. And McKinley did tackle the tariffs and monetary issues he'd run on. But we're going to talk about all of that in the next episode. Because as often happens with presidents, the issues McKinley ran on would not define his presidency. Instead, his first term would largely be about foreign policy, a topic that got only minor attention during the campaign. And while your high school history textbook might claim this was thrust upon him as a result of the Spanish-American War, that is not totally accurate. Because McKinley's first move was not in the Caribbean or the Philippines, but on the independent kingdom of Hawaii. And I know I sound like a broken record when I say this should be its own series, but to put it in terms we have time for here, in 1893,
Oh, he's gonna explain it, but I actually heard about this stuff from fucking American Pickers, because they found a house where someone actually was alive in Hawaii when Hawaii wasn't a state, and they had all this stuff from it. It was pretty cool.
Group of foreign-born businessmen and Hawaiian-born American citizens overthrew the Hawaiian monarchy with the help of a rogue U.S. diplomat and a party of U.S. Marines. One of the instigating factors of that was, ironically, the 1890 McKinley tariffs. See, in 1875, the Hawaiian Kingdom had signed a reciprocity treaty with the United States, allowing Hawaiian sugar to enter the U.S. duty-free. But since the McKinley tariffs dropped all duties on sugar imports, Hawaii's largest export suddenly had no competitive advantage, plunging the kingdom into a financial crisis. That spurned Queen Liliuokalani to propose a new constitution, which provided an excuse for the coup, and made business leaders eager to join the U.S. to avoid tariffs. So, losing no time after the overthrow, the coup plotters immediately organized a provisional government in order to lobby for U.S. annexation. But the overthrow happened essentially between presidential administrations, after Grover Cleveland had won the election, but Benjamin Harrison was still in charge. So, when the request for annexation arrived in Washington, Harrison sent it to Congress, hoping to push it through, but as soon as Cleveland was inaugurated, he withdrew support. In fact, he withdrew a lot more than that. He forced the diplomat to resign and ordered an investigation which concluded that U.S. forces had acted illegally and recognizing the Hawaiian Kingdom as the rightful government, a position he took a lot of heat for. But because Cleveland was serving his second non-consecutive term, the coup plotters knew they could just wait him out. So they formed a republic under pineapple magnate and coup plotter Sanford B. Dole to wait for a more friendly administration. And they got it in McKinley, who considered Hawaiian annexation a bit of unfinished business. Given that by the time the provisional government had both gained international recognition and forced Queen Liliuokalani to abdicate, he drafted a treaty in the summer of 1897 to annex Hawaii.
Okay, maybe they didn't decapitate their queen. I don't know who told me that.
Yet it failed in Congress. Twice. See, annexation was a controversial thing among Americans, and McKinley couldn't get the two-thirds majority required to bring Hawaii in, though events quickly changed that sentiment. In 1895, a rebellion broke out against the Spanish Empire in Cuba. This wasn't a new thing, really, so much as a continuation of an uprising that had begun in 1868, then temporarily ceased a decade later when the Spanish government promised reforms, then failed to deliver on them. When the rebellion restarted, the Spanish government flooded Cuba with troops, deploying 200,000 men and fighting a brutal counterinsurgency that aimed to starve the rebels of both supplies and their civilian support. Their main tactic was to separate the civilians from the rebels, forcing them to relocate to Spanish-controlled territory, then destroying their fields, homes, and livestock so they could not be used by the rebels. The displaced civilians were moved into what the Spanish called reconcentration camps, which became known in the U.S. media as concentration camps. And yes,
You see, because it was too hard to concentrate with another word in it.
that is where we got that term. These camps were horrific, and within the first few years, roughly 100,000 Cubans interned there had died from starvation and disease. This horrified both Congress and the American public, which increasingly favored U.S. intervention both on humanitarian grounds and in support of revolutionary freedom. And during the campaign of 1896, both parties had expressed support for the Cuban rebels, but to McKinley, that was different than a full-on military intervention. Unlike the expansionist faction of his Republican Party, McKinley was no warmonger, because unlike many of his contemporaries, he'd personally experienced heavy combat and knew how atrocious war could be. If he could avoid the conflict, he would. So, while calls for war grew in the newspapers, in Congress, and in his own cabinet, he tried to exhaust diplomatic avenues and issue ultimatums. However, these weren't mere words. He also positioned American fleets in Hong Kong to threaten Spain's most lucrative possession, the Philippine Islands, and at the end of January 1898, sent one of America's newest and most impressive warships, the USS Maine, to Havana Harbor. 3 weeks later, on February 15th, the USS Maine exploded for unknown reasons, killing 261 men out of a crew of 355. Now, the cause of the explosion remains unclear, though modern investigations generally attribute it to high concentrations of combustible dust in the ship's coal bunker.
See, these people didn't go to a concentration camp, and because of it, they blew up the boat because they concentrated the things wrong. I think maybe someone was smoking next to the oxygen. That's probably what happened.
Bunker, which then set off its forward magazines. However, other evidence does suggest a mine could have been to blame. But in 1898, government inquiries definitively ruled the explosion to have been due to an external mine, and the call of "Remember the Maine, to hell with Spain" echoed across newspapers. Media titans such as William Randolph Hearst pressed for action. Still, McKinley tried to avoid it, leading
the Hearst family. There's a lot of interesting lore there as well. I know about the Hearst motherfucker from Deadwood because he tried to come in and buy all the territory all the gold was in, but then he had ancestors, and one of the daughters got kidnapped by the extremist, and then she became the capital of it, and the president of it. That's like the best promotion that's ever been done. Now, mind you, her competition was like 3 people, Patty Hearst is, and I don't think she was innocent. I think everybody involved in California in that time period is guilty of something.
Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Theodore Roosevelt, to quip that the president, quote, "has the backbone of a chocolate eclair." But not all were calling for war. In fact, there was a significant anti-imperialist faction in both Congress and the public, made up of prominent voices like Mark Twain, Grover Cleveland, and McKinley's popular opponent, William Jennings Bryan.
See, so this doesn't change. When celebrities go onto Twitter and are like, "I hate Trump," everyone's like, "You know what? You're good at making songs, but you don't agree with me politically, so you shut up." And it's like, well, I thought you believed in freedom of speech. Even if the celebrities are wrong and dumb, they're allowed to have their opinion, right? And no, you like Mark Twain, like authors, those are the people fucking putting out their publication saying this president sucks. It's no different than fucking Stephen King going off.
Now, in a reversal of what you might expect, it was generally the more conservative voices in the country that opposed imperial ambitions. Progressives, people who tended to favor expanding African American rights and worker protections, were the ones.
See, that's just what it means. Progressive liberal just means we want to change things. Conservative Republican means pump the fucking brakes and maybe look at the past. That's all it is. There's no evil and good here.
Rooting for America to acquire territory for the purpose of economic expansion, great power jockeying, and Christianization. Whereas conservatives called on older ideals of the American Republic, embodied by George Washington's farewell speech, which warned against turning the Republic into an expansionist empire. To do so, they argued, was to go against American values and risk the country's legitimacy, both as a republic and a champion of freedom. I mean, what would the world think if the US freed Cuba from Spain, only to become its new master? Now, you could argue that the US had already been extremely expansionist in the era of Manifest Destiny, but at the time, both sides of the political aisle considered that westward push to be natural and logical. This action would be pushing beyond what they considered America. Finally, reluctantly, McKinley asked Congress to give him the power to declare war. Congress said yes, but anti-imperialists added the Teller Amendment, stating that the United States could not establish permanent control over Cuba. And so began a conflict that McKinley's
No, see, if they would have kept control of Cuba, then the mob never would have gotten it, honestly. What a fuck up. We could have held on to you for a couple years, Cuba, then your history's completely different.
Secretary of State referred to as, quote, a splendid little war. It was over almost before it began. In the first move of the war, America moved its modernized fleet from Hong Kong to Manila Harbor and confronted the Spanish, the result of which was only a battle in the academic sense. Once Commodore Dewey gave his now famous order, "You may fire when ready," the U.S. Navy annihilated their Spanish opponents with powerful long-range fire. The Spanish were reduced to trying and failing to ram the U.S. vessels. The entire Spanish fleet was sent to the bottom of the bay, with 77 killed and 271 wounded. The Americans reportedly lost one man who died of a heart attack. It was a victory so total that it took American military.
That one got death noted for sure. By the way, I'm kind of suspicious. iDubbbz we saw is getting very fucking paranoid about who's in his chat, who's doing what, who's an enemy. But like, he wants names and faces. He's mad at any fucking slop tubers or people like me that use avatars and stuff. He wants the name and faces, and I really hope that idiot doesn't have the book.
And political leaders off guard. The last time the U.S. had fought a European power had been 1812, and that was
I hope the Death Note isn't real. Actually, I do. You know what? I hope all the influencers, I would never wish this on a single one, that's horrible. But if all the influencers started getting Death Noted, all this shit that was talked about the people who choose to stay anonymous and use avatars. What gods they will become all of a sudden. And it will say, see, we told you. Why are you going around with your face and name next to the stupid shit you say on the internet? We warned you. But they'll be dead, so they won't know. Much like with all these other wars.
extremely tough going. Could it really be this easy? Emboldened, Dewey realized that with the Spanish fleet gone and most enemy troops deployed in Cuba, the Philippines was Spanish fleet gone and most enemy troops deployed in Cuba, the Philippines was open for the taking. And while the Teller Amendment did bar the U.S. from taking over Cuba, it didn't say anything about the Philippines or, any other Spanish possessions. Quickly, an American cruiser seized the island of Guam, while another force snatched up Puerto Rico, which it should be noted Spain had actually made autonomous and was suffering none of the humanitarian abuses the U.S. military was supposedly invading to stop. Meanwhile, in Cuba, troops moved into Santiago, where Theodore Roosevelt captured the media spotlight with his Rough Riders at the Battle of San Juan Hill. McKinley, for his part, was no passive observer either. For the first time, modern telecommunications allowed the White House to become a war room. He used telephones, telegraph, and signals broadcasts to keep abreast of war events across the Caribbean and the Pacific and communicate with commanders. But the effort did drive him to exhaustion in the 4 months of active fighting and 3 months of treaty negotiations afterward. One particular issue in negotiations was the fate of the Philippines, by far Spain's most lucrative colonial possession. Initially, McKinley wanted Manila Bay to serve as an American naval and trading outpost, but in order to defend it, they needed the whole island of Luzon, and in order to defend that, the whole archipelago. Yet taking it risked a possible betrayal on several levels. First, setting up a colony could be seen as a betrayal of American principles, Second, it could be seen as a betrayal of their Philippine allies. When the U.S. had invaded, the Philippine revolutionary leader, Emilio Aguinaldo, returned from exile in Hong Kong to help rally troops to fight alongside the Americans. In a meeting with Commodore Dewey, Aguinaldo claimed Dewey promised independence in exchange for the Philippine guerrillas aiding U.S. troops. Dewey, by contrast, claimed he said no such thing. But whatever the truth, it could be perceived as going back on their word. On the other hand, the Philippines offered the U.S. access to lucrative Asian markets, and Hawaii, whose annexation passed due to war enthusiasm and a sneaky congressional maneuver that required only a simple majority, was a perfect way station. Meanwhile, as McKinley deliberated, he was informed that both Germany and Japan had designs on the Philippines, particularly the Germans, who had sent a fleet there as, quote, military observers.
Nah, they would never. They would never do nothing wrong, them Germans that have the spikes on the helmet. You can always trust people with spikes on the helmet. That's the truth.
Now that the U.S. had the Philippines, would it not be better to take possession of it rather than release it to be fought over by the great powers? Later, McKinley would tell a White House visitor a story of him pacing the halls late one night, unsure of what to do with the Philippines, praying for wisdom. But then suddenly, it came upon him that the only moral thing to do with these possessions, these islands that had fallen into his lap, would be to paternalistically raise the people of the Philippines up, give them instruction in their own self-government, and ensure that if they had a ruler, it would be a benevolent nation like the United States. He also wanted to Christianize the population, which is odd considering they were already heavily Catholic. McKinley didn't know a lot about these islands, to be honest. Even so, he ordered that his diplomats begin negotiating for the Philippines as well as Puerto Rico and Guam.
For real, he's like, oh, we got these island nations. Oh, damn. Well, okay, we gotta teach them how to make the wheel first. That's where humanity starts and thrives. And then we're gonna teach them how to build igloos. Oh, no, wait, these are in the tropics? Oh, fuck. Okay, I believe we can use corn to build pyramids. We'll get them on track. It's like, meanwhile, they had, like, their own politics and stuff, dude. What? No.
And they'd get it. In the Treaty of Paris, the United States only had to pay Spain $20 million to compensate it for the infrastructure. America had its empire, as well as a guerrilla war in the Philippines, which would carry on for 3 years and kill between 100,000 and 200,000 Filipinos, and see the United States use the exact same tactics of reconcentration camps and indiscriminate violence they'd condemned the Spanish for in Cuba. But McKinley wasn't done with the world. Not by a long shot, for his next move would be on China. And we are going to cover that moment in history in our next episode, which I am very much looking forward to because stories like these show how much the past still shapes today's headlines. For instance, over on Ground News, I just saw that Japan exported used destroyers to the Philippines.
I love that we just use Japan's... I love that we just let Japan ship nukes and weapons around now. See, that shows you how much things do change. We used to be like, Japan, you don't get nukes and weapons and things after World War II, and now we're like, you go do you, king. To the next part. Let's go.
Of Ziliad's Architectures, Lotus Wolf, Kuyakoi, Joseph Blame, Hunter Z, Dominic Valenciana, and Angela.
There we go. Part 3. Is this the anarchist assassination?
One last time, we return to the Pan American Exposition in Buffalo, New York, September 6th, 1901. President McKinley is famous for his efficiency in reception lines. He can shake hundreds of hands per hour, guiding each person past. But this volume puts Secret Service on alert. They've even brought in extra agents and U.S. Army soldiers. Standing in the Exposition's Temple of Music, a performance hall, they scan the massive line. Because in the last 3 years, anarchist assassins have killed both the Empress of Austria and the King of Italy. Anarchist publications have also identified McKinley as an enemy of the poor and downtrodden. And tonight, the agents
Man, remember when anarchists used to have poll? What good times.
Are especially nervous about a tall black man waiting in line and are giving him extra scrutiny. Though it really is the man with an injured hand just ahead of him that should be their concern. He was waiting when McKinley exited his carriage yesterday. He'd attended McKinley's speech the night before and tried to get close to the stage. And his bandage conceals not a wound, but a pistol. This headline-making episode is brought to you by Ground News, my personal go-to for navigating today's chaotic media landscape, and who we thank for supporting today's historical tale. With the close of the Spanish-American War and the decision to govern the Philippines directly, it initially appeared that McKinley was done with projecting force into the Pacific and Asia. Actually, he was just getting started. See, as America was setting up shop in the Philippines, other powers were moving into China in the wake of the First Sino-Japanese War. These nations wrung economic concessions, intimidating Qing China into leasing portions of its territory or outright
Whoa, extra history, you can't say that.
seized peninsulas and large areas. The biggest culprits were China's neighbors, Russia and Japan. This worried McKinley for a number of reasons. First being, access to China was the reason America created its bridge of territories across the Pacific. McKinley wanted to extract goods and resources and gain access to sell American goods to the theoretically massive Chinese market. And if the great powers carved up China, they could use their influence to freeze America out by playing favorites with tariffs, denying them the use of ports, or charging American companies higher rates for using European or Japanese-built railways. Though McKinley also opposed this on cultural grounds. Despite both popular racism and America barring Chinese immigrants via the Chinese exclusion.
Can we just, like, not get over the part where the tariffs fucked up things and then made it so his party couldn't get elected for the longest time? He's the one who proposed the tariffs, and then on the New World, where the Republicans or the Republicans got their shot again, he wins president? That's still crazy. I know, Tonto, I'm lying.
Act, American elites tended to admire Chinese history, culture, and artwork. And there was a real fear that carving up China, as the great powers had divided Africa, would destroy China's cultural legacy. So McKinley leaned on his Secretary of State to create one of the most pivotal foreign policy documents in the history of the United States, the Open Door Policy, circulated to the great powers in September of 1899. It argued that all the powers must respect Chinese territorial integrity, have equal access to markets, and standardize tariff and transport rates. While this gained reluctant agreement among the powers, the damage of interventionism had already been done. Foreign economic exploitation, colonialist behavior, and the rise in Western missionaries and Christian converts in China had triggered the formation of a pseudo-religious rebel group. Calling themselves the Society of Righteous and Harmonious Fists, they held rallies that featured demonstrations of kung fu, vows to kill foreigners, and claims that bullets couldn't harm them. Westerners in China.
Yo, like, despite what everybody's saying, I don't think there's anybody out here in the streets on mainstream media that's like, let's get out all immigrants, legal, illegal, get them all out. There ain't nobody with fucking this amount of nationalism, kill all the foreigners, but this is also a world where someone can just take a boat, go on your country, and take your shit. Once again, you cannot really judge people in the past. Things are nuts.
China derisively nicknamed them the Boxers. But their scorn quickly turned to horror as the group led an uprising that massacred missionaries and Chinese converts and besieged foreigners inside the walled European-style neighborhoods in larger cities. McKinley's open door policy became intertwined with a developing war as the great powers began to draw up troops for an Allied intervention while also eyeing how to seize more of China. Believing that the alliance would start carving up China, McKinley joined the Eight-Nation Alliance as a moderating influence and quickly rerouted troops from the Philippines to China. Indeed, the U.S. Marines scaling the walls of Beijing, the first to enter the imperial capital, became an enduring image of the conflict. And from afar, it looked quite tidy. Yet another splendid little war. But like with the Philippines and the Spanish-American War, the long-term reality was neither as splendid nor tidy as it appeared. First, the Boxer Protocol, the resulting treaty, saddled China with a heavy indemnity that accelerated the Qing dynasty's decline and left it more vulnerable to foreign powers. And within a decade, two powers of the alliance, Japan and Russia, were fighting over Chinese possessions. America, now poised at the start of the 20th century as China's protector and with a footprint in the Pacific, was steered towards a collision with Japan. Meanwhile, the vast
Good old days. Us and China's friend.
Chinese market never materialized since the population of China was largely too poor to buy American goods. Then you have the behavior of U.S. troops during the Boxer Rebellion, who looted the Summer Palace in Beijing and often abused Chinese civilians, wounds inflicted that are still present to this day. And the Boxer Rebellion features prominently in Chinese history education as an example of why the country should beware of Western imperialism. McKinley also set a dark precedent when he ordered troops to China, becoming the first president to circumvent Congress when deploying the military into a war, a type of executive branch overreach that quickly became normalized. And there was discomfort with all this. A lot of Americans had voted for McKinley based on domestic issues. Instead, he'd spent most of his first term acquiring new territories and intervening in China. Moreover, many of the emotional reasons his administration had used to initiate these conflicts were not addressed. Cuba was not so much freed as it was becoming beholden to America. In the Philippines, U.S. combat deaths were now over 10 times the amount suffered during the Spanish-American War, and U.S. commanders increasingly used the same tactics that had spurred public outrage when Spain employed them in Cuba. Ultimately, between 200,000
That is just so weird to me how you can, like, be disgusted by something, but then when, you know, your side does it, it's okay. No, because that almost makes me distrust you as a human and your morals, quite honestly, if you can just throw them away and change them for whatever sport. It's like I said, it's okay to be wrong. And there is no morals with their parties. Do you want to pump the brakes or do you want to change? That's all you're voting for.
And 250,000 Filipinos would die in the conflict, mostly civilians killed by disease and starvation, and swinging back to China, despite a lot of the noise made about protecting missionaries in the lead-up to the Boxer Rebellion, the negotiations following the conflict focused on commercial issues. This meant that despite being massively popular due to two military victories, McKinley went into the election of 1900 with a couple of big vulnerabilities, and stepping up once again to exploit them was his old opponent, William Jennings Bryan. Starting off, Bryan hit McKinley.
See, this is why I'm not worried about any politician overlords, really. That Spears guy said it well about Nuremberg trials with Hitler, like we were the fucking idiots that let this guy in and do all these things. Because most of these people in democracies, they always have the villain. The person who just exists to check them and to be the... Like you have these all through history, the contrarian that just exists to be the opponent to that person. That's why they were put on this planet. To make sure no one goes too crazy. They are the checkers.
With the old economic and currency issues. But that held little weight since McKinley had already won the argument. One of McKinley's first acts upon being inaugurated had been to reinstate the tariffs Grover Cleveland had lowered, bringing them back up to around 49%. But McKinley was more targeted about it than in 1890. While this did increase domestic production in some industries like steel, it also did raise prices, particularly for industries like construction and railroads. In fact, this increase in particularly steel began to suggest to McKinley that the tariffs had done their work and that global trade was the next economic horizon. Similarly, he'd experimented early in his presidency with mixing silver supply into the gold standard, but other nations he spoke to about a unified effort weren't keen. And the whole thing was rendered moot when rich gold strikes around the world increased the global gold supply. Thus, he finally reaffirmed the gold standard in 1900 and pegged the dollar to its price. But while
Do we have any goldsmiths anymore that are like, you know, union proud, going on strike? How dare the Franklin Mint take advantage of us today? If there isn't any gold strikes, I'd like to hear about them. That sounds fascinating. Do y'all remember when them Chilean miners fell in the well? I could recap the history I remember. No, they didn't fall in a well. They were mining. That was the baby that fell in the well. That was a whole different... There was a time a kid got their foot stuck in a toilet. That made national news back in my day. It's true.
America's rapid economic expansion, partially due to its new territories, partially due to a manufacturing boom, had softened the blows of the tariffs. They often were hard on small businesses. The ones that could survive the shock of higher prices were the big corporate structures known as the trusts, who ruled over Gilded Age America. And that was actually McKinley's biggest political vulnerability. He was largely a creature of big business, and Bryan went after him as being in the pocket of business tycoons. He threaded this in with the narrative about McKinley's imperialist presidency, playing on that image of him as Napoleon, and questioning moves like McKinley's puzzling decision to leave the office of the vice president empty when Gary Hobart suddenly died in November of 1899. Despite his strong position, McKinley's camp did worry that...
What a weird... Okay, yeah, McKinley's up to some shit, because what a weird stance to take. The vice president died, and you know what? We don't really need one of those. Well, I guess that's some salary you don't have to pay out. You have to pay a whole new person if you get them as vice president. So I can see the argument for there, but it sounds like William McKinley is worried about his would-be assassin. That's some paranoid shit.
Bryan's populist attacks were landing. Because, well, I mean, there was some truth to them. McKinley did many things in his presidency, but in a domestic sense, he was not fulfilling America's most pressing need. Because this was the dawn of the
it's time for the America First to come in.
The progressive era, one where America would put its shoulder behind industrialization, but also champion social causes, like union protections, breaking up monopolies, labor rights, women's rights, and child labor. But McKinley, to put it mildly, was just not that guy. In fact, while he had campaigned as the friend of the workers and a progressive voice, McKinley consistently proved more talk than action. He'd privately say he was for women.
Yeah, I remember when Hillary Clinton said she was for workers' rights. She did more union work than Kamala did, though.
In suffrage, and even court women's lobby groups, but then wouldn't take a public position. He'd spoken strongly against lynching as governor, but as president, when an armed white supremacist mob overthrew the biracial government of Wilmington, North Carolina, killing up to 300 people and expelling the city's black population, he said nothing. Instead, he courted Southern votes in the 1900 election by wearing a gray badge to show his sympathy with the Confederate dead, and promised to bring Confederate
Well, yeah, the Democrats loved racism in this time period. Duh. That was their thing. That was the progressiveness they wanted. Let's enslave and dehumanize people. Like I said, it's just the party of change and party pump the brakes.
Cemeteries under federal jurisdiction. Simultaneously, he did invite black members of Congress to serve as his advisors privately, and appointed a large number of black postmasters, which is not nothing. Especially since at this time, local postmasters were big figures locally and often operated their mail, banking, and notary services out of their home. By appointing African Americans to the role, McKinley was creating a context where whites would need to visit the home of a black public official and treat them with respect. But then flipping that coin on its third side, he never pushed back about the increasing restrictions on the black population of the Jim Crow South. Even when one of his postmasters was murdered, he did not speak out. But McKinley's camp thought there was a way to capture some of that rising progressive appetite for reform.
Now, the newspaper is how the news goes out the day. That's Twitter. You see these archaic things that they picked up, and they didn't have to get forced to read ads. Their eyeballs could just not look at it, and then they're safe, right? The good old days. But do you think if all these politicians had Twitter, you would hear more things about this? Would he be up at 3 a.m. and be like, oh my God, my postmaster's dead. This is horrible. Violence against human beings. Like, why couldn't somebody in the racist period come out with the hot take of violence against humans is bad. Like, it's just so insane to me that there could ever be, like, these pro-slavery, fucking let's fuck over these people talks. Like, I'm gonna have to, like, look up actual historic documents on what speeches you can use to justify this shit.
As well as further burnish his military achievements and gain an advocate for expansionism by drafting progressive voice, Rough Rider war hero, and rabid imperialist Theodore Roosevelt as his new vice president. Also, it would get Roosevelt out of New York politics, where he was becoming a nuisance with his reform crusades and feuds with the Tammany Hall political machine. Roosevelt joining the ticket reinforced McKinley's weaknesses and gave him an exciting advocate who could match Bryan's energetic speaking tours. And it cinched the election for McKinley. But, as longtime confidant Mark Hanna put it, placed the madman Roosevelt one heartbeat from the presidency. Which brings us nicely back to the Temple of Music at the World's Fair on September 6th, 1901. Less than a year into McKinley's second term, he'd come to this celebration of his achievement. This Pan-American exposition with its exhibits on emerging technology, manufacturing, and America's new colonial possessions. His security detail wanted to cancel this greeting line for being too dangerous. After all, the anarchist who had killed King Umberto I of Italy the previous year had been an Italian immigrant who volunteered and trained for the killing in New Jersey. McKinley answered, "Who would want to hurt me?" He reaches out for the next person in line, a man with a bandaged hand. His name is Leon Czolgosz, a Polish-American man born in Detroit. A former steelworker, he had become disillusioned with America's economic model after witnessing a series of bloody strikes. Czolgosz quit, complaining of poor health, and moved home to...
See, we couldn't have social media back in the day because then nothing would have got fucking done. Nobody would have built no fucking houses. They would have enslaved more people, quite honestly, because... I just think social media is the poison with what we have today. I don't know what would happen, but then again, I don't know, we can watch some 90 Day Fiancé, see what happens in the third world where you do live in a shack, but yet you do have a smartphone.
Stew in isolation, reading increasingly radical anarchist literature. Months before, he had stalked the country's most prominent anarchist, Emma Goldman, and briefly met her twice. To Czolgosz, McKinley represented the worst of America. The rising gap between the rich and poor, the greed of the trusts, and the horrible war crimes he'd begun reading about in the Philippines. He raises the pistol. Czolgosz fires twice before the crowd jumps him. The first to take him down being the large man behind him the Secret Service had flagged as problematic. And the crowd might have beat him to death right there, except McKinley, not realizing how badly he'd been wounded, begged for them to go easy. McKinley was rushed to the expedition's bare-bones hospital clinic, but there was no one qualified to operate on him. The nearest gunshot expert, it turned out, was engaged in a delicate cranial surgery at that very moment and stated that he could not stop even to help the President of the United States. The two doctors who treated McKinley had no history with gunshot wounds, and the surgery itself proved difficult. The president was a big man, and while they extracted one bullet, finding the other would have involved digging nearly elbow deep into his abdomen and removing his stomach and intestines. So they sewed him up and hoped for the best. At first, McKinley appeared to strengthen, yet 5 days in, he showed clear indications of gangrene, and there was nothing to be done. 8 days after being shot, William McKinley died, with Ida at his side, singing the hymn, "Nearer, My God, to Thee." Her mental health, already fragile, could not stand up to the grief, and she was unable to attend the funeral or his internment. The country entered a period of national mourning, draping his portrait in black and fundraising for an enormous tomb.
Well, that's when you know someone really loves someone, when they can't even go to their damn funeral. Has there been any other celebrities or politicians we've seen that with? Like, I don't think criticizing what happened, making fun of what happened to Charlie Kirk, well, do it now, who cares? But I think the day of is a bit rude, personally. But I don't think there was nothing wrong criticizing how quick Erica Kirk was on a podcast. Like, 30 minutes later, Are you kidding me? Nah. You two must have been having problems in that relationship or something. Because this would be me, and I especially wouldn't want to deal with the cameras and the press and all the politicians, because those people would be fake as fuck at the funeral, by the way. Oh, he and I didn't agree, but he was a great man. Well, funny, that's not what he said about you at the dinner table. He said you threatened to, like, shove something down his throat. What the hell are you saying?
And memorial in his hometown of Canton, Ohio. Ida would join him there 6 years after his death. Leon Czolgosz, for his part, was nearly lynched before standing trial and proved a poor firebrand, failing to make any dramatic statement in court or to newspapers. The jury voted him guilty with such speed, they waited to re-enter the courtroom to suggest they had considered the question seriously. He went to the electric chair only 7 weeks after the assassination, having achieved nothing except initiating a crackdown on American anarchists, overshadowed by his more dynamic successor, Roosevelt.
So being an anarchist was like, cool. That's fine. You don't believe in the rule of law. Just don't break it. Go fucking draw your little A circles in the corner, you middle schooler. And then, but then this guy killed the president. And then it was kids, you go back home or we're rounding you up on parole. Like, what the fuck do the anarchists want? What the fuck do the libertarians want? What do the people who don't believe in the law want? I am so confused on what their utopia is and how it works. Can someone please explain it to me? Because it goes on the premise that human beings aren't scumbag that aren't gonna kill you and you're gonna live under threat. Just admit being in a society is good. Who the fuck actually enjoys anarchy? I feel like it's someone who wants to do some crimes in a shed somewhere where no one can find them and the law is not allowed on their land. I think you have something to hide. Anti-social. Like, if you want to go do the Walter White thing, go do the Walter White thing. But why do you have to bring politics in it? If you really ain't doing nothing wrong, then go do what you want to do in your utopia. No one will stop you. That's all. I don't understand. If anyone can explain the anarchists, please understand. Thank you, Justin.
McKinley's presidency then faded into obscurity.
I'm still trying to figure out how you can ban all guns, but then ban all police. I don't think that works.
Despite the fact that he had set up one of Roosevelt's principal achievements, beginning negotiations to take over the abandoned French effort to build a canal through Panama.
I don't even know what the American communists want. I'm sorry, this is my money. You want to put it in a pool? Who you giving it to? So then, in order for this to be ethical, we just gotta have a democracy all over the fuck again, because we can't trust random strangers with the money. Are you kidding me? This is America. We have to keep the McDonald's in fucking business. I'm just saying, with my politics, I do live a little bit in the real world. I think it's helpful.
But today, it is clear that McKinley should be remembered as a pivotal figure, the architect of the American century. His name spoken with respect in his hometown, but...
So when the police fight ICE, whose side is ACAB on? ACAB must be so fucking confused right now, because there's been illegal immigrants that have been cops. I don't know how that happens. I feel like you should be, like, a legal citizen to get sworn in on duty. So, like, ACAB should be pissed about that. Like, these people haven't been vetted. This is just unlawfulness. This is an ogre running about. But they also said, fuck the law. So it's like, what the fuck? This is some Gordian knots for the people with those logics. God damn, they're having a hard time. If you know an ACAB person, check up on them.
Frequently with less warmth in Hawaii, Cuba, and the Philippines. A man from Ohio who changed the world, even when he did not mean to. And look, unintended consequences of actions taken by American presidents have affected world history since the founding of the United States. In fact, you know what? I bet if I went to Ground News right now, I would find...
That's not true. There was no such thing as turbulent politics until Donald J. Trump from The Celebrity Apprentice became president. then everything was unprofessional and everything was awful. Hey, do you guys remember in the 90s where that congressperson put a pubic hair on a Diet Coke and that was how he flirted with her? That was a whole thing. Gen X wants you to forget that happened, but that happened. And that happened on Congress. They were exchanging pubic hairs. Like, nothing should shock you.
A story that is about an American president. Let me just...
But Tonto, you see, you don't understand, because I think I did a great argument for why we need lawlessness and why their world cannot exist unless we put... Why don't they just go to fucking Somalia, honestly? That would solve all the problems. For every Somalian they want to stay in America, they can go. Fuck it. Then they get everything they want. I don't see what the problem is. If you want to be an anarchist, move to an anarchy country. If you want to do drugs, go move to a country where drugs are illegal. Why has everybody got to bring their politics to the country they already live into? Because they're fucking lazy and don't want to move and don't want to get a visa and is worried about lack of free speech and personal safety. Well, that's what you wanted in your anarchy thing. The fuck? Go get what you want. King. I just don't understand. I feel like it makes sense, but when these people scream at me and tell me I'm bad and that one time one cop that they knew beat up somebody, so all cops are bad, I feel like I'm the one who's wrong. Is that how gaslighting works? Man. I have ground news. It's awesome. I like the real news. The real news is awesome. All right, what should we do in history now? We could do the plague. We got to go back to some British European history. Got to compare the two. Can't just be America's sins, because we need to prove other countries do things sometimes. Dun-dun-dun-dun. England history, extra history. The Black Plague. That time people didn't wash their hands. Did we do the 100 Years' War? Is that the one Joan of Arc was in? Nah, can't be. Oh, well, that's a that was a fate grand order discussion, but I don't believe the Joan of Arc story. I call bullshit.
Certain if I'm supposed to say this.
How's come, is all this politics just a cover-up for all those NBA players who were cheating and on gambling, by the way? Oh, I'll turn it back on. You ready to learn about the plague?
September 1918. Camp Devens, Massachusetts. The man on the autopsy table has turned blue. Dr. William H. Welch nods to proceed. His colleagues reach for the bone saw and begin to open the rib cage. The man's lungs are heavy. Welch and his colleagues lean in as they're opened. The lungs are so full of fluid that it's traveled up the trachea. The man had drowned in his own body, just like the others.
All right, so this is Rob, not Dan. He's a bit low energy here, right?
Welch needs air.
Oh, you're right. The Spanish flu sucks. Why is it hard to find the things I want on the Extra History channel?
Are you looking to learn about the history that shaped...
I want you to show me where the plague is. And I don't know how to spell plague. That's Ted. And then I search on there and it takes me off the channel. I don't like that. Displeased YouTuber user. Okay, I can search here. Such a displeased user. 1918. When dancing was addictive. I don't want your shorts. Medical history. Okay. Is Mary Toft from England? Did she give birth to fucking rabbits? Syphilis. Syphilis. Actually, let's learn about syphilis. It's very important. Everyone had syphilis.
For Novo, Italy. First Italian War, June 6th, 1495. Crows pick through the corpses on the battlefield. Earlier in the year, armies of the French King Charles VIII had entered and occupied the Kingdom of Naples, hoping to bring it under French control. And the people of Naples welcomed the French at first. But for 3 months, Charles's army has packed brothels and terrorized the unhappy population. Venice rallied a league of Italian city-states to oppose him. The battle had been fierce. Twice as many Italians died as the French, but Charles withdrew. And it's in the French dead that Italian doctors first noticed the disease. Their bodies have pustules erupting from their head to their knees, more horrible, one writer said, than leprosy or elephantitis. Flesh rotted off their faces, and it was already showing up in the population of Naples. It was the first recorded mention of a disease that would ravage the world for 5 centuries. Syphilis.
Everybody had it, because what you gonna do? I wonder... I actually think this is why religions... Like I said, I think religion is kind of like a fucking TOS, like an actual... If you do listen to like 80% of this advice, you'll turn out good type thing with a whole bunch of folklore on top of it. That's what I think religion is. And I think this is why it's like, don't cheat on people, don't do this, don't be a whore, because STDs exist and they do not have medicine for it. And also, that's why adultery is horrible, because, yeah, okay, so you were fucking weak. That's your problem, but here's the thing. Now you're gonna give that disease to your fucking wife, and now it's her problem. You're a piece of shit, says every religion. They just didn't have a word for it yet.
This episode is sponsored by the Child and Teen Checkups Program of Minnesota. As a young adult, it's important to monitor your health, even when you don't feel sick. And you may qualify for free annual checkups. Learn more at u21checkups.com. Now, just a quick warning before we start. This episode is going to be pretty frank about sex and the effects of syphilis. So if you are on the younger side, maybe watch with a parent who can talk to you about it. When Italian doctors first noticed syphilis, they knew 2 things right away. That it was a new disease, and that it was transmitted by sexual contact. No one had seen anything like it before. And because humans had no immunities, it advanced with frightening speed, killing within months. The first symptom of infection, a painless genital ulcer known as a chancre, made it clear how the disease was transmitted. Its second stage,
Who in Minnesota has syphilis? Probably a lot of people this weekend.
Could lead to a rash on the body, palms, and feet, lack of energy, fever, weight loss, headache, hair loss, and at times even organ damage. Then after that, the symptoms might go away, only to emerge as third-stage syphilis years or decades later. The third stage could appear as disfiguring growths on the skin, organs, and skeleton. Or it could attack the heart, leading to a catastrophic rupture. And in advanced cases, it could attack bone and cartilage, eating away at joints, a person's nose, or even the skull. But the most dreadful form was neurosyphilis, affecting the brain, spine.
Well, fucking... Okay, no matter what anybody says about any documentary or whatever, and maybe I need to verify this, but apparently if you would call the Leering Center, the phone call goes to Tim Waltz's, like, representative desk. And I don't even think that's an evil government conspiracy. I think someone was just lazy and thought it would be funny to do when they were setting up the scam.
Spinal cord and nervous system that brought on loss of coordination and an inability to feel temperature or pain. Neurological conditions such as psychosis, dementia, delirium, mania, and depression might follow. And horribly, it could even be passed to a child during pregnancy or birth. Even back in 1495, doctors suspected a culprit. Among the French...
This is why Al Capone's son was, and this is why they call it Sins of the Father, actually, because Al Capone had syphilis, his son was deaf in one ear, an infection, he couldn't hear. Because your dad was a whore. That's, like I said, that's why I think religions have all this stuff.
Army, there were mercenaries that had voyaged with Columbus to the New World. So clearly, this was some kind of new disease brought back from the tropics. And in an unusual twist for Renaissance medicine, they might have actually been right. Broken clock twice a day sort of thing. The origin of syphilis is still hotly debated, but recent studies of burials before the Columbian Exchange seem to support the idea that it was present in America before Columbus's voyage, but not present in Europe. Alternately, syphilis may have emerged independently in both places.
God damn it, natives. And the Vikings who were there.
Or been a different kind of disease in the Americas that mutated to become sexually transmitted once it reached Europe. But wherever it emerged first, the ongoing Italian wars would provide almost the perfect environment for nurturing and spreading a sexually transmitted infection, or STI. Because while Charles had failed, over the next 60 years, multiple French kings would invade the Italian states, and they would be opposed by international coalitions containing mercenaries from across Europe. Those soldiers would fight in Italy, catch syphilis, and then bring the disease back to their home countries. Syphilis would become the scourge of Europe, both feared and reviled, because it was a new breed of STI, more serious and deadly than those Europe had known before. But people in the Renaissance weren't just afraid of what syphilis did, they also feared the stigma it carried. Eruptions on the face, poetically referred to as purple flowers, were impossible to hide and often left permanent scarring, along with the humiliation of being marked as having engaged in sex outside marriage. And this could cause enormous problems for certain segments of society. Those who were supposed to be celibate, priests, nuns, cardinals, even one pope, had their private lives exposed. Not to mention, affairs were revealed, and women, particularly those in the sex trade, were attacked and abused if seen as the source of an outbreak. Though the name syphilis
Feels like if you're the Pope, though, you have to have any woman or guy that you've ever had sex with either, like, still with you somewhere, serving as a nun, or assassinated, because I feel like Pope is too big of a position. And if there's anybody out there who can hashtag expose you, you're getting exposed. That just seems crazy to me. So I actually always assumed no Pope has ever had an affair or nothing. Because, like, how? How could you ever get away with that? Especially living in seminaries and everything where everybody knows everything. How many people you guys... But that's also why the Catholic Church has ninjas. It's true.
actually came from a male character, a shepherd from a narrative poem who defied the sun god and was cursed. Many terms surrounding the disease were misogynistic. For example, its most popular nickname was venereal disease, as in one that came from Venus. And stories from the time frequently cast men as the victims entrapped by an evil, unclean woman. Other names for syphilis reflected the political friction points of Europe. Italians called it the French disease, while the French called it the Italian disease. Russians and Poles blamed...
Hey, that's funny because, see, one of those 50-50 issues. Tonto called it the French disease as well.
...blamed it on each other. And in the Ottoman Empire, it was the Christian disease. Ain't no goat like a scapegoat. In English, fanciful names abound, such as Cupid's disease or the Black Lion. The Scottish gave it the exquisitely revolting name of Grand Gore, but within a century, it was known medically as Great Pox to distinguish it from smallpox. And a later physician would dub it the Great Imitator for its ability to vary widely in its symptoms and appear as other diseases. But you might notice that all of these terms have one thing in common. They were indirect, softening the nastiness. Even in language, people could not mentally deal with syphilis frankly. They wanted to refer to it sideways and cover it up, often literally. For example, when the infamous Cesare Borgia visited Naples in 1497, he caught the disease from a courtesan. A reoccurrence of symptoms years later would mar his handsome features, leaving him with telltale scars. His solution was to don a carnival mask in public, an affectation that only increased his sinister reputation as one of Italy's most ruthless power players. But not everyone took such dramatic steps, particularly in the later 17th and 18th centuries, when immune systems adjusted and the disease, while still awful, became more survivable. Syphilis scarring also drove a fashion boom, encouraging the middle and upper classes to adopt thick makeup to cover the blemishes. Wigs hid hair loss experienced in the second phase, and in France, women in the sex trade would wear beauty marks or false moles to cover or distract from particularly bad pockmarks, a fashion that was later adopted even by those who didn't have the disease, And in extreme cases, when people lost noses, they would have prosthetics fashioned from silver or ceramics. In fact, people seeking treatment for syphilis inspired the concept of doctor-patient confidentiality, as doctors began advertising themselves not just as skilled, but also discreet. However, there was no hiding the ravages of neurosyphilis, except by locking loved ones away or sending them to an asylum. Actually, by some estimates, half of the people in 19th century asylums had third-stage syphilis. But as medical science progressed, there were new treatments. For those who lost their nose, a doctor could sew their arm to their face for a few weeks to make—
Why can't you all, this is what I'm saying, why can't you all just be happy that we live in a world where you're not getting your hand fucking sewn to your head because you have syphilis and you're in a world that doesn't have penicillin? That's what Thanksgiving's about. You're supposed to be thankful you don't have syphilis. But yet, what do you all worry about who's got the new Xbox and who's got the Switch for? You should be worried about this. This is fucked up. But you're not.
maintain blood flow within transplanted skin until the tissue took hold. And then, thankfully, a new wonder drug appeared on the scene. Are you suffering from chancre sores and fever, listlessness, or mania? Maybe facial pustules have ruined your love life, or you've had to leave a party early, embarrassed because your nose fell off. If so, you might be one of millions living with syphilis. But you don't have to put up with that black lion anymore. Ask your doctor about mercury. In anecdotal evidence, mercury was found to attack syphilis at the source, letting you salivate it right out of your system. And best of all, you can take mercury in the way that's right for you. Rub it on your ulcers and rashes as a salve, soak your bandages in it, or swallow it as drops or pills. Fill up a big syringe and inject it directly into your urethra, or make a spot.
Is that true, X Bounty? Was getting syphilis how you could tell who is low IQ?
A day of it by vaporizing it over a fire so it fills a sauna chamber and really gets into your pores. Accidentally infected your spouse? Buy it as a discreet chocolate drink so you can treat your beloved without admitting to an affair. Get your life back. Ask your doctor if mercury may be right for you. Side effects may include itching or burning sensations, insomnia, peeling skin, excessive salivation, skin discoloration, swelling, hypertension, increased heartbeat, kidney dysfunction, loss of memory, and nerve damage. Some patients report a feeling of insects crawling under their skin or sudden death by poisoning. You've had your night with Venus. Welcome to your lifetime with Mercury. Ick is right, Zoe. For the record,
I give that an A+. That was pretty fucking good. That was a good ad for fucking Mercury. Mercury does look pretty. I've had a few thermometers that have it in it, and it's really cool to look at. But I wouldn't recommend ever breaking it.
don't take mercury. It is literally poison. In fact, don't even touch the stuff. But despite the fact that it was deadly and did nothing about syphilis, mercury would remain the most popular treatment until 1908, when a new and actually effective drug came along, Salvarsan. But the horror didn't stop there. So join us next week, where the history of syphilis somehow gets worse. Once again, thanks so much to Child and Teen Checkups program for sponsoring this episode. Remember, we're all at our best when we stay in charge of our own health. And even as a young adult, it's important to get annual checkups because they're a great and proactive way of identifying.
We gotta let this ad run. This one was paid by the safe sex people. Everybody needs that.
Symptoms, addressing concerns, and setting a baseline for a happy, healthy future. Plus,
Tonto, what do you think they do? Go to ad read school? I don't think it works that way.
you may qualify for free annual checkups. You can learn more and get started today at u21checkups.com. That's the letter U, 21checkups.com. Legendary thanks to Ahmed Ziad Turk, Alicia Bramble, Casey Mustia, Dominic Valenciana, Gunnar Clovis, Kyle Murgatroyd, and O'Reels1 for helping to make this show possible.
Not much longer now, and I will also take
What about
to the
Red
skies.
Bull ads?
Me too.
Do you have a problem with the fun Red Bull ads, Tonto? Like, I mean, someone animated these, and there's always a cute joke, and you gotta figure out what the fucking sex joke is. That's always exciting. Now, pharmacy ads, credit card ads, those are fucking disgusting, and honestly, maybe if they made the commercials a bit funnier, maybe I would be less pissed, but they suck.
the Nobel Prize in Medicine was awarded to Austrian doctor Julius Wagner-Jurek for curing patients paralyzed by third-stage syphilis by using malaria. See, in 1917, he discovered that an inoculation with malaria-infected blood could induce such a high fever in a patient that it would kill the temperature-sensitive syphilis bacteria, curing even third-stage syphilis that was attacking the brain. There was only one problem. The malaria tended to kill about 15% of patients. It was sometimes known as the killer cure. And another important thing, given that his patients were paralyzed and mentally ill, he did not get their consent before giving them malaria. Okay, so Austrian doctor, human experimentation, high death rates. This guy became a Nazi, didn't he? To the shock of no one. This episode is sponsored by the Child and Teen Checkups Program of Minnesota. As a young adult, it's important to monitor your health, even when you don't feel sick, and you may qualify for free annual checkups. Learn more at u21checkups.com.
No, you see, this is okay, everybody. This is the legit one in Minnesota, because I don't think the fraudsters, the mafia out here, would have sent some money to Extra History. I just don't see it. So I think it's fine to get your child and teen checkup in Minnesota with U21 checkups.
By the time the 20th century rolled around, humanity had spent roughly 400 years battling syphilis with no effective treatment. However, there were some advancements made in the effort to combat it that proved important to other aspects of sexual health. For instance, syphilis inspired the invention and wide adoption of condoms, which by the 18th century were well known in most cities. Originally made with lambskin or animal organs, a common material for waterproof containers, they were partially effective at guarding against pregnancy and some diseases. But because syphilis spreads by skin-to-skin contact, they weren't any use against it. Also, it should be noted that these early condoms were nowhere near as effective as the latex ones we use today, especially the ones that were made out of tree bark. Yeah, don't think about that one too hard. Syphilis and the rate of syphilis infection also began to become better understood, and the bacteria that caused it was identified.
Tonto, you know what?
Suspicious.
You're right. You're right.
In 1905, followed by a diagnostic blood test. Though even before that, groups were collecting information on rates of infection and finding shocking results. One study found that 50% of people seeking treatment in the British Indian Army were for syphilis. But a cure, a real working one, was on the way. In 1907, the Japanese researcher Chihiro Hata, working in the lab of German scientist Paul Ehrlich, discovered that a newly synthesized chemical was toxic to the bacteria that caused syphilis. And by 1910, it was in clinical trials under the name Salvarsan. This chemical compound was, as Ehrlich called it, a magic bullet that would kill the bacteria without harming the human body. It was one of the first blockbuster synthetic drugs, but there were also problems. It was distributed in powder form and had to be prepared without exposing it to oxygen, and improper preparation could cause rashes and liver damage, and it wasn't effective in treating the later stages of the disease. But even so, Salvarsan began the modern era of syphilis treatment, and just in time, because World War I was about to test this new wonder drug to its limit. Syphilis was common among the armies of the Great War. Soldiers visited brothels when off the line, and then lived in unsanitary close quarters while in the trenches. Roughly 5% of the British Army became infected, and while new drugs meant that the disease was no longer that fatal, treatment still—
I learned this in my favorite soap opera, The To-Doers, too. Wars are problems when the whores get there, and what can you do to stop the whores? Because everyone wants to get laid, they're gonna die in the war. They could die tomorrow, you know? But then everyone gets syphilis and dies. So as a war commander, you really got to take inventory of how many whores are around the camp. That could also be a really good Call of Duty mode that they won't give us. Horror Patrol. Maybe that could be a floor on RPG Maker.
Pulled men off the line for a month or more. In fact, some soldiers intentionally transmitted infections amongst each other by rubbing matchsticks on the syphilis sores and then passing them around, since it gave them 4 weeks out of combat. This became such a problem in the French army that after 2 admissions for infection, a man's term of service would be extended to discourage the behavior. But to the rescue came Etty Rout, a volunteer nurse from New Zealand who'd seen outbreaks of sexually transmitted disease in Egypt and the Western Front and decided to do something about it. She began selling safe sex kits that included condoms and disinfectant and began inspecting brothels to ensure they were hygienic. The French army gave her an award, and New Zealand commanders secretly made her kits required. But when she wrote an article about her work for a newspaper back home, it caused such a scandal that the government declared that any paper that printed her name would be fined £100. But her work would go on to heavily influence the American armed forces, who made it official policy in World War II that any STI would be treated without judgment and liberally distributed condoms to soldiers. And whenever a commander objected on moral grounds, the Army simply claimed that the condoms were actually barrel covers to keep rain out of rifles while troops were marching. Wink, wink. And in 1947, doctors got access to a new weapon in the fight against syphilis, a game-changing drug that worked universally with few side effects, and a drug that to this day has made syphilis survivable and easy to treat. Penicillin, probably the greatest invention of the entire 20th century. Salvarsan turned syphilis from a deadly lifelong curse to a treatable, albeit serious disease, while penicillin turned it into something that can be killed quickly and effectively, provided it was caught, which is what made the next chapter in this disease's tale so revolting. The Tuskegee Syphilis Study, probably the most unethical medical study ever conducted in the United States. The Tuskegee
Okay, in the United States, because I was going to say, I can name some off the top of my head that I'd rather not discuss, actually.
Study of untreated syphilis in the African American male began in 1932, when the U.S. Public Health Service partnered with Tuskegee University to see what syphilis did to the human body. In doing so, the PHS tested 600 African American men from rural Alabama for syphilis, finding that 399 of them were infected. But fearing they would get treated if they knew, the doctors instead told the men that they had bad blood, a non-medical term that included things like syphilis, fatigue, and anemia, and offered medical checkups, funeral expenses, and free lunches if they would agree to be monitored. The men were not told that they had syphilis, meaning they not only sustained damage to their bodies while being monitored, but that they also freely passed the disease to their wives and partners, and some children were born with the disease. It was supposed to last 6 months, then end with treatment. Instead, they continued the study for 40 years, never informing the patients the point of the study or that they even had syphilis. It was, someone later said, treatment by autopsy. In fact, researchers didn't just hide the diagnosis. They went out of their way to ensure these men didn't receive treatment. They went to town doctors and told them not to treat the study participants for syphilis, or to inform them that they had it. When some participants enlisted in the Army during World War II, researchers convinced military doctors not to treat them as well. And even when penicillin became available as a cheap and effective cure, and the Public Health Service itself was setting up syphilis treatment centers, these men were allowed to suffer. Why? Doubtful scientific value aside, the fact was these men were poor, rural, and black. So few people thought twice about the ethics of it. And even when researchers raised concerns or quit, they never went public. For years, papers about the study were published in medical journals without controversy. But that began to change. In the 1950s and 60s, a few PHS employees privately objected to the study. Yet it wasn't until Peter Buxton, a PHS employee fighting STIs in San Francisco, leaked it to the press in 1972 that anyone paid attention. The expose was so explosive that it immediately ended the study. Still, far too late for 128 of the participants who died of syphilis or related complications. The ensuing media firestorm led to congressional hearings on bioethics, a $10 million out-of-court settlement, and a promise by the U.S. government to pay lifelong medical expenses to the men and their families. President Clinton would formally apologize for the study in 1997. The Tuskegee study is one of the darkest chapters in
Bill Clinton's on the loose! Bill Clinton's on the loose! We take this moment to remind everybody, keep your eyes out for any Arkansas people.
American medical history, and one that still makes some in the African American community.
Hello, Flowey. What do you know about the history of syphilis?
Skeptical of the medical establishment, but it also instigated a sea change in medical ethics. Research institutions developed new bioethical rules governing medical experiments and outlined that participants must be informed about the purpose of a study and its risks while agreeing to participate, giving what is known as informed consent. And these protections are now enshrined in law to prevent something like the Tuskegee study from happening again. But as for our old friend syphilis, it declined worldwide for the next few decades, with Cuba even eliminating mother-to-fetus transmissions through treatment programs. But sadly today, it's again on the rise. See, much like tuberculosis, doctors in the Western world stopped looking for syphilis and educating people about its symptoms, which are not always easy to identify. Not to mention the emergence of AIDS allowed syphilis to gain purchase on weaker immune systems. But the good news is that today, syphilis is easy, safe, and cheap to treat. No tree bark condoms, mercury, or malaria required. So the moral of the story is that if you're sexually active, use condoms and get tested. Treatments are easy and affordable, and you'll be keeping yourself and your loved ones safe. Until next time, everyone, stay healthy out there.
Hear that, chat? Use condoms. I don't know anyone's telling you guys to do that. That's a lie. Everyone here fucks. Is that all there is about syphilis? They cured it. It's over. Why is the extra history guy a clown? Do you not like his voice, or is it because he promoted the Minnesota child and teen checkups and we can't trust all medical things in Minnesota right now? But fine, we don't have to do the extra history clown anymore. I'm gonna take another break, and then when we come back, we're doing Jonestown. Ooh. Now, let me inform you. Everybody talks. Well, first of all, it wasn't Kool-Aid they drank. It was Flavor Aid. Kool-Aid is more expensive than Flavor Aid. Do you think a fucking money-hungry cult is gonna spend money on the extra better flavor drink for their suicide thing? No, that's dumb. Okay, and then all the people who all died on the island. That's sad. And then a state senator got killed. That was a whole thing. But he used to sell monkeys door to door. It's true. In Indiana, you used to just be able to sell monkeys and fucking mountain lions and shit. And that was how he got his start. That's all. So yeah, I'm going to take another break and I'm going to get that set up. It's going to be last podcast left. Did they read the history like Extra History does? But it's comedy. Hopefully they're not funnier than me. They are, though. They inspired a lot of stuff. But I'll BRB. I'm drawing another picture. I'll share it with you when I come back. I'm going to make a little chibi dragon. Dragon bunny. That's what I'm going to do.
But you still ain't calling. I left my cell, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom. I sent 2 letters back in autumn. You must not have got them. There probably was a problem in the post office or something. Sometimes I scribble addresses too sloppy when I jot them. But anyways, fuck it. What's been up, man? How's your daughter? My girlfriend's pregnant too. I'm about to be a father. If I have a daughter, guess what I'ma call her? I'ma name her Bonnie. I read about your Uncle Ronnie too, I'm sorry. I had a friend kill himself over some bitch who didn't want him. I know you probably hear this every day, but I'm your biggest fan. I even got the underground shit that you did with Scam. I got a room full of your posters and your pictures, man. I like the shit you did with Ruckus too, that shit was fat. Anyways, I hope you get this, man. Hit me back, just a chat. Truly yours, your biggest fan. This is Stan.
This episode is
Dear Slim, you still ain't called a road. I hope you have a chance. I ain't mad. I just think it's fucked up you don't answer fans. If you didn't want to talk to me outside the concert, you didn't have to. But you could have signed an autograph for Matthew. That's my little brother, man. He's only 6 years old. We waited in the blistering cold for you for 4 hours and you just said no. That's pretty shitty, man. You're like his fucking idol. He wants to be just like you, man. He likes you more than I do. I ain't that mad, though I just don't like being lied to. Remember when we met in Denver? You said if I write you would write back. See, I'm just like you in a way. I never knew my father neither. He used to always cheat on my mom and beat her. I can relate to what you're saying in your songs. So when I have a shitty day, I drift away and put them on. Cause I don't really got shit else. So that shit helps when I'm depressed. I even got a tattoo with your name across the chest. Sometimes I even cut myself to see how much it bleeds. It's like adrenaline. The pain is such a sudden rush for me. See, everything you say is real. And I respect you cause you tell it. My girlfriend's jealous cause I talk about you 24/7. But she don't know you like I know you, Slim. No one does. She don't know what it was like for people like us growing up. You gotta call me, man. I'll be the biggest fan you'll ever lose. Sincerely yours, Stan. P.S. We should be together too. Write my fans. This will be the last package I ever send your ass. It's been 6 months and still no word. I don't deserve it. I know you got my last 2 letters. I wrote the addresses on them perfect. So this is my cassette I'm sending you. I hope you hear it. I'm in a car right now. I'm doing 90 on the freeway. Hey Slim, I drank a 5th of vodka. You dare me to drive? You know the song by Phil Collins, In the Air of the Night, about that guy who could have saved that other guy from drowning but didn't? Then Phil saw it all, then at a show he found him. That's kinda how this is. You could've rescued me from drowning, now it's too late. I'm on 1,000 downers now, I'm drowsy. And all I wanted was a lousy letter or a call. I hope you know I ripped all of your pictures off the wall. I love you, Slim, we could've been together. Think about it, you ruined it now. I hope you can't sleep and you dream about it. And when you dream, I hope you can't sleep and you scream about it. I hope your conscience eats at you when you can't breathe without me. See, Slim, shut up, bitch, I'm trying to talk. Hey, Slim, that's my girlfriend screaming in the trunk. But I didn't slit her throat, I just tied her up. See, I ain't like you, cause if she suffocates, she'll suffer more, and then she'll die too. Well, gotta go, I'm almost at the bridge now. Oh shit, I forgot, how am I supposed to send this shit out? But I just been busy. You said your girlfriend's pregnant now. How far along is she? Look, I'm really flattered you would call your daughter that. And here's an autograph for your brother. I wrote it on the starter cap. I'm sorry I didn't see you with the show. I must have missed you. Don't think I did that shit intentionally just to diss you. But what's the shit you said about you like to cut your wrist too? I say that shit just clowning, dog. Come on, how fucked up is you? You got some issues, Stan. I think you need some counseling to help your ass from bouncing off the walls when you get down some. And what's the shit about us meant to be together? That type of shit'll make me not want us to meet each other. I really think you and your girlfriend need each other, but maybe you just need to treat her better. I hope you get to read this letter. I just hope it reaches you in time before you hurt yourself. I think that you'll be doing just fine if you relax a little. I'm glad I inspire you, but Stan, why are you so mad? Try to understand that I do want you as a fan. I just don't want you to do some crazy shit. I seen this one shit on the news a couple weeks ago that made me sick. Some dude was drunk and drove his car over a bridge and had his girlfriend in the trunk, and she was pregnant with his kid. And in the car they found a tape, but it didn't say who it was to. Come to think about it, his name was, it was you. Damn.
Gathered in their masses, just like witches at black masses. Evil minds that plot destruction, sorcerer of death's construction. In the fields of bodies burning, as the war machine keeps turning, death and hatred to mankind, poisoning their brainwashed minds. Oh Lord, yeah. darkness world stops turning. Ashes where the body's burning. No more war pigs have the power. And as God has struck the hour, day of judgment God is calling. On the knees the war pigs crawling, begging mercies for the sins. Satan laughing spreads his wings. Oh Lord, yeah.
And back. Now, I am using last podcast of the left. It was my favorite podcast, and then Ben Kissel got canceled, and I actually don't think he did anything. I think it's just, super cancel culture. Get rid of anybody, the problematic thing. Because I don't know. No one saw no evidence. If it was a YouTube drama, I don't think it would have been enough to kick him out. But whatever, that's their personal business. And I didn't mind Ed Larson on all the other podcasts they did. So I don't know what my problem is, but it's just not the same. And I really don't want to use last podcast on the left because they are funny. And I worry, what can I add to it? But they go through all of Jonestown because they're reading the book on it. And the problem with all the fucking documentaries and everything is they're just like, he started the People's Temple. And then he went to fucking somewhere. It might have been Brazil. And then Jonestown started. And it starts you off there. It skips all like the Indiana People's Temple, all that stuff that is very fucking important and tells you who this person is. We can't skip that. This is the only way with these funny people that we can truly learn about the tale of Jim fucking Jones in his Hoosier arc. This is most important. And now, since it's just a podcast, and if there's any ads, I'll make sure to save Tonto from them as fast as I can. But I'll do some real art commentary community thing. Keep doing my pixel art while we listen in the background. Doesn't that sound lovely? Have a nice listen, nice cozy time hearing about Jim Jones. Because it's true, Indiana imports the most influential Jims. Jim Jones and Jim Davis. Jimmy Dean, you hear of him? Also known as James Dean, but yeah.
Jonestown in a 4-episode series.
All right. Remember this, first of all, People's Temple.
I don't know if we're going to do all 4 episodes. Like I said, the Indiana stuff's the good stuff.
No apostrophe.
Yeah.
Oh. And I want to start this now.
What do you mean?
Before we're corrected on the internet. People's Temple, no apostrophe.
Why isn't it's not the People's Temple?
No, because people...
See, I told you, we're in good hands. We're in fucking good hands here because they know. Say People's Temple right. This is history.
Temple with the apostrophe implies ownership.
Right.
And this was a socialist temple.
Oh, don't get me going. Where's McCarthy when we need him? He could have stopped all this from happening.
So Jim Jones, known as Jimba to his mother, was a murderous cult leader who led 913 people to their death and ordered the execution of a further 5, all on the same day in 1978, either in or around his cult's compound, Jonestown, located in Guyana in South America.
All right.
Now, Jimba, normally you'd imagine you'd find somebody named Jimba at the Animal Actor show at Universal.
He does seem a little bit Lion King character-esque.
Jimba.
His cult, known as People's Temple, was somewhat unique in that it was more rooted in a political ideology than in any sort of far-out religious theology. The members of People's Temple, as I said, were ardent socialists.
So this is what people think of like modern day MAGA. They see them as the People's Temple crew, and I would say that's fair for the 2016 QAnon crew, except I don't know who the fuck their Jim Jones was. It was just someone in their head, I think. But yeah, People's Temple is a political movement. They just do church things, because people like church things. You gotta think of the Christianity here as kind of an accessory. Kind of a toolkit that he uses. Do they still not consider it a cult? Well, okay, like, let's say Hassan Piker's fans go do something crazy in, like, mass in Minecraft, or, I don't know, do an attack. Do they count as a cult? Or no, because, let's say Hassan Piker never told them to do those things. Jim Jones did tell them to, like, go to the jungle. So I don't know actually what the definition of a cult is and what the difference between, like, influenced is. Or if there is one.
These are the kind of people that are for bike lanes, for example. When you say political ideology, I'm like, bike lane or anti-bike lane? What are you? There are only 2 options.
It is a very interesting group. What we know mostly about Jonestown is the end result. But this cult, this group, started in the 1950s, and it's kind of interesting to see the long-form cults, because this is sort of similar to me to a Children of God or a Scientology, where this was a long time coming. Right. So what's kind of fun, to take Kissel's phrase, about these episodes is that you already know the tip of the iceberg, and it's kind of fun to go down to the stanky balls of the iceberg.
Is that what they have down there? Is that what the Titanic hit? We hit its balls. So, but now, were they ever registered as a religion? I'm sorry to...
They were actually, they were at one point a part of a larger religious group. So they were absolutely...
So the government recognized
They had tax-exempt status. They absolutely did. But like all cults, the ideology that those people shared centered around a single figure, Jim Jones.
This is the 40-year saga of crawling into one dude's mind.
Yeah. Right.
Because that's really what it is that what's a cult? What do we learn about cults from the cults we've already covered? Is that basically it's getting a group of people into one normally dude's brain. And so you're just living Jim Jones' life.
Well, I mean, dudes, unless you're looking at Charles Manson, and the most important thing I ever learned from a cult, you can lift yourself up with your butt. Remember when he did that? Remember that in Shinrikyo when he levitated with just his butt? What a guy.
Now, the thing to keep in mind...
I know the references here. We should have done an... Actually, we could do show Rikyo, because that's some important fucking Japanese history there. That's why they don't have much of a counterculture anymore, because the last counterculture, sarin gassed a subway. And that guy did teach people he could levitate. I don't see any pundits or the left or the right in the United States doing these shenanigans, quite honestly.
This entire series is that what happened at Jonestown was not mass suicide. It was mass murder, and it was not a sudden event. Jones spent years preparing these people for that moment, manipulating them the entire time.
Well, kind of like this. If imagine the cult is all inside the brain of one man. It's like when the one man chooses to commit suicide. He then murders everybody else.
It's like a deleted scene from that movie. What was it, Inside Out or something? What was the name of the movie? The animated film where
the movie with all the child's emotions.
Yes, exactly.
It's just like that.
Is it like that? What was the name of that movie?
Inside Out. Yeah,
Inside Out.
It's a great movie. Jim Jones didn't know exactly when he was going to initiate the suicide. He was always ready for the inevitability, though. Kind of like a guy who carries around a wedding ring in his pocket all the time to wait for the right moment to pop the question.
That's the next K's commercial. Absolutely. That's what it has to be.
For those of you who don't know, on the final day of People's Temple, Jim Jones either directed or forced 908 people to drink grape Flavor-Aid, not Kool-Aid.
Thank you, Marcus, and that's why this is the most trusted news source on serial killer and cult activity. If anybody says a drink the Kool-Aid, they're a poser. Do not talk about true crime with them.
Mixed with cyanide, putting them all through a slow, agonizing death.
So now you can effectively, obnoxiously correct anybody who says, oh, I guess he drank the Kool-Aid. Loudly and in front of many people in front of your friends.
I just did it to all of you. See, I have done fucking Henry Zabrowski's bidding. Ha ha.
Yeah, actually, back in Jonestown, it was actually Flavor-Aid.
You know it was Flavor-Aid.
The many people dutifully did what they were told, but those that didn't drink voluntarily were held down and stuck with syringes full of poison, or they were just shot in the head by armed guards that surrounded the pavilion where the Flavor-Aid was served. It is estimated that up to a third, 300 people involuntarily met their end in one of these two ways. And that's the absolute highest estimate. That means that at least 6...
Now, here's a crazy moral question. Not that anyone needs to ask, because both are bad. But who is worse? Jim Jones or Hitler? Or maybe if we're comparing Nazis to fucking the fucking People's Temple people that are assassinating and poisoning, because I don't know if you're a Nazi or maybe a German that's forced into all this stuff, you're just thinking, I am serving my country, versus this stuff is to serve one human. But I guess you have that's for certain leaders. It's just insane to me. I'm sorry. If you talked for God, I feel like you could do some magic, like, in front of my eyeballs that I cannot, like, unsee. And if it's any trickery, if I didn't see the thing happen with my eyeballs and I don't know the person that you magically cured, I don't believe you. And I feel like if there's a great evil that we need to stop, God can do it, or he'll make someone do it. Like, I don't know. It's not my job.
100 did this of their own volition.
Wow.
Now, the question is, how did Jim Jones manage to make this happen?
I gotta ask, how did Jim Jones manage to make this or allow this to happen?
Ooh, Tonto, that'd be fun. I need to start. I cannot wait. I'm gonna start a research stream soon. But the royal. But here's the thing: the People Temple in Indiana was good because they did a lot of civil rights things. Got home for a lot of black kids who didn't have any. Like, got the electric bills down because the black community had to pay more. Like, we'll go through that. He did a lot of good stuff, but then there was the Walter White moment where he turns. But they're saying that it's all planned from the beginning. Like, he gives all these people good things, doing social things, looking like a hero of the people. But then, is this selfish of a person to demand all these people, like, KYS for him? I don't know what kind of influencer would ever be like that, though. Not Cobra, he's gone. He did Duster, not Kool-Aid.
The question.
I'm going to tell you.
Oh, wow.
Well, first, though, let's look at mass suicide throughout history, because mass suicide is not singular to Jonestown. Most mass suicides throughout history were committed to avoid the wrath or rule of advancing armies, like in 1803, when 50 women and children threw themselves over a cliff to escape enslavement at the hands of Ottoman invaders. Ooh. Now, others were done out of despair, like the mass suicides in 1945 in Germany after...
Well, you can say this, for the invaders, when they come over, that's a hell of a fucking cleanup. You really got them.
The Nazis lost World War II. Rather than face defeat, 7,000 people in Berlin alone took their lives. And these were mostly...
Like a bunch of cucks.
Oh, my goodness.
And these people were mostly civilians. They were not high-ranking Nazis that were looking to avoid punishment. These were people who just could not handle their way of life ending. They couldn't handle being wrong.
Right. Again, we have covered this in cults again and again. We've talked about this as soon as you realize you're...
Faye, be wary of the people, as I said with Papa Gut, that when they find out that they're on the wrong side, this is why I've stopped with the whole atheist phase of making fun of religions and being like, lol, you believe in the sky, daddy, you're dumb. Because one, if I actually believe religion is as evil as I'm thinking it is, then that makes all these people like victims, according to my own morality. And they're not. They're just annoying Christians. And I don't like it when they yell their stuff at me, so they probably don't like it when I yell my stuff at them. But you know what's cooler? Being cool with them and having discussions on theology and whatnot, because it's like telling fun stories. So I've stopped my evil ways. But these people gotta watch out. Being dead serious.
Your entire life has been wrong. You've allowed it.
Because they're not doing well when they find out they're on the wrong side. Said to try not to gloat, try not to turn politics into team sports, and try not to us or them. If you us or them people, you are absolutely no different than any of the people that you say you hate. That is my hot take for the day.
A certain thing to exist for so long. You never spoke up. You were just a part of it. You kind of just kept going. Once you admit at some point, oh, wow, this is crazy, I'm not going to commit suicide, that means you've negated years of your life. And so there are people that it's so much easier it's fucked up at that point to commit suicide than to change.
And then there's the religiously motivated mass suicides, the most famous of which being Heaven's Gate.
Oh, yeah.
For those of you who don't know, in 1997, 39 people followed a self-made castrato named Marshall Applewhite.
You wore his shirt on New Year's Eve, and we have a great Instagram video on Ben Kissel 1.
That was a Christmas gift from Carolina.
Oh,
it was
very
a wonderful
nice.
Christmas gift. So that man led 39 people into death after he promised them that killing themselves was the only way they could ride in a spaceship that was for...
Was he wrong? You don't know what happens after you kill yourself. He didn't lie, technically, but unless he guaranteed that it would happen.
For sure riding the tailwind of a comet named Hale-Bopp.
Can I ask this question? Do you think it's easier to get a bunch of people to commit suicide if they don't have penises?
I guess. I think he thought that.
Because my penis is like a reason to stay around. Like, I'm fine with my penis gives me enough enjoyment to myself, even if it's tiny.
If you want to know exactly what it looked like there, the last days of the Applewhite gang, Desperate Living. Remember that when she gets the penis and then she doesn't get it and then she gets it cut off because she cuts it off. But the other thing with that Heaven's Gate, they used the Green Bay Packers G.
They did,
which was very confusing for me as a child.
Still using it to this day.
It is very difficult to create your own font.
Jonestown is unique in that it's somewhat of a combination of all three of these. But the only thing of those three that were actually real and not a manipulation of Jim Jones was the despair that things just didn't work out. See, People's Temple was not made up of people looking for a reward in the afterlife like Heaven's Gate. The best Jones promised them was reincarnation, and even then, it was more of an afterthought than anything. And they were not supervillains like Om Shinrikyo. They did not want to rule the world or force others to live life like they lived life. The only thing a lot of the members of People's Temple wanted was to be an example to the rest of us. These were people who were honest to God, trying to make life better for themselves and for other people. They truly believed in the goodness of their way of life because at its core, the message of People's Temple was positive.
All right.
Well, it definitely started positive. That was the whole point. Yep. The whole point of it is that again, that's how you find yourself in the middle of a mass suicide, is that for so long you were doing the right thing.
Right.
You were genuinely a part of a community that was helping other communities. And I also think there's an inherent difference between something like Om Shinrikyo, which was cool as fuck and metal and trying to take over the world, and then this is kind of closer again to a Children of God / Scientology. Where Scientology, what kept that thing together, what kept L. Ron Hubbard together, was the fact that in the end,
now, Scientology people just skip to the cult part and the Clearwater, Florida part. They all forget the part where fucking L. Ron Hubbard stole Anton LaVey's girlfriend and then they got in a fight over a boat in the desert. All these fun parts of history everyone skips when they get to the worst highlights.
And it was about money. He was trying to make money. And it's weird having that other side goal is what keeps it alive and keeps it going today. Where Jim Jones, again, what happened was that I think that the central question of all these episodes are going to be, how does someone go from somebody who is like genuinely trying to help society into maniacal, power-hungry?
News alert! Current news! Social studies. Air Force One returns to Washington area due to minor electrical issue. It's got to go for maintenance, everybody. The airplane has to go to the shop.
Cult leader that now, which is Kissel, you're going to have to watch out for with your fucking future in politics.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's where this shit always goes.
Oh, yeah, and there's no way it's not going to go great. Not hundreds and hundreds of episodes of my voice being recorded on this show alone that could sink any political career despite any amount of charm.
Well, these people, a lot of them did believe in Jim Jones, yes, but a lot of the others only believed in his message, and they let Jim Jones get away with a lot of shit because of that. They believed in racial equality, and they believed in social justice, even though that term has become loaded in recent years. But either way, People's Temple did great things in the 25 years they were in existence and made the lives of many of their members and many of the members.
People's Temple, one of the most successful socialist and fucking social justice warrior programs of all fucking time. And can anybody prove it wrong, really? Yeah, all the bad things happened at the end, but like I said, as far as everything done in Indiana, pretty good.
In those people's communities, better.
All right.
But at the center of it all was a man who could have walked the path of the righteous, but eventually chose evil. As an example of where People's Temple and Jim Jones started and where they ended, let's compare excerpts from two of Jim's speeches. Here's an earlier sermon made in a People's Temple church in San Francisco to hundreds of smiling people. You look out at the crowd, everyone's smiling, they're hugging each other. There's like, you actually feel like a love in the room when you watch this.
Do you think it's drug related?
No.
This is not. This is a sober bunch.
This is except for Jim Jones himself, yes, a staunchly sober bunch.
All right.
Like, it was a huge rule.
It's like the difference between looking at footage from the studio audience from when The Cosby Show was filmed then, and then now if you get a group together and show episodes of The Cosby Show to them now.
Different reaction. Hindsight 2020. Sure.
Let's hear this first one.
Now will each of you give a very fond embrace, a salutary kiss of greeting to your neighbor, and let's fill this atmosphere with warmth and love.
All right, that's the first one.
All right, very nice.
Yeah, it's very nice. It's very positive. Everyone in the crowd is hugging each other.
Kind of got a Bing Crosby Christmas special feel to it.
He is, and this is before the sunglasses.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is
and that's
before the
also how you
sunglasses.
know when things go wrong in a friend's life.
Right.
If they start wearing tinted sunglasses inside,
right,
that is always a very bad sign.
Absolutely.
Now here,
Unless they have the Bose Bluetooth headphone sunglasses like I do. Everybody at work thought I was high. I wasn't that time. I just listened to podcasts like this one with them.
is Jim Jones in his very last speech made about a decade later after the mass suicide, the mass murder in Jonestown had already begun.
Well, you'll regret that this very day if you don't die. You'll regret it if you don't die. You'll regret it.
Too many people?
I saved them, but I made my example. I made my expression. I made my manifestation, and the world was not ready for.
And now we can see how Lindsey Graham's still in office. It's because of that lisp and that draw.
Paul said, I was a man born out of due season. I've been born out of due season just like all we are, and the best testimony we can make is to leave this goddamn world.
It's like the spiritual version of one of those pre-meth, post-meth billboards, but the drug for Jim Jones was power, and he just like slowly rotted out his teeth.
No, the drug
and
for
his
Jim
morals.
Jones was also amphetamine.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was
makes
him
sense, that
high
too.
as fuck. Because at that point, he had, this is, because in the beginning, he was really clean, almost too clean. He was sober to a point where I think it's disarming.
Obnoxiously
But by this
sober,
point, it's the opposite, where his teeth are all fucked up. He's there screaming. I also will say, Jim Jones is very similar to L. Ron Hubbard, and I wonder if there is a thing to it, where they have a sort of feminine aspect to them, where Jim Jones, once he started dressing up all the time, and he started doing his hair and doing all these things, and then the weird affected speech that started happening later on in his life, very similar to L. Ron Hubbard. I wonder if there's something about the Baphometic duality that these guys have that attracts people to them as well, where they...
See, now you guys know where I get it from. It was last podcast on the left that taught me politics don't matter because Satan and Baphomet are behind everything anyway. So why care? What are we gonna do? Unless we get the magic Moses staff.
Have kind of feminine aspects and masculine aspects, and that makes them very attractive to people.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, I think
Get you a guy who can do both. That's what I always say. Get you a leader who can do both.
Well, I think the affected way of speech, the more feminine affective way of speech that Jim Jones took on, we're going to see exactly why later on, but he started to make an affectation where he tried to speak like an old black woman. And
yes, that's right.
The Oracle.
I am 1,000% serious when I say like that. That is one of the affectations that he made. And we're going to see exactly why he did that later on in the series.
All right.
And I would get in trouble for this.
You don't get in trouble for that. You've done that.
I would say I would get in trouble.
Are you putting yourself in free speech jail? Because no one's put you in free speech jail.
I'm already upset.
The victim in all of this is Henry Zabrowski.
As
That's
it always
what we'll
is.
learn
As it
throughout
is.
the series.
As it is. As always. It all comes down. It all trickles down to me.
See, as we said, I think the biggest mistake about Jonestown that people make, and we've been guilty of this ourselves in our past episodes, is to only examine the end. You look at the end and you wonder how people got there, but most of us don't take the time to understand it. And just like...
And once again, in a nutshell, to justify the stream, that's why we've been learning history today. Because everything already happened, time a flat circle.
Like all cults, to understand it, we've got to understand the person behind it.
Absolutely.
But before we get to the life of Jim Jones, I've got to name my main sources for this episode. The first main source is The Road to Jonestown by Jeff Gwynne, released just last year with the benefit of 40 years hindsight.
Nice.
It is a fascinating and highly recommended book that is, it's a little more sober and even with his storytelling than the other one that we chose. The other main source is Raven by John Jacobs and Tim Reiterman. This one was published in 1982, only 4 years after the Jonestown Massacre. And although it's widely considered the definitive Jonestown account, it doesn't really benefit from the passage of time as The Road to Jonestown does.
Yes, which is great. I like having these two perspectives. We've both learned a lot. The Road to Jonestown's a wonderful book. It's been great. And also the documentary Deceived is pretty wonderful, too, because that's from a Christian perspective of the People's Temple. And it's literally just pastors going, what the fuck happened? But also a part of it's like them, I could see the jealousy being like, this guy? This is the guy you like?
Right.
It's like the fans of Dane Cook. It's the fans of Patton Oswalt.
It's true. What does it feel like to be the pastor across the street of the People's Temple? That's who I need to see an interview from. Like the Catholic Church that was across the street or down the road. Like, what the fuck show are they putting on over there? I can do coke and wear sunglasses too.
Looking at the fans of Dane Cook being like, this guy.
They're all the same to me.
So please, if you want to know more about this story, go buy these books and support the authors. That's The Road to Jonestown and Raven. So without further ado, let's get into the life of Jim Jones and try to figure out how and why Jonestown ended the way it did. James Warren Jones was born in Crete, Indiana on May 13th, 1931.
His father wasn't a Flavor Aid magnet, was he?
That would be
because
incredible.
that would be amazing if he was birthed into the Flavor Aid, into that entire hierarchy, that theocracy that is the Flavor Aid company. Their only god is Flavor Aid.
Oh, no. He was the son of a wildly bizarre couple named Lynetta and James Thurman Jones.
Okay.
Although Lynetta was not his mother's birth name. She was born Lunett Putnam in 1902.
I think it's Lunette.
I think it's Lunette.
But Lunett is better. Yeah.
Well, I mean, spelling-wise, there's no E at the end of it. It's just Lunnett.
You give her some barbells. She squats. She squats. She knows how to do squats. Lunett.
Where do you want me to put the keg?
It was probably Lunette, yes.
Beautiful.
All right. Picture this. You're a squirrel. You're running through the yard.
Disgusting. They were trying to advertise. When Tonto's here, how could they do that? Gross. I'll fix it for you, and I'll give you an ad of my own. Hello, on Saturday, we do anime. We stream it. We try to stick to the Toonami fucking stuff. So Cowboy Bebop. Outlaw Star, which has the weirdest voice acting of anything. Because, half the people there are trying. It'll be like, oh my gosh. Doing all the Foley, and then someone be like, oh no, you shot me. Yeah, I tricked you again. Aha.
You're grabbing all the acorns and you're taking them and
The
you're
ad
stashing
was
them
talking
in the ground.
about squirrels,
But here's
Tonto.
the deal. When
I
you take
feed
your
squirrels.
acorns and you put
I
them
think
in the
you
ground,
gotta do that.
they're
It's very
still just
important
an
because
acorn,
it's not fair to
all
feed
right?
the birds.
Those acorns, they don't grow.
We learned
They
from
just
Foamy
sit
the
there and they
Squirrel.
wait for you to eat them later. You don't dig it
that
up.
it's free
And it's
food.
2 acorns. But you're not a squirrel. You're a human being.
Haha, I tricked you. You heard the ad. How much longer will you let your content creator abuse you with ads that don't even benefit her? Actually, I just couldn't find the mute button, in all honesty. That wasn't a malicious attack on you. But I figured it out. Caleb Hammer's ad reads are better than this acorn one. I really hope we cover the monkey selling. That is very important. Oh my god, this person doing this ad is such an Alex Jones fucking wannabe. And then buy the testosterone to save your family from the FEMA cocaine-addicted whales. Ah. Tonto, don't ban me from my own stream, please. You know, we wouldn't be suffering this if we lived in Vietnam. They have rules against this. You can only listen for like 5 seconds. And money, I don't know what these words mean, but like they do tampon commercials on Spotify as well. Hey, what's up? No, we're trying to learn history, but ads are getting in the way. Yeah, Fuyan, can we please go to Vietnam? In Vietnam, everybody, you only have to get 5 seconds of ads, and then you're allowed to skip. They're not allowed to give you more than that. Can you imagine living in such a fucking paradise? We can all marry Fuyan and get K1 visas to Vietnam. I'm sure that's how it works. But if you move there, you can't watch spicy things anymore. What's everyone's favorite history fact they learned today? I learned that the pre-World War II history in Japan is actually kind of insane, and we never learn it in school. It's just like Germany started the war, and then boom, here comes Japan. No. Aw. Tonto, please don't talk about Batman the Beyond in front of me like this. They're still doing ads, Tonto. I have taken this on for you. I am holding back the door, filling up the fucking dead air. Fuck Mint Mobile, just for having advertisements. I hate it. They all have advertisements, mind you, but fuck it. For all the time in our lives that they wasted with their ads, we might as well give the money to fucking AT&T or Verizon anyway. Damn. Bo. No, Batman Beyond counts as anime. Yes, I am down for that. I love Batman Beyond. Okay, here we go.
Big Jim was actually her fourth, having already exhausted 3 men by the time.
I'm so happy. I'm so happy to learn about Jim Jones's parents. This is great. Jim Jones's parents are going to be Anissa and Ian in 15 years if she doesn't kill him.
She was a hair over 25.
Well, if they can't keep up, get out of here.
Well,
I
she was
like her.
25. She was also described as an old maid, which is a fun thing about the time period.
That's the patriarchy talking.
Jim Jones's father, James, was a World War I veteran who'd had his lungs ruined in a German gas attack, essentially weakening him physically and mentally for the rest of his life.
That was something I want to get more into at some point about the gas victims of World War I, because those guys, it was a whole ruined generation of people. Like all those people, because they were deeply debilitated.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit in our Edgewood series about the effects of these gases on men and what it actually does to them. But, you know, a lot of people that came back from that war and a lot of people who had these sort of respiratory problems, you know, they go past it and they live full lives. But James Jones was not that type of man.
He was a bit of a pussy.
Well, he was just a non-figure.
I want to say pussies are very strong.
Thank you,
So we'll say he's a bit of a
you.
dick, Henry.
Thank you.
Yeah, he was a non-figure. He was unimpressive and unambitious from cradle to grave.
Okay.
But he was a member of a prominent and rich family.
To be fair, it's not, you can't be ambitious.
Tonto, that's not funny. Don't joke about those two having a kid ever. And Anissa did eugenics and said they won't, because if they have a girl, it'll be ugly, because Ian is ugly.
In the cradle. You're a baby.
You can be ambitious in the cradle.
Oh, what do you got? What can you do? You can
I was a
climb out
baby
and
sitting
climb
there
back in.
doing pull-ups on the crib.
Oh, I don't
trying
know
to make
about
my
that.
penis longer, wrapping it around the bars of the crib, just leaning back, just trying to be like, I will be a man about town, saying that to myself.
But the thing is about James Jones is that he was a member of a prominent and rich family, which is exactly why Lynette glommed onto him despite him being damn near.
Kind of like somebody being a rich YouTuber and then another little booby streamer shows up at TwitchCon. Keep it in mind.
Old enough to be her father.
Okay.
Now, the townsfolk called him Big Jim to distinguish him from our little Jimmy.
Oh.
But by the time this guy reached his 50s, he was so beaten down and defeated that they'd taken to calling him Old Jim instead.
Sad.
Not clever with the nicknames. Pretty much on the nose.
But he looked like a thinner Steve Bannon by the time he would. No, because he was just haggard, just sitting on a stool, just wasting away at the card house because it was a dry county that they lived in, so he couldn't even booze it up.
No. Right.
These are people during the Prohibition. They kept the Prohibition going after the Prohibition had already been rescinded. So he just sat there, fucking sober, playing cards till he died.
Well, cards and pool.
That's fine to do. What's wrong with that? That's a great way to end.
Hey, if they say, hey, you're going to this camp where we just lock you in a room, you get 3 square meals a day, so basically prison. I think I'm describing prison. But all you can do is play Uno with a group of rotating strangers for the rest of your life. I'm not going to complain, quite frankly.
At all.
Just sitting there, for
playing cards.
The last 20 years of his life, it was just drinking coffee and soda.
Tonto, this came out in 2018. It was a different time. We were all hype on penises and sexual harassment back then.
At the pool hall, and a lot of times he wouldn't even play. He'd just sit there.
I don't know if you guys understand what living your best life looks like, because I think that might be it.
Oh, God. Maybe I shouldn't role model after Ben Kissel. He says same things as me.
Frankly, that is self-care. That would be a self-care Saturday nowadays.
Yes, but he was not happy, you don't think?
No, he was just whatever.
He was whatever.
He just coasted through life, not really doing much of anything.
Okay.
So Lynetta claimed that when she was about to be pregnant with Jim, she saw a vision of, quote, the Egyptian river of death.
Well, that's not a good omen.
No.
That's horrible.
Now, could you see any content creators coming on stream and being like, guys, this child that I'm gonna have is gonna identify as the goddess of fucking whatever because my altar in my dream told me so. That's gonna be great.
Horrified.
But then she saw herself dying on the cross as Lynetta had a penchant for the dramatic.
Okay.
She was a character.
Yeah.
I like her.
Yeah. She said that she was then visited by the spirit of her mother, who told her that it was not her time yet, as she still had to fulfill her destiny of giving birth to a great man.
Ooh.
Now, knowing what we do about Lynetta, this is probably horseshit. This woman was constantly telling lies to make herself more impressive than she really was, and can be best described as a woman who never quite grew out of her snotty, rebellious teenage years.
I like her.
Well, because you know what it is? It's true, right? Because you're right here. Part of it's like she did defy the conventions of her time. She wore pants.
Yes.
She liked to swear a lot. She smoked in public. She was kind of in your face kind of person. But the problem is she was just difficult for the sake of being.
This sounds like so many people in my family. And I'm from Indiana. I wonder if I need to just look at the fucking family tree, honestly.
Difficult.
Yeah,
but at the same time, but you can also see her bumping against a society that didn't understand that she wanted more from life. But the problem is that she didn't put the work in.
No.
To make some changes.
She was like my grandmother, very difficult. The times were difficult. Everyone had to be difficult. Everything was hard.
Your grandmother was a part of the problem.
No, I said my grandmother, who grew up in Minnesota, not my Oma.
Your grandmother was part of the problem. His Oma was, in Germany during a certain war.
Who was part of the solution to a problem. They were very activist against. They were against the Nazi party.
Yeah, Ben, I think you need to be real careful about how you use the word solution.
Solution. I think solution is
My grandfather once again
troubled
started
term.
labor unions all across this world. In Africa, he was a globalist. He considered himself a man of the world.
He was constantly apologizing.
He was
constantly being Matt Damon.
Well, he could have committed suicide, and then I wouldn't be here.
Interesting.
Well, let's just get an example of the difficultness of Lynetta Jones. First of all, her constantly changing names. She was born Lunette, but then she changed that to Lynette, and then she changed that to Lynetta. Only thing is, she didn't tell anybody she wanted to be called Lynetta.
So she got super fucking offended when people didn't call.
What is this Zoomer activity? So many people this applies to in modern day, but yet it's the fucking 20, 30, 40s, for fuck's sakes.
Call her goddamn Lynetta.
Yeah,
Well, I think you gotta call her Lynetta.
She took it as a personal offense because when she first met Big Jim's family, she was going as Lynette, and but then she wanted to started calling Lynetta, but they didn't know that.
They didn't.
So they just they just kept calling her Lynette. So she took personal offense to that.
You gotta find the game within the game. They didn't have Sirius XM. There was nothing else to do. The only thing they had to do was find ways to become upset, to feel emotion. So this was her approach.
But it's like showing up saying that my name's Puff Daddy now, but I was just calling you Sean 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And she also had apparently a filthy mouth. But this was Indiana in the 30s, so it sounds like their standard for a filthy mouth for a woman was just saying damn a lot.
I mean, no. I've heard some foul things said. But you go to that southern Indiana, oh man, the things they say. Disgusting, quite frankly. They should all be ashamed of themselves and get soap in the mouth.
She spit a lot, too. She liked to spit.
Yeah.
And she wore pants. Disgusting.
I feel like we're being a little harsh on this woman who was just trying to survive in the 1930s in Indiana.
She wasn't trying to survive. This was a person who she would so much rather say that she was a great person rather than actually being a great person.
You have to say it first. You have to. Michael Jordan said it, I will be the best, and then he became the best. And you know what? Jim Carrey wrote himself a check for $1 million. And
We
now he has
know
like
this.
100
We all
times
know
that.
the goddamn story.
So-
And now he's deeply troubled.
Yes, he
now
is.
he's gone.
Well,
mentally.
he's an egomaniac.
That documentary was terrible. But you know what
I
it
thought it
is?
was good.
Is that I get it. You're from Indiana. A part of this whole, what they keep talking about in the road to Jonestown is that in Indiana, the whole thing about is conformity. At this time, it was
Go
about
along to get
forever,
along.
yeah.
Yeah,
It
go
was
along to get
keeping
along is
up-
what they say.
Yeah, keeping up with the Joneses. You're in there. You're a part of a machine. You're a part of a neighborhood. You're part of a community. So a part of it's like
Maybe that's where I get it from. I'm like, I don't like this, but laws and rules, guys. But that's not how it usually goes in Indiana. As I've said, everybody there, I'll have you know, is the victim of a harassment campaign when they get a speeding ticket. I've never known anybody who just admits that I drove irresponsibly or I speeded. Never in my life in Indiana has anyone ever been responsible. So none of this is shocking to me.
yes, I think it would have been interesting if we're making judgment calls now fucking 70 years later, 100 years later, however fucking, whatever the time period is. But it's like, we're making these judgment calls now, but at the time, it's like, if you wanted to be different, you should have moved to goddamn New York.
Not everyone just pick up and move to New York. Not in the 1930s. That was still the Pony Express era. Am I wrong?
Hey, man, back in the 30s, there were thousands of strong, independent women who took life by the fucking horns and made it for themselves.
All right.
Lynetta just wanted to sound big. You know, she just wanted to be different. That's all she wanted.
And then Lynetta said, I am such the hero and normal of the people that I am gonna ride the bus. Oh shit, it's cold. I'm gonna get my husband to get fucking credit cards and get a Toyota Corolla. That's how that went.
She didn't want to be great. She just wanted to be different. She was like, for example, she was a big believer in like destiny and reincarnation. She said that in a past life, she'd been a successful writer, a great woman. But in this life, her destiny had been ruined by pettiness and jealousy.
She already did it in a past life. I like this approach to it. We're like, been there, done that. Now I'm on to my Cheeto phase, and I think I'm going to get some Flavor Aid.
We're looking at the seeds that had been planted into Jimba Jones.
Yes.
These are the Jimba gets all of these lessons from his mother, and a part of it is the constant blaming of other people. And waking up with this idea of she said, I was chosen by God to give birth to a great son, which is a part of what she had retrofitted for herself to make her feel normal about herself having a child, was that she put it all into Jim. And now he's got to live up to his mother's expectations, which are going to haunt him for the rest of his life.
As far as mother issues go among sociopaths, she's not the worst mom that we've ever covered in these series here.
She absolutely is
in
not.
the podcast.
Well, I mean, if you want to compare her to a serial killer's mom, you can kind of compare
I think that's why these crazy bitches exist and have kids. And sometimes it's for good or sometimes it's for worse. I think the children of these people know how to navigate every conversation and constantly looking for the right thing to say. So that's why they're great politicians and great predators.
To Jeffrey Dahmer's parents, because even though she was saying that Jim Jones was a great man, was going to be a great man, and her son was going to be a great man, she was constantly telling her son that he was going to be a great man. She didn't actually want to put in the work of actually raising her kid. So she pretty much ignored him for most of his upbringing. And in fact, when he was born, she dismissed him by saying he resembled, quote, an ugly Eskimo.
And I am not going to say that she is wrong. She definitely had a bit of a Heidi Klum moment with that by calling him an ugly Eskimo, but she is correct.
I just picture her buying him sunglasses, huge aviators when he's like 6 months old, and we just slowly watch him grow into him. But that's not what happened. But that's what I fantasized.
Yeah,
if it was a Pixar movie.
Yeah, and Jim's dad wasn't any help either. Like we said, he spent all his time over at the pool hall drinking coffee and soda. Okay. And in other words, Jim Jones was left to his own devices to do whatever he wanted. And what little Jimmy wanted to do was almost exclusively abnormal shit.
Yeah. He got right into the weird shit very fast.
So for some reason, Lynetta would never let Jimmy into the house if she wasn't there, as a lot of the time she was on the assembly.
Was he okay, though, Tonto? I can have this debate. He was a great man in Indiana in the time period before Jonestown happened, so you're saying no future shaming. But would that stuff have all happened without him? Like, because Indiana is not the South, despite what they want you to think and believe. There's just too many Kentucky and Tennessee people that made it over, unfortunately, ruining it for everybody. So, like, they would have been least racist than Kentucky and Tennessee. But maybe that's the issue. Everybody coming from the South fleeing, so you got an influx, all that. We got to do some more research for the great debate on Jim Jones. But so according to you, Jim Jones better than Hitler?
Assembly line over at the old Winchester glass factory.
All right. So it was a part of the arrangement with the Jones family was that because James couldn't get his shit together enough to have a job, he couldn't keep a job, he couldn't stay on his feet. A part of it, he had a lack of spirit, right? Where they say a brittle spirit, is that he had it again and again. It's like it's a thing that he suffered from. So the family took them in and saying, like, well, we'll buy you a house and we'll take care of you. But a part of this is that once we have you set up, Lynetta's gonna have to get a job,
right,
to cover all of this shit. She's gonna have to cover.
Oh, exactly like what happened to Anissa when she moved back to Alberta. I'm telling you, this is Lynetta and Jim Sr. So this is why they can't have a kid. It will be a Jim Jones if it somehow fucking survives.
At least some of the house expenses, and we'll take care of everything else. But she didn't want to. She felt deep resentment about it.
Well, yeah, she should, though, because her husband's playing cards. He's not even drinking. I honestly think if he was getting sauced up, I'd be like, well, okay, he's got a card and an alcoholic problem. She's out there working in the factory. I kind of understand why she's constantly pissed.
Yeah, well,
it's a 50-50 problem.
Yeah.
She also thought she was better than having a job.
Yeah. She thought that, and she also refused to talk to anybody in town. They'd try speaking to her, and she'd turn her nose up at them because they didn't talk about the great things that she wanted to talk about.
She's a Roosevelt.
Yeah, and I kind of get that, but she also never made any real effort. It was always her being better than everybody else and her building herself up. Like, for example, the Winchester glass factory, she was just an assembly line worker, but years later, she told everyone that she was a labor union leader, that she had led everyone in an uprising to have the workers treated well.
Well,
it was not true.
She didn't do anything.
She didn't do jack shit.
All right.
She did nothing.
She made glass.
That's good. So while she was working, Jimmy wandered the neighborhood and was eventually taken in by a sweet old Nazarene preacher's wife named Myrtle Kennedy, which is, by the way, the perfect name for a woman who talks about church all the time.
Absolutely. Myrtle.
You want some thin cookies?
Yeah. Love them.
I made them specifically so you wouldn't like them.
All right.
She was a part of the Nazarene community, and the part of the Nazarene community is if you join that church, you can't go to other churches.
Yeah.
A part it's very devout. They're very sweet, but they were the only group in this small Indiana town that evangelized. Everybody else didn't. The other groups was like the other churches, people would just come and go as they pleased.
Right.
Yeah,
Right. I know the Nazarenes.
Oh, yeah. They were God botherers, as people called them. They believed that if you did not go to the Nazarene church, you were going to hell.
All right.
Bar none. So, in Jim Jones, because the Jones family didn't go to church at all.
Which fucked up the whole town.
Yeah.
Because that's what people did.
Oh,
These
of
days, like
course.
the town, because the town knows everybody's fucking business.
Yeah.
Everybody's on top of each other's bullshit. So a part of it's that like everybody does the same shit. On Wednesday, they all go see the movie in the town square, which
Right.
is what they actually did. They all go.
See, there's another reason why I've chilled out on my super atheism and why I don't get why people freak out when they're like, oh my God, people think the Bible is the most important thing and this is a Christian country. Yes, because everybody did used to go to church. That was how you did community. Everybody just like assumes everybody did internet and Minecraft all fucking day. No, when you're not working, you're meeting up at the bowling alley in church.
Shopping on Saturday, and on Sunday, everybody goes to church. And when you don't go to church, you stick out. But little Jimmy Jones started doing it, and he was weird about it immediately.
But this is good. So he's understanding religion is a social construct used for economic means, for jobs, for relationships, nothing to do with God.
Yeah, and guess what he does? He twists it till he kills 900 people.
Well, he only killed 300, and then the 600 did self-kill.
No, he killed them.
No,
like
he
he
killed them.
murdered
Okay,
all of them.
that's a
like
good point.
he was. This is once again, Jonestown was not a mass suicide. It was a mass murder.
Immediately rolling back every time. Oh, no, that is a good point. Oh, yeah.
That is, scale it back.
So Myrtle Kennedy saw in Jim Jones a soul to save. So she started taking Jimmy to church every single Sunday, and Jim loved every single second of it. He immediately took to church. And in fact, he was starting to quote scripture back to her, even as a young child, long passages of scripture. He immediately had a knack for this. And pretty soon, though, he started to get curious about other churches. So every Sunday, Jim Jones would bounce from church to church to church, taking notes the entire time. Sometimes he'd go to one church for about an hour and then head to another church to catch the end of that one.
Wow.
Now, it's very interesting because before the church thing happened, when
Right.
he was rolling around town.
Okay, I've legit thought I should like get a chaplain position somewhere because they're always hiring that, and it's like, but I'm an atheist. It's like, yeah, but it's about the performance and the storytelling. Good practice, you know.
When he'd just walk with dogs following him everywhere because he used to feed him, and dogs used to just follow him where he'd go back and forth. And he met some other little kid whose father was a pilot. And the first thing that Jim Jones said when he met this kid and the dad, he's like, I always wanted to be a pilot. And they're like, okay. So he went and he became obsessed with planes for like 6 weeks and then dropped out and started doing the church shit. But this guy, what he started realizing immediately was, obsessions and things like this is how you fit into society with people. He never once felt the genuine pull towards church or towards airplanes. It was about seeing how everybody responded to the people, the guy is a pilot. Watching the guy as a pilot going to the airport, watching all these people respond to this pilot with respect and giving him power. When he goes to the church, seeing this priest lead all of these people again and again and again. So immediately, he's like doing math. He's Martha Stewarting it, watching the holes where he needs to go. He sees the Matrix. He doesn't feel emotions. It's like when a friend starts becoming like a craft beer person. All of a sudden they're just like, now they're all about craft beer and all they ever talk about is hops.
And the worst is when they start brewing it themselves and you have to taste it and be like, that's good. That's good. So do we know what he was feeding the dogs? Why were they following him? Any ideas on that?
You'll see.
Okay. So he's going around church to church, almost like someone at a Comic-Con.
Yeah.
Just going to find out all the different exhibits and really trying to learn.
Yeah, I mean, he was learning the entire time. And like Henry said, he was absolutely obsessed. And that obsession had a huge effect on his behavior and how he thought about things. And since it was obvious he had weirdness in his blood, he started doing weird shit that freaked all of the other kids out. Now, even as a child, Jim Jones was obsessed with death. One night, he took a bunch of other kids on a field trip to the local cat.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie, this is sounding like me. You guys shouldn't listen to me anymore. But because that's why other people, I don't know why you guys watch reaction channels, commentary to get insights, I guess. But I always liked watching reactions because I wanted to see what the actual reactions were. And I was like, well, if I'm ever creating content, what do I gotta do to give a person this reaction? But then everyone started doing pog faces for the clicks, and it was ruined.
Casket factory.
Cool job.
Awesome job.
The local casket factory, like everyone else in town, left their doors unlocked so the kids were able to just walk right in.
Different time.
And once they got inside, Jim directed all the kids to lie down in the coffins so they could all feel like what it was like to be dead.
Cool.
And he didn't do it just once. He did this multiple times. And every time he did it, fewer and fewer kids came along with him.
They didn't want to meditate. That seems, it could be very relaxing.
It is very relaxing to just mime the sweet release of death.
Yes.
But he also just go in, and it was true. They said they would eventually watch him go by himself.
What are we talking here? 12, 13, 14 years
No.
old?
He's pretty young. He's not quite 10.
This is like 9, 10.
Okay. So he's a savant.
Yeah.
Of the creepy,
leadership art.
of the disgusting
of the
morbidity,
creepy,
of dictatorship.
Yeah, and then there were the animal funerals. Jim would trawl the town looking for the corpses of small animals, and once he found them, he'd invite other kids along.
Tonto, that's fucking genius. God damn it, it's your idea. I can't take it now, and you fucking latched on to me. We could latch on to Hassan, get to be a part of a cult, and then always pull out before. Use your smart people detectors, and we study this shit so you know when to pull out, and then you pull out. So then after the bad thing happens, guess what? Guess who gets to be on all the interviews and gets to do all the collabs? The person who didn't be part of the cult suicide.
And he'd hold elaborate funeral services, sometimes in the middle of recess.
This guy, I mean, he could have just been a very successful, wealthy televangelist. He's got a Joel Osteen vibe, Benny Hinn type thing happening.
He was.
I don't. Well, I know. Obviously, we'll get into the dark turn here. But at this point, there are some good things that you could carve into a good person.
You're going to say a lot of things.
He was trying to be like the heavy metal version of a preacher for a while, being like, I walk the walk, I don't go, and I will get into this. But he didn't like the idea of personal, like, flashiness.
Yeah, and so when those funeral services started freaking out the older kids, and they stopped coming, just like they stopped coming along with him to the casket factory, Jim got the bright idea to make the younger kids attend. And those
Yo, Tonto, though, look at these fucking Texas and city people acting like they've never played the put people in the casket and lock them in their game. These fucking city folk don't know what it's about here in the Hoosier State.
younger kids were just happy for the attention of an older boy at first, but when they tried to leave, Jim would bully them into staying. And then after that, Jim Jones was introduced to who seems to be his very first hero, Adolf Hitler.
Oh, wrong choice. Oh, Jim, you made the wrong choice.
Wrong choice there. Was all the other kids.
See, I would never make this mistake. Hitler's a loser. He lost the war. Loser. Why would you model yourself after a loser? And he committed suicide, so like how much did he really believe in his mission and his purpose? For not very much.
Just because it's like a time showing these newsreels of World War II.
Yeah.
And all the other kids are they love playing like Americans and running around being, oh yeah, I'm here to save all the concentration camps. What are concentration camps, little Billy? I don't know, but we're going to find out soon, I bet.
Liberate him. But he didn't ever believe in the ideology that Hitler was spewing. He just liked the presence.
It was the style.
It was the style, yes. It was.
The style, I don't think I could go for Hitler's speech. I guess I'd be forced to, because honestly, it's just him whining about how he got locked up that one time when he did that thing, and everybody, I was in jail! Yeah! Guys, they're punishing me! And it's like, that's how it starts. That's why I was worried when Hassan lied about the airport. It's always someone getting fucking inconvenienced, or that time they did something wrong and then they got in trouble for it and they were very upset. And when you have that many months in jail to write a fucking book about it, My question is, who even read that thing? Is it only popular because it's the Hitler book? Did anybody actually read that fucking thing when it came out? I wouldn't.
He didn't go Nazi or anything.
Absolutely not. No, he had, in fact, that was, Nazi beliefs were kind of the opposite of his beliefs. He just loved the pageantry.
Whoa, crazy. This supreme leader didn't have any Nazi beliefs. He says he had the opposite, and yet horrible things happened.
Loved the style. He watched Adolf Hitler. He watched how the man commanded a crowd, and the way he commanded the crowd, the way he'd go real low and he'd talk real low and then get louder and whip the crowd up and then bring him back down again. He took notes the entire time, and he saw in Adolf Hitler someone to emulate. And he loved Hitler so much that he formed his own little squad of Nazis, and he pretended to be the Fuhrer instead of a member of the Allies, like all of the reasonable kids did. And when kids his own age, again, wouldn't participate, Jim Jones drafted the younger ones.
It is really, really difficult to get those bigger, older kids into the bunker.
It does seem like a very strange peanut strip. You know, like I can see Snoopy just really getting into Hitler and just like leading the whole tribe.
P-Nazis with fucking Charlie Brown's kind construction.
Chime is changing the way people.
We would not dare. We would not dare do this to Tonto. Not again. I will hold the wall. Catch us up on what we've learned. I've already said I've heard this argument before when it comes to wrestling and why the wrestlers, will be wrestlers for 80 years, even though it's a very physically demanding job. It's because it's addictive. Hearing that crowd cheer, even though it's a whole bunch of little children, that is a fucking heroin. The politicians feel this way at the fucking RNCs and shit, because that's the only time anyone cares about their ugly selves. That's the only time they're getting applause. Now, I don't know. But he really wasn't speaking to his audience, if you think about it. Because, what little kid wants to be thrown in a fucking coffin? Well, boys are weird, but, I don't see it. And he definitely wasn't winning no girls over with this. Maybe when he gets to high school in a different world. But Jim Jones did slay puss. We'll learn about that. Personally, I do think he looks like an ugly Eskimo child, like his mother said. But once again, I'm sorry about all the comparisons, but this is why we're here. History, red flags. I don't think Hassan is attractive at all. And there are people out here who are confused, it seems. His head is small, he dresses ugly, dresses like Mao, and then is like, this, that. They're stuck in a Gordian knot of thoughts over there in the Hassan Piker audience. Hey, guess what? There's a BetterHelp ad happening right now. I'm very confused because there was a year where everybody was canceling everybody who ever had a BetterHelp ad because it was a scam. They ain't real therapists. But so is this the BetterHelp? Where it's not a scam? Or does it still suck? Maybe they're fucking cat people. They're all cat ladies, that's the problem. They hate dogs. Oh, and it's just the whole thing with Asmongold. Also fucking performative. Like I said, I don't think Asmongold was ever escaping out of his lips, that name, until Asmongold decides, oh, I'm going to comment on politics and these crazy things. And Destiny is bad, according to everybody now. So who's Hassan going to attack? The person with higher fucking sub count on Twitch? Maybe he's trying to Keemstar this up, but he just looks a fucking fool in it. And Asmongold makes fucking Twitch more money than Hassan. But it's because Asmund is a narrative destroyer. He's a successful streamer, but he isn't living in a mansion. He isn't doing collabs in the Daily in LA. He is what he preaches. And the other ones can't stand that, because like I said, you can talk all you want about social justice. You still went to Starbucks and spent $13 on a peppermint mocha because you wanted it. Well, that $13 could have went to literally anybody else. Okay, we're back. But yeah, it's just... sorry, I cannot buy you that you're gonna go make everybody else feel guilty about politics and all the horrors in the world, but then you're gonna turn around and buy Starbucks or spend money on that special cup. Everybody can treat themselves, I know, but for something so unimportant, that $14 could have went to Palestine. Like, money reveals who a person is. That's just all there is to it. Anyway, back to the show. Yes. And... oh no, okay. This is Jim Jones, not Charles Manson. It's Charles Manson where we got some Beach Boys drama. That's what I do. So am I weird? Because I watch these pundits on the left and on the right, and I'm judging them on performance before I judge them on their politics. Oh, I'm sorry. I just scuffed us, didn't I? I'll fix it. I had to disable it to save you from ads, but these ads on Spotify are fucking awful, so you know.
Eventually either release it or be proven wrong or live your whole life as a person filled with hate. But there's something else about somebody that cherry picks something, like a thing, like the idea of his speech style or the pageantry. He cherry picks that off the top of one of the worst ideologies that existed, the Nazi idol, and he used it to his own advantage. And in some weird way, it's almost like fucked up in a worse way, where it's just like he uses the quote-unquote the good stuff from the Nazis and then he'll use it later on too.
Yeah, he completely, I mean, of course, he's also a child when he's watching this, so he's not he doesn't have a very developed mind,
right?
But he's not looking at what Hitler's doing. He's just looking at how he's doing it.
Right.
He sees how Hitler is getting these people all riled up, but he doesn't look at what that sort of style does to people. He's not paying attention to that at all.
The shallowness of his style, right? So they talk about how, like, that's the thing with Ted Bundy we see all the time, and that weird thing about serial killers, like even the ones that they said had emotions. It's that shallowness that I think is like, it's weird. It's the banality of evil, kind of. It's like a kind of thing where people are you kind of view it from a detached point of view.
But isn't that normal though? That's how you learn. You emulate, and then you're just a shadow. You're a shell of who you're emulating, and then you fill it with your own personality, your own ideas, your own ideology, right?
Yeah. I mean,
it's smart in a way.
Well,
that's how humans learn.
Actually, I think in a way, like Jim Jones, he, as we're gonna kind of see, like, I think it's actually, if he hadn't have done evil, like, it's actually a pretty good example of how to be successful.
Yes.
Like, how to live your life. Like,
Indeed. Remember the book that the guy who wrote Dilbert, it was like how to fail so much but still succeed? That's what I argue Jim Jones is like the hero of Indiana for, because there actually is like a series of failures. He did not build Rome in a day. People's Temple had drama often, actually. Learn from Tonto in the Call about how they got into the Patty Hearst food bank drama with a couple other cults. It was a whole thing.
It very much is. Like Jim Jones, if he's anything else, he was a successful person.
Yep.
But he just chose to use that success for evil.
Unfortunate.
Rather than good.
It was never enough for him, and that was the problem.
Yep. And with these young kids that he made play Nazi, since an older kid was paying attention to him, the younger kids mostly put up with it. They put up with him hitting them with a switch. And this was one of the most important lessons Jim Jones learned, and he learned it as a teenager. If the kids your own age don't want to play with you, then you find the ones no one else is paying attention to, and you play with them.
Yeah, or you go way old and hang out with 75-year-olds.
And he did that too.
He did that too.
Yeah,
he's on fire with finding friends.
Yeah, he learned that all you have to do is just give them a little bit of attention, and they'll follow you anywhere.
Yep.
See, unlike most of the serial killers we cover, cult leaders tend to be lethally clever. These people are brilliant.
Well, they're politicians politicians and serial killers combined into one.
Yeah, it's politicians, serial killers, and then business people. Like
Right,
it's a
yeah.
thing, because then you're forming like a company. Like what it ended up being, especially this, he has to like bring people in. It becomes a money thing because then he becomes obsessed with money too.
I love the idea of Jim Jones. Like, I need to LLC.
He did do that.
What that conversation had to be like. So, what's your product exactly? Like a death cult.
Well, their most impressive skill.
I mean, terrorist organizations basically kind of have to do that when they get money from Hezbollah or whatever.
Cult leaders is always that of manipulation. Jim Jones learned it very early on in life. But like serial killers, Jim was also into a bit of animal mutilation.
Uh-oh.
According to the book Raven, Jim once tried to sew a chicken leg onto a duck with a string just to see what would happen.
Okay, now that's weird. Okay, this is where the similarities between me and Jim Jones ends, and with the putting people in caskets. I'm on team no animal cruelty.
It's against God, Jim. You don't want to do that.
It doesn't like it, but if I saw it on Food Network,
oh yeah,
I'd be like, slide it over.
That's out of bounds. Flavor overload.
But true to the duality of Jim Jones, he tried to take care of animals as well. He just wasn't very good at it. He kept carrier pigeons and would send them on secret missions, but they all inevitably died, and each one got a funeral.
Suicide bombers, huh? Kamikaze pigeons.
But then again, he would also arbitrarily shoot his friend Don Foreman with a BB gun.
That is fun.
My brother used to do that to me.
My brother
It
used to
sucks.
do that to me, and I used to shoot him right back. And we had great BB gun wars all in the basement, all across the home. And all across the neighborhood. And they looked like real guns.
Yeah.
Nowadays, I would just be shot by the police.
Oh, yeah.
But back in the 90s, we had freedom.
Well, he wouldn't just shoot him with a BB gun. He'd take actual guns, like 22s, and he'd just point them at his friend and just smile and smile. And one time, he actually...
Now, this is the bad part of Hoosier life. The irresponsible gun owners. And I've argued if you want to do your part for gun rights and gun control, responsible gun owners bully the irresponsible ones. No one should be pointing guns at anyone's face. We live in a society.
Shot at his friend Don, and this is very telling of Jim Jones. Don was hanging out at Jim Jones's house, and he's like, all right, well, I gotta go do my chores. And Jim Jones was pissed off that he would leave, that he would even think about leaving before Jim Jones let him go. So as Don was walking away, Jim pointed a 22 at him and shot it in his general direction and hit a tree right next to the guy and hit close enough where bark flew off and hit his friend.
Not good.
But it's definitely a part of his own his ego was so fragile that he could not do an activity that other people weren't into. Is that if other people were doing things, if he was doing something he was really into it, and if somebody rejected it, it's like they rejected him. And they would reject the thing. Like, because you didn't like what I was doing, I'm taking personal offense because that means like you're rejecting me. We're just being like, no, he just didn't want to play with the fucking chicken leg attached to the duck.
Well, that seems like a fun thing to do, but
This is something throughout his entire life. If someone didn't want to go along with what Jim Jones did, he would consider it a personal betrayal.
So thank goodness Jim Jones wasn't a girl. It'd be... Okay, back to the similarities. I'm the one who wants to play house and then gets so upset when no one wants to. I watched Power Rangers and studied the lore. The least you can do is fucking eat my imaginary spaghetti, goddammit, boys.
And that would happen every time someone tried to leave his church, because people were coming in and out a lot, and every time someone tried to leave, he took it as a personal betrayal.
did he sew a chicken leg to a turkey every time he was upset?
And then eventually Guy Fieri picked it up.
Uh-oh.
That's what happens. It turns into, that's the first lazy version of the turducken.
Guy Fieri. But yes, and by the way, R.I.P. American Grill.
Yeah.
I went there the final day, December 31st, and you could tell the wait staff was happy to be done. But
Yes.
it was sad. It was sad.
Well, then again, from a young age, Jim Jones seemed to have a genuine interest in equality and social justice. As a teenager, he'd go over to the side of town where all the black people lived. He'd stand on a street corner and preach about everyone being equal in God's eyes. And people listened. Because remember, this is Indiana in the mid-40s. There weren't a whole lot of white people coming over to the black side of town for any reason.
It was, and I believe still is, the Klan capital of the country.
Tonto, is that true? Klan activity seems like it's for Southerners and neo-Nazis who are out of prison so can't vote and don't fucking matter. That's always my view on the fucking KKK and the neo-Nazis. What are you gonna do? Vote? Illegally own a firearm? Doubt it.
Country.
It's pretty fucking awful. And it wasn't just people, a white person coming over to their side of town.
What town's the Klan one? How many people are in it? Well, everybody else is fighting in Minnesota. Let's just go blow that one up.
It was also a white person coming over to preach racial equality. And although I do think Jim Jones truly believed in racial equality, as many of his followers did, as all of his followers did, I think Jim Jones may have also seen in this a path to power. He saw injustice, yes, but he also saw people that nobody else was paying attention to.
It was very smart. He realized both. It was like his own personal politics mixed with this. And then what is a stronger game than a thing that you do believe in yourself? It's not horseshit. So at the very bottom of it's not horseshit. You don't have to spin horseshit. You do believe in what you're doing, but at the same time, it's going to help your bottom line.
You find a market. Yep.
Yeah.
Underexploited market.
And that's one of the biggest complications in the story of Jim Jones. I do think he had good in him. I do think he did. At times in his life, he genuinely cared about others and helped them in astonishing ways, especially when it came to race.
What do you think, though, Tonto? Do you think this Marcus Parks here is a bit of a fool? Do you think Jim Jones had good in him? I don't think he planned all of this stuff. But I don't know. I think he's kind of a little like Yagami. He was always going to do some evil.
Relations. But considering how things eventually played out, you got to ask yourself, did Jim Jones truly try to follow his good intentions but still lost to evil? Or was he always a sociopath who just saw a situation to manipulate?
And I think that's the question we'll wrestle with this entire series. But I think it's very interesting. I don't think people that are good all the way through ever really end up here. I think in the end it's got something to do with the shallowness of his choices to begin with. And we'll get into this.
I'm interested to see when the turn came, because at this point, it seems like we have potential for an actual good leader.
So much potential in him. He is a very disappointing figure. So let's get back to Jim's childhood weirdness. He somehow had an extensive knowledge of sex, which joined religion as pretty much the only two things he talked about, although no one really knows how he got the sexual information or if any of it was correct.
Now, I feel like it may have come from his mom. Because his mom was super into sex and talking about uncomfortable subjects. So I think maybe it came from her, which has got to be gotta really fuck you up later
Well,
on down
maybe
the line when your mom's making you all horny. You know what I mean? Like, it's the David Berg shit.
I don't think you're supposed to get aroused when you have the conversation with your parents about sex.
I don't think you're supposed to, but as Henry just said with David Burke, sometimes you do.
I don't know.
like it a little bit more than the rest do.
Maybe they were talking about it in church also. Sometimes church broaches the subject.
God, no.
No.
I mean, what they say about
They do. They used to in my church. We had sex ed. It was very weird. Very weird.
Well, what they said about what Jeff Gwynn said about Indiana in the road to Jonestown was that, this was a farming community. Sex was everywhere. I mean, you saw animals having sex with each other all the time.
Chickens fucking dogs. Dogs fucking cats. Cats fucking people. Crows fucking crows, because they are racist.
I love crows.
Yeah, and these are houses with very thin walls. Sometimes houses with, mom and dad in the same room as the kids. So sex was definitely heard. It was definitely seen, but it was not talked about.
Well, yeah, and it really wasn't like Red Shoe Diaries level.
No.
It was definitely like a guy named like Father Ted being like, all right, Mary, roll over. All right, Tete.
Red Shoe Diaries. That's a wild thrill. Credits. And that's the credits. And that's an entire Red Shoe Diary. And then if you go back, David Duchovny was in it. I forget the name. Was it Shannon Tweed?
Yeah, Shannon.
She was a regular on the Red Shoe Diary.
I feel like on the farm it's called Red Hoof Diaries.
Could be. You're on fire.
Well, Jim Jones also, according to childhood friends quoted in Raven, had a real big honker going.
I can see
What
it.
do you mean? Hold on a second. What?
Big honker.
He had a real pig's hog.
Yeah, he had a set
pig's
on.
like down there. Yeah.
And Jim would also convince the other kids to have literal pissing contests. But Jim always won, and it was said he could pinch his peen in such a way as to get the stream up.
Now this, men, is a real fucking full X right here. You ever been in a real pissing contest? We speak of them in like lore, but do they really happen, a pissing match?
Over a rooftop.
Now, Lynette, is it Lynette? Lunette? Your child, I've never seen a child urinate the way that your child urinates. He's gonna be a leader.
I told you my son's a great man. You know that when the doctor first showed me to him, I said, let's check this out. And I could fit a whole dime in his urethra.
Now, his weirdness continued on into high school, where he took his mother's example in bad social habits and wouldn't speak to anyone unless he spoke to them first.
Okay.
He was also one of those weird kids who wore his Sunday best to school every single day.
He was a school character. Like, that same thing where it's very similar to Jeffrey Dahmer, where he got his attention any way that he could. So he would dress up every single day like he was going to church. He would hold funerals during recess, and he would talk about Jesus all the time.
Honestly, I would have another situation where I would have been friends with him at this point.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, I would have just been like, what can I do, Jim? He'd be like, stand there, look fat. I'd be like, I can do that, Jim.
That's my
Jim,
best.
I can do that. That's what I do best. Now, did he wear one outfit or multiple Sunday outfits? Because that makes a big difference.
Well, it was slacks and a white shirt. I'm sure he had more than one.
Okay.
Because he was always clean. He wasn't like, a dirty kid who, just wore the same shit over and over
Also
again.
dressing like a Target employee? Did Target look at that and be like, that's going to be how we dress all of our employees?
And sports-wise, Jim was terrible, but he'd always be down for coaching a team. And he did have a knack for organizing. At 14, he put together a basketball league involving all the surrounding towns. He took stats. Everybody loved being a part of it. And it was successful for a while until Jimmy led a puppy to a trapdoor and let it fall to its death during a league meeting.
Well, what the heck?
No one really knows why.
Pretty sure Ethan Ralph did that too. And I know, but at least, I don't know, would Jim Jones shock the dog? Fuck yes, he would.
They were all hanging out. They were having a league meeting, and Jim was like, check this out, guys.
Hey, guys, look. You ever seen an episode of Mr. Bean?
I don't.
You know,
doesn't
Mr.
exist
Bean
yet.
can live through anything. He can do absolutely anything. You ever ask yourself, can a puppy live through anything?
I just don't.
I named him Mr. Bean. Now let's see if he survives this episode. Mr. Bean falls down the stairs.
I'm just here to here to learn pivots and how to
There he
shoot a
goes.
basket.
But he also, he's kind of like Rushmore.
Yeah, just kind of trying to do whatever, you know?
All right.
But after he pushed a puppy down a trap door, no one wanted to play for Jimmy anymore.
What's the point of these trap doors? You always hear about trap doors. Why? Is it goof?
For trickery.
What's the point of a trap door?
Trickery and if you got to get rid of a bunch of pumpkins in one go, like the pumpkin sale didn't go well. Oh, we got to take them back out the door. No, put them to the trap door. I don't know where the trap door goes.
We've heard about trap doors our whole life. I have no idea what's the point of a trap door. Anyway.
Trickery.
For what?
Trickery, yeah.
Yeah, but why? Why build it in? Why?
Bandits come in, you got to have a place to go.
All right.
But this whole time, Jim was still focused on church, if not the Lord. Although he was fascinated by all the different services, he was most attracted to the apostolics. Now, apostolics are one of the crazier sects, known for laying of hands and speaking in tongues.
Apostolic sounds like an adult It sounds like a XXX film set to like Bethlehem and like the wise men are involved.
It's the apostolics.
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 Yeah, apostolics is a totally different. Yeah. This is very strange.
Well, I've never heard the goddamn word said. I just
You did
read
great.
it. All
You
right.
did great. No, I think you're right. Yeah. I like where you took it.
Well, they were
So that's
extremely.
a Red Shoe Diaries I would watch. The apostolics.
Well, the apostolics put on extremely theatrical services. And in these, I think Jimmy found the kind of service that combined the messages he enjoyed from the churches with all the excitement and crowd participation of a Nazi rally. But the biggest contradiction was Jim was never really all that interested in the concept of God itself. Like I said, he was not concerned with the why of preachers and churches. He was more interested in the how.
Well, it's because his mom was an atheist. And she was a very rare atheist at the time, too. And because his father said nothing, she just pumped this kind of stuff into him. So he came out, and I love this concept of he hates the sky god.
Ugh, yeah, that's...
See, maybe it was because I talked about this last stream. I went to Bible Trailer not to learn about the Lord, not to learn about religion, but because in my mom's worldview, being the weirdo that goes to the library is the worst thing you can actually be, and getting converted to religion is really no big deal. Whatever, as long as they're somewhere. So maybe that's what saved me from the Jim Jones path.
What he would say is that he didn't care about this sky god. He was extremely condescending with all of this shit. He was, you know exactly who this guy is.
He would have done great in college in 1997.
Absolutely. Christopher Hitchens and he could get along and talk a lot.
Oh, yeah.
He'd
spend a lot of time on Reddit these days.
Yes. Well, a bit of a war hawk, Christopher Hitchens. Other than that, I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, Jim Jones, I mean, he was more interested in the actual teachings of Jesus, helping the poor, sharing and living equally. In other words, the inherently socialist nature of Christianity.
Sure.
In fact, Jim Jones, he was an atheist as well, which is one of the reasons why he took a little detour before becoming a man of God. And while on that detour, he would meet his wife, Marceline.
All right.
Marceline seemed nice.
Marceline seemed very nice.
It's a great name. I like Marceline. I don't think I've ever heard that as a name before.
I haven't either. It's a very nice name, and she was a nice woman.
Okay, good.
So in 1947, Jim's father died of respiratory failure. By this time, Jim and his mother had already moved on to Richmond, Indiana, leaving old Jim behind as if he never meant a thing to him, and he probably hadn't.
And the saddest thing is his father died the same
Goodbye, iDubbbz. Goodbye.
day he finally got 4 aces. 4 aces in one hand, and he passed away that day.
And Kenny Rogers was actually playing the game with him.
Oh!
And he went, oh! Like, and he started scribbling it down with a quill. But like, what you writing, Kenny? The best song in the world about doing dumb shit.
Do you think how suicidal is Kenny Rogers having to sing that song, or do you think he's come full circle now, where he appreciates the millions and millions of dollars it's brought
He
him?
loves that song.
Yeah,
he loves that song.
Yeah,
unironically, he knows.
Okay,
it paid for his entire puffy face. It's just filled with stem cells.
But it is good. They got to know when to fold them.
Now, neither Jim nor Lynetta attended old Jim's funeral, and in the last years of old Jim's life, Lynetta took multiple lovers. But even so, old Jim still got a big tombstone with his wife's name etched next to his in the vain hope that although she left him in life, she'd join him in death.
Okay.
She did not.
She did
No,
not.
she
All
did not.
right.
They literally just acted like he didn't exist. As soon as they both left town, they were just like, fuck it. And then he just died alone at the pool hall.
Yeah. Yeah, his epitaph is, I mean, it's for some reason one of the saddest I've ever read. It just says,
You got to know when to hold them. You got to know when to fold them.
I didn't know when to hold them.
Well, it just says, everyone in the world is my friend.
That's so sad. That's so sad. But it's also sweet. If everyone was his friend, then it would be really nice.
It's very sweet, but
if it was like Bob Barker's tombstone.
Yeah,
Not
because
yet.
he had
Not
many
yet.
friends. He had many friends.
Did Bob Barker die?
Yeah.
No,
he did.
Yeah, he died, right?
I think.
I think he committed suicide by cop. I'm not really sure. He did something
about
weird.
that. Over the Plinko? Yeah.
But he did, he just sat at the bar alone. He had no real friends. And that's kind of reminds me of you remember the movie Barfly?
Of course.
That's based off the life of Charles Bukowski.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
With I forget what, Mickey Rourke plays him, and
Yes.
he goes, "This was for my friends. This was for my friends." Like, just like pointing out to the whole bar, and everyone's just trying to avoid eye contact with him.
Yep. Yep. There's always one of those sad guys at the old bar.
Yeah. One thing they did do though, they did not bring Lynetta back to Indiana, because she did die in Jonestown before the mass murder, but she did die in Jonestown. But still, for some reason, they still etched her year of death and date of death on that tombstone that was right next to, that she shared with old
An
Jim.
analogy for how shallow the entire Jones family was.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that makes a gravedigger sad is an empty, unwritten on tombstone.
Yep.
He has to do something. He's
gotta
just
do
like,
something.
I had.
He never did anything to her. She went out, worked in the factory, sure. He was dying of a respiratory disease after serving his country in World War I. Did he truly deserve this life? I hope he had friends at the pool hall, but doesn't sound like it.
Little bones and corpses all day long. I will not see a tombstone with writer's block.
So when Jim and Lynetta arrived in Richmond, they were no longer getting financial help from old Jim's family as they once were. So Jim had to get a job alongside Lynetta, and he got a job as an orderly at Reed Memorial Hospital. And he turned out to be surprisingly fantastic at this job and seemed to relish in taking care of the most disgusting aspects, like cleaning up vomit, moving around dead bodies, and disposing of amputated limbs.
Someone's got to do it.
Yeah, someone's got to do
Absolutely.
it.
And he saw the gap of being like, if I go do this with a smile on my face, I'm gonna work my way up really high in this hospital.
Sure.
Yeah, and Jeff Gwynne, he wrote that Jim would even make things like changing adult diapers and giving sponge baths. He'd make them fun.
Well, how could you?
He'd just have fun with it.
I'm going to say this. Honestly, in any other context, I don't ever really want an orderly who makes sponge baths fun. It's like having a funny dentist. I don't need a funny dentist.
Ugh,
Because it's
hate
just
a
something
funny
about
like a funny
I
dentist.
hate a funny dentist.
It can be fun. The experience, you
But
should have a
honestly,
laugh.
Once I'm so fully debased that I'm in a warm bath and my family is no longer involved with me and they are cleaning shit from my hole, I don't want any fucking yucks. I want this to be a business-like procedure that is done as fast as fucking possible.
That's the
I don't want
prime of
you
your
running
life.
your late night tight five on me. Well, I can't feel my goddamn feet anymore, and no one's here to take care of me.
And I know you, and I know for a fact you are going to love it. You are going to
Yeah. Like how red it is? Because I've been eating a lot of beets. Yeah. I like to change the color of it, and I can do it by anything I eat. I'm making this fun. I'm the one who makes baths fun.
a nightmare.
And speaking of just having fun with it, Jim also managed to get a job for his childhood friend, Don Foreman, although this was not fun for Don. Jim picked right back up where he left off in torturing his old friend. He knew Don was deathly afraid of the dark, so Jim made sure to assign him shifts in the darkest depths of the hospital.
Conquer your fears.
I don't know, man. Because he's also
at this
your
point, I have learned only well, other than the small animal mutilation, but at this point, he's not the worst guy on earth. His mom isn't that bad. I feel worse for his father.
Yeah.
I know he's married. He's taking care of the elderly.
Jim, I just gotta say, been a long time. Been a long time. Been friends a long time. It's really been great just being around here. Thank you so much for the job. But I feel like maybe we could deal with a little bit less of the punking, a little bit less of the pranking, and maybe we could just be like normal friends, you know?
Shut the fuck up, Donnie.
See that light switch over there? Why don't you go turn that light switch? Just turn it to off.
But I kind of said something here, Jim. I said how like maybe I don't really want to do something like that. You know what I mean? Because sometimes things give the heebie-jeebies about being in the dark. You know, so.
Just turn it off.
I don't really understand what I'm supposed to be learning here, Jim. But I don't really understand.
Gotta go.
And another time, Jim made Dawn go into the room of an old man who had elephantitis of the scrotum, just to make him squirt.
Now listen,
These
Jim.
balls were so big they drug the ground.
Now listen, Jim. I want to say just straight up top again. Thank you for the job. It's been again a really long time, friends. It's fun to be around you. You really know how to yuck it up. You dress nice, but I'm not really comfortable in front of an old man with regular balls. I don't really want to be in front of a man with big, grotesque, deformed balls. And that's just me. Maybe I'm being difficult. Maybe I'm being judgmental.
Yeah. You see that light switch? Yeah. Turn it off.
Anything could happen to me now. As soon as it's dark.
Elephantitis. Oh my God! There's that. You ever that BBC show? I think it's just called Strange Bodies.
Yeah.
Or it is. I saw an elephantitis of the balls, and my God, that looks painful.
It looks extremely painful.
Yes. Wow.
But even though Jim spent a lot of time fucking with his friend, he was fantastic with old people. Jones was excellent at bedside manner and can make even the most difficult patient smile.
Aww.
Years later, he would use these skills to attract elderly people to his congregation, as elderly people actually made up a large part of people's temple.
Don't trust the nurse or the person who works at the nursing home that's really good with the old people. They're going to use them for recruitment. Watch out.
See, Jim Jones took every single experience in his life, paid particular attention to his strengths, and used every single one of them. He was constantly learning what worked and what didn't.
Almost like a sociopath, which is the reason why they talk about CEOs of companies showing like signs of psychopathy and psychopathology, is because you have to be able to so good at commercial. So you can't be wrapped up in emotions and shit in order to do stuff like this all the time. He was so capable that it's scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this guy, he turned out to be evil. He absolutely did. And that's one of the tragedies of Jim Jones, is like using these skills, he could have very easily been a great man.
Yeah, it seems like he's doing some
Okay, I worked in the kitchen. It's different.
good service at this point.
He really is. So it's while working at the hospital that Jim met his first and only wife. And although she would be far from his last lover, he would be her first and last, as far as we know.
That's all she needed.
Marceline Baldwin came from a stable Christian family that was often involved in local politics and civic matters, which Marceline would use to great advantage later on.
Okay.
Now, she did have a bit of a wild streak in her, but again, in Indiana, all that meant was she once, as Gwen writes, shocked her family by saying she was going to vote a straight Democratic ticket.
Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart.
She also seemed to not show much interest in boys. That is, until she met Jim Jones.
He's a man.
See, Marceline was a nursing student, and one night she was tasked with preparing the body of a woman for the undertaker. And which orderly should help her but Jim Jones? So perhaps somewhat prophetically, Jim and Marceline Jones, who would together lead 909 people to their death, met over a corpse.
Wow.
Yeah, and he just made it fun.
He did.
Because
He
he
had
grew
fun.
up.
Tonto was trying to talk about watching Pluribus, and I was like, I'll watch it one day. I'm kind of mad because after Breaking Bad, I think this was before we got Better Call Saul, so maybe we can blame Better Call Saul. But someone was to make the Jim Jones TV show. I don't know if it ever got made to actually tell this, as it should go. There we go. They met over a corpse. And then that is how they will leave each other. Insane.
To the corpse, and he'd probably be like, "Oh, look, it's like she's alive," and then he'd pick her up and dance her around. He's like, "Oh, this is like that Tom Petty song."
Yeah.
Oh, look, 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 and
then
she's like, "Jim, you are the living end."
And then
Am I partnered with Kevin Hart? Because you've just made this fun.
And then the Undertaker came in and pile-drived her and tombstoned her.
See, but Marceline, she's an extremely complicated woman as well, as we'll see. Unlike Jones, Marceline did not want all of this to end in death. And in fact, she tried to stop him in the end. She believed in the message, and she believed in Jim Jones. What impressed her most that first night was how kind and gentle Jim was with the family of the dead girl. And I think when Marceline saw how Jim acted that night, left such an impression on her that she figured anybody who had that sort of compassion had to be good.
It's almost like Jim Jones instinctively knew that about everybody, and he knew that people would therefore believe anything that he said as long as he did some of the most very intense and personal care at the hospital.
Yeah.
And he would learn that later on too. It's being like, well, so by leading by example, he can then also get everybody to trust and do whatever the fuck it is that he wanted.
So because of that moment, Marceline essentially became the first follower of Jim Jones. And despite his many glaring flaws, Marceline always followed him, even when she didn't agree, because she believed in the message.
Now, is it like Fight Club where you had the big booby Bob? Did the guy with elephantitis for balls, did he go, or elephantitis balls, did he follow second?
He died.
He did die.
Yeah, he died.
God.
But I'd also, he'd be like, Marceline, I can't help but see you're dating old Jim there. You know, I'm going to say there's a lot to be said with the man who's got basketballs for testicles. Because you know what they say?
What?
By the size of a man's testicles, if he got big testicles, he's going to need bigger pants. I'm looking for an in here, Marceline. Please date me. Just date me. Shit's gonna go bad. I know it's gonna go bad.
So Jim manipulated Marceline just like everyone else, and she was extra susceptible because she had no experience with men at all. He told stories and lies to build himself up into something great, just like his mother did. Jim told Marceline that he quit the high school basketball team because the coach was racist, even though Jones was never a part of the basketball team. And he also said that he walked out of a barber shop with half his hair cut for the exact same reason.
All right, is a hero.
Well, no, that's what he did.
We got a white woman, everybody. We got a white woman on the loose in the body of a 60s cult leader.
Again, it's when your relationship's formed on a lie, and then this shit wouldn't come out until years into their relationship.
Yeah.
That she started seeing that all of those stories were horseshit.
Yeah.
Ah, yes.
Marceline's family, however, was not as impressed with Jim Jones as Marceline was. He'd get into screaming arguments with her family at the slightest provocation. He had the mouth of a sailor, and he just generally gave off a weird vibe. Like almost everyone in Marceline's life, from her family to her friends, looked at Jim and said, "Why him?"
Listen to your family when it comes to your partner, and I really do believe, believe this wholeheartedly. If everybody around you is saying this person's a problem, because last podcast left, we've always been on the idea that serial killers and these people are never the quiet ones. You never not see it coming.
Right.
You always see it coming. It's always they're always weird.
Yeah.
If they're gonna do fucked up shit, they've been fucked up forever. They just got finally the weird green light to do the fucked up shit.
So it wasn't healthy arguing, though. It wasn't like a healthy debate.
No, absolutely not. No,
he would get angry.
Yeah, it was just. I mean, he'd just fly off the handle at the slightest provocation. And yeah, like Henry said, if your family says he's bad, if your friends say he's bad, or
vice
she,
versa,
he or she, if they say that this person is bad, listen to them.
99.9% of the time, yeah.
Yeah. But back then, what Marceline's family and friends thought was that if she saw something in him because she was such a good person. She was so sweet. If she saw something in him, then there must be something there.
They're wrong. Tell the court they're wrong.
Tell the jury they're wrong.
While the two of them were dating, Jim decided he wanted to be a hospital administrator because he was very good at being an orderly. And he didn't really want to go to med school, but he figured that one day he could work his way up into running a hospital. He couldn't be a doctor, so he'd be.
I do know people have gone from being CNAs to administrators. You do not have to have any medical things at all. But did this nursing home not keep in mind that time that he sewed a duck to a chicken? Have any of those doctors done that? We don't know.
The guy that told the doctors what to do.
And then when he's like 75 and he's in one of those rooms being taken care of by another nurse, he'd be like, I finally made it to the top of the food chain.
Finally
now
did it.
I am the one being taken care of.
So, in order to get there, Jim Jones started taking classes at Indiana University in Bloomington.
Hoosiers.
Uh-oh. And while there, his roommate said he woke up one night from a spot in the top bunk with a sharp pain in his back. Jim Jones was on the bottom bunk. And at first, the guy on the top bunk thought it was just a loose wire in his mattress, but then he heard this weird hissing sound coming from the bottom bunk. And when he looked down there, he saw Jim Jones working a hat pin in and out of the mattress going,
Go to sleep. Go to fuck back.
Said he was just doing spells. Just making sure if magic worked or not. It'd be rude to do it to someone while they're awake.
Back to sleep.
Oh my God. It is very PCU.
Jim, honestly, I got a big test tomorrow. And again, this is, ow. It is not cool. It is not fun for me. It's a little fun. I see that you're smiling.
So he's using his roommate like a pin cushion. We don't know why.
No idea why.
Okay.
Absolutely no idea.
He's having fun.
He's just having fun. Now, all this shit did not deter Marceline, and the two were married on June 12th, 1949, in one of those weird double weddings that people used to do.
Double wedding?
Double wedding,
Who
yeah.
else got
They
married?
used to do Marceline's sister. I think her name was Edith.
Really?
Yeah.
Anyone know anyone who does that anymore? I mean, it is kind of economical if you can use the same venue for multiple weddings. Or can you, like, sublet your wedding? Like, if you get, oh man, I had to put $20,000 down to get the amazing cathedral. Can you, like, loan that out to, like, 6 other people and be like, just speed run it? Because really, just get the fucking speech over and then do the reception. The reception's the part that matters.
Okay, double wedding.
Now, after the two got married, Marceline found that Jim was not quite the Christian that she thought that he was. Now, as we said earlier, Jim Jones was an atheist and a dickhead one at that.
Uh-oh.
But Marceline, who was a devout Methodist, didn't know that. It wasn't until after they were married that Jones told her that he could not believe in a loving God who allowed so much suffering in the world.
Well, why didn't this conversation be broached? You think they would have gotten to this
He
on
lied
the
to her.
first or second date? He lied to her.
Straight up lied to her.
Oh, I see.
And he was such a dick about it. And you know what kind of guy I'm talking
Oh
about
my
here.
God.
Oh yeah,
There's
he
nothing
was
worse than an evangelical atheist.
he was such a Bill Maher about it,
Oh,
let's say.
God.
That Marceline started considering divorce pretty soon into the marriage.
Okay.
But as this was the 50s, her mother talked her out of it. The terrible thing is, had Marceline left Jim Jones, if she would not have been by his side every step of the way, especially in these early years, it's almost certain that Jim Jones would not have gotten anywhere near as far as he did.
She had the power, right? She's the political fam.
She helped him out. The lessons that she gave, we'll get into it. The civic lessons that she gave him helped him endlessly.
The woman behind the man.
Okay.
So if Jim Jones was an atheist, why did he become a preacher? The answer...
It's almost like preachers are liars.
No way, Kissel.
The answer is socialism.
Oh.
Jim Jones was a socialist in that he...
No, a socialist would never. Christianity is illegal. Bill Maher is bad, says me, Zoomer liberal. He bad, but Christians still bad. So how could this be? It's almost like religion is a tool, as I said earlier, by anything, any ideology that can use it to get some more members.
Believed all things should be shared by all people, but wasn't so much of a socialist in that he thought the decisions shouldn't be made by anyone but him.
Right. That's a common theme.
Yes, yeah, he's a socialist. Everyone should be sharing everything, but I'm going to be the one that tells you how to share it.
Exactly. And this is what kind of, and this, but the Methodist Church changed. It's very interesting.
Yeah. What eventually turned Jim back to the pulpit was a new stance by the Methodist Church.
Okay.
And in 1952, the Methodist Church reformed to a more progressive creed. They wanted, quote, the alleviation of poverty, the right of collective bargaining, free speech, prison reform, full employment, and racial integration, which is
a lot of great things.
Great attitude for a church to have. Hell, back when I had the faith, I was a Methodist. That's what my family was.
But this is what he realized, because he said he saw the whole, like he sees it everywhere, where he figured out where to go, which is the people's problem, his problem with church, and a lot of people's problem with church is that you got a bunch of talk about God, but you get nothing out of it. You don't actually receive any pragmatic, anything from church.
Yeah.
So he realized, being like, we got to create a place that we call a church. That really what it is a place where you come to me with problems and we figure out together how to fix the problem.
What if we call it like the Young Men's Club of America?
Well, Tonto, in case I feel like getting converted later, I need you to go get me the list of the ones who aren't fake. We know the Amish are good.
The YMCA.
Yeah, see, Jim, he saw in the Methodist Church, in this new creed, he saw a path to the socialistic society he'd always wanted, and it didn't matter that he had to use God to get there.
Which, again, showed the shallowness of the choice of just being like, oh, I'll just be a preacher, which is in the end, you are supposed to believe inherently that the preacher believes in this shit the most.
Yeah.
So just taking that, what I'm going to say is that central lie, which is in the lie of the hearts of many of these fucking piece of shit priests and preachers, is that it's that a gradual separation between the person you're pretending to be and the person who you are is what's going to cause massive fucking problems for you no matter what. And it's going to make you inherently a corruptible and bad person.
Sure.
Yeah. So in trying to find his voice as a preacher, Jim started visiting black churches, and he liked what he saw.
I knew it. Oh, good minute, Tonto. Are you one of those atheists who have a favorite team, though? I mean, I put my money on the winners, so I go the Puritan Christians. That's truly the cult running everything. It's like Silent Hill. They come back every 15 years to inflict hell upon us.
Loved the energy, the singing, the fact that there was no time limit, the welcoming atmosphere, everything about it. It's what he had always wanted in a church. And again, he saw something he could take advantage of. But the time wasn't quite right just yet. He still had more to learn. And where should he learn it but the revival circuit?
All right.
Now, even though they don't really exist in America in the form or size that they once did, revivals were an important part of American Christianity for decades.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, this is where the whole, evangelical megachurches come from.
This is where they push you over. And they're like, the Spirit did it, but I know I had to do that.
Yeah.
I had to fall over, and then he pushed me over.
God, that must have been so hard,
trick.
where he pushed you once and you, 300 pounds, just staring at him and be like, why you push me? What? And you're like, and he's like, fall over.
Yeah.
Fall over, Benjamin. You just got to pretend. It's like wrestling. It's like wrestling, Ben.
I did. That's exactly how I thought of it, and then my parents were very pleased.
But back in the day, revivals usually consisted of traveling preachers either setting up outdoor tents or renting out large halls to preach the Lord, and they tended to be a hell of a lot more exciting than your regular Sunday services. This was entertainment, but also entertainment in the name of the Lord.
Right.
And one of the main features of a revival was faith healing. Preacher would find a person with an ailment, call him up to the front, yell at him a lot, and poof, the person would be cured.
If that could happen, no one in my home would ever suffer a sickness.
I'm on team. I need to see it with my own eyes to believe it. And no magic has come my way, but look how awesome I have gotten at the pixel art. We are on day 9. Day 1 was literally 9 days ago when I was saying art is impossible. Who can do what? And now I got this kitty cat. Isn't it adorable? I've made 3 pixel arts on stream. It blushes and its wings move and its tail does a thing. Beautiful. Yes, this is Jimba, the people's cat. This could be a character. We can just make it, it was supposed to be kind of a bunny angel thing, but this could run the new people's temple of the internet. Because, I'm gonna be honest, like, what the fuck, where are we gonna meet in Indiana? Some fucking run-down VFW or something? Buffalo Wild Wings? Where are we going? It'd be easier on Discord. At least there's anime there when there's no politics happening.
If we could just yell it out.
It would be terrible for the pharmaceutical and hospital industries.
Yeah, and Jones picked up on all this right away. Now, of course, these healings aren't real. Sometimes a person might be quote-unquote cured, but in all cases, it's psychosomatic, and most often it's temporary.
You get an adrenaline rush because you're on stage,
Mhm.
you're
Yeah, you're
meeting
on
your
stage.
idol, and a lot of times they get more hurt because they're not supposed to be freaking walking.
Of course not, and jumping up and down.
Good Lord.
And when it's a big healing, like a person standing up from a wheelchair and zooming around the room, that person's a plant.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, that's all.
That's all nonsense.
Yeah. But in the beginning of Jim's career, he had no accomplices. So
I'm saying this would not work on me unless I know the person in real life, because when someone gives me a claim, I first ask myself, do they have a benefit to lie? And if they're just amazing, they're the Gary Stu of their life, they're doing the thing where they build themselves up, so that means they're getting to the thing they have a benefit to lie. See, I have this whole thing I go through when I meet people. So, because and it's not like anyone's come up to me and said I played on the NFL or anything like that. They'll be like, yeah, and then I was a supervisor of a factory, but then they'll start naming the 25 jobs they've had in the last 5 years, and they'll be the victim of it despite being the hero everybody loved. That's how you detect those people. Where was I going again with Jimba, the people's cat, for the New World Order? You know.
he had to find another way.
Yes, dude. And he realized this shit early on. He did it like a leap of faith. Yeah. The Steve Martin movie.
Yeah. He would use his...
Oh, no. Okay, so then what's the fucking... Like, what would be the benefit of a church reviving somebody from the dead or curing somebody in front of me? I mean, if you got the cure, why the fuck aren't you at, I don't know, the National Center for Disease? Why aren't you in the nursing home saving the people in hospice? Why are you here? Why did I have to buy a ticket and put money? Like, I would just put all this together, personally.
Talent of memorization. Before the revival, Jim would mill around in the crowd. He'd listen for names and complaints, and when he heard someone talking about their ailment, he'd pay close attention. And then, when he went on stage, he'd wait until just the right moment, then call out the person's name along with whatever it was that was bothering him, and he wouldn't be able to, quote-unquote, heal at first, but pretty soon, wherever he went, he left behind stories of the amazing mind-reading preacher. And all of this shit, when he was when he was listening to people and was calling them out into the audience or from the audience with their ailments and all that, this is a skill he eventually perfected. Now, this is him doing the same trick in one of his sermons about a decade later.
All right.
Sister Ingram, you're concerned about the losing of your sight. You've told me nothing about your condition. Is that correct?
No, I haven't.
You're not able to see me clearly. Things just blur to you. You have to stumble around lately through crowds and are not able to see even people's faces close up to you clearly.
You know what I think is interesting, too, about the book? The book kind of made me realize, because I never really thought about the...
See, but here's the thing. Now, people have argued that social media is evil and how easy propaganda happens. We do see that, but it was almost worse in these cult days. Because, you would disguise yourself as a Christian organization, so you'll have people who are looking for a Christian church, and then they're getting pulled into all this hype, the performance of it. You're the cool church. And, this is how you got a hold of people. is having the venue, having the microphone. They would organize and get to places. And back then, I guess, like, we don't live in a police state and we didn't have 8 billion suburban mall areas, so you probably could just put up a fucking tent anywhere, in all reality. But what do the motherfuckers gotta do today? It's easier. All they gotta do is pick up a microphone and launch OBS like I'm doing, but that's where the commentary channels come in. That's where the mainstream media to hate on the internet comes in. If there's an influencer that's saying something stupid, you'll have a portion of the internet that does everything they can to say this person's stupid and other people listen to them. Lol. And I think it means there'll be less cult people. Like, the Hassan Piker fans, they really compare to the People's Temple. And half of them aren't going to leave their house anyways, because one of them is Hassan.
Relationship between the revival churches and like the legit churches is that when he went to go work for the Methodists, because he wanted to be a Methodist pastor, he didn't have the juice to get it going. Like, kind of like, basically they say you have to kind of go build your own congregation,
right,
and then bring it to the church, and then we kind of like, we essentially buy it like a Burger King, like you do like one of those installment companies. And it's like Revivalist Church is kind of like the open mic circuit for stand-ups.
Yeah.
It's like you go and learn your bit doing the Revivalist churches, and then you take it to legit church. That's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah. Right, like what we did with the podcast.
Yeah, absolutely. But the Methodist Church, like, I mean, the establishment did not want Jim Jones.
They didn't like him.
Yeah, well, because it was always on his terms. Everything was always on Jim Jones's terms.
All right.
Yeah, because that's the thing, is that all this spectacle, it did not sit well with the Methodist Church. Now, we don't know.
No, that is not, that I would not use Reddit, sir. Tonto sent me lies. He sent me something from r/atheism. And like, says that was me. It's not. Okay, I argued things. It was a different time in 2007, as they say. It was a different time in 2010. Hating on Christians was hype. Everybody was hype on that shit. But then other people with other religions got on social media and we realized there's a lot of people out there. And half the ones that are annoying aren't even part of a religion. And don't ever keep it... I already said, honestly, when it comes to Christians, it's the Jehovah's Witnesses that are fucking annoying. And they really don't want people to go to school or get educated. Like, it's like the Amish, except they play Farmville as well. I don't know. Don't get me started. And then Scientology can just get out of here. We need to do Scientology for one of these history streams, because L. Ron Hubbard, that is an amazing tale. That's actually my favorite out of all of them.
Exactly why he was kicked out. The Joneses said it was because they were trying to integrate, and the Methodists were, they just weren't receptive to it. The Methodists say that it was because Jim Jones was stealing from the collection plate. I mean, really.
Oh, yeah, because that feels like, because that shit could kind of like, you see these little whispers at the very beginning that Jim Jones kind of is like taking money to do some shit that he says is for the church.
Right.
And there's a lot of rumors coming this way, but he covers it with saying, well, they just don't want to integrate fast enough.
Well, was he using the money for good? Did he have a Robin Hood type
It may have been,
going here?
because he did do that for a while.
Well, Jeff Quinn actually makes a pretty good point in that, like, it's neither one of these are probably true. It was probably just like kind of an amicable ending, but of course everybody, because 25
He wasn't a maid.
Well, the thing was is that like Jim Jones, and Marceline Jones, they said that at first to, of course, like save face, and then it wasn't until like decades later when the FBI really started looking into Jonestown that the Methodist Church, they're like, oh yeah, he was stealing. He's a bad person.
I see.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Unlike the church, they don't steal.
He just didn't have the juice.
Yeah.
He didn't have the juice.
Yeah,
he showed up and he just wasn't well enough. It's politics. Every institution has politics. So you have to be around. Your face has to be in the mix for a while until you're pulled into being a head of a church.
Yeah. But either way, Jim Jones parted ways with the Methodist Church and struck out on his own to the impoverished inner cities of Indianapolis, opened up a storefront church, and named it Community.
I'm sorry. We need to stop learning about Jim Jones. I need to stop in my tracks. fuck this stream. We need to end it now. Fancy Dan has DM'd me on Discord. It must be of absolute fucking importance. Because if he was a real fan, he'd know I'm streaming. If I'm streaming, it must be something to add to the Jim Jones conversation. Fucking clearly. Anyone want to put bets down on whether it's on subject? If there's a reason? No. It's to ask me if Ian Tomicky from Persona 5 says get ready in the Japanese dub. I live in America. I don't know what the fuck Ian Tomicky says in the Japanese dub. I'm on team English dub. Anyway.
Unity.
All right, is that a rhyme? That's a rhyme.
Community unity,
Community unity.
And because community unity was in the inner city, Jones's congregation was almost entirely black. Now, Indianapolis in the 50s was not a violent place, racially speaking, but it definitely wasn't progressive either. Separate but equal was the law of the land in Indianapolis, and while white people didn't actively harass black people like they did in, say, Alabama, they didn't particularly want them around, nor did they give a shit about their well-being either. The white leaders of the city would at least meet with black community leaders, mostly pastors, and the white community leaders would give lip service, and they'll tell them, we'll see what we can do, but nothing ever changed.
Right. I think the term was that access does not equal accountability.
Yes.
That was like the kind of thing that they basically would just give them access and they'd be like, you see, we listen to you, and then not do anything.
Right.
Yeah.
Tonto, though, in a social media world, do you really not think the third party can't make it? Or is there just too many dumb people? They dumbed everyone down. Apparently, the fourth graders, 40% of them can't read because they don't understand why the AI just can't do it for them. Because you won't fucking pay attention if you don't think about words, child. That's why. Anyway, I answered their own fucking question. I asked, why do I have to learn how to read a clock? Cell phones will exist one day, and I was fucking right, and I won my battle. They don't get to win their battles. Only I'm right about things. But why? Social media is here. Everybody can get their word out further. Someone can say nice things about Elon and maybe they can get all of his money. I don't know. You just gotta get some rich influencers. They're like, oh, I'll appeal to the kids. Even though I'm 57 now, I'll appeal to the kids if I join what the kids are into. You know how basically every movement, that's why all the Karens are out in Minnesota. All the 90s Karens who once tried to cancel Eminem. They're all out there. Well, no, they're not. They'll come out on the weekend because some of them work. They'd psyop us anyways, but it's a nice dream. I believe that people come together.
And so essentially, like, they needed someone to come from the inside the system out to fix their shit.
Yeah, and Jim Jones, in this respect, I got to give him credit. You know, whether it was for truly altruistic reasons or not, Jim Jones did a hell of a lot on behalf of the black community in Indianapolis during his time there, even though it did start off small at first. This is how he built his congregation. He'd start off a sermon by asking people what was bothering him. The example Jeff Gwynn gives in The Road to Jonestown was of an old woman who was having trouble getting service from the electric company. Now, even though she was still paying all of her bills on time, she could never get anyone to come out to fix the blackout she was having.
Right.
So Jim Jones sat down with her and the rest of the congregation, and they outlined all of her grievances in a letter.
See, now this is a thing I've often wondered about. Is, because Ted Bundy, you know, famous woman killer, killed a lot. That's what he did, like 27 women or something. But he also worked on the suicide hotline and he stopped people from killing themselves. So what if you're one of the people, you'd probably never know because anonymous, but Ted Bundy saved your life. And it's like, well, wouldn't the world be better if Ted Bundy wasn't here? But it's like, then I wouldn't be here. Oh my gosh. There are probably people in Indianapolis's lives that Jim Jones touched and made better. And then I wonder what they feel like if they're like, oh, fuck, that Jim Jones just did this? Because, I mean, not everybody from Indiana went to the island.
And you might not think that this would be much, that,
It's
you know,
a lot.
just writing a letter might not do a lot. But sure enough, when the woman came back the next week, her lights were on.
Boom.
And then he did this with another person and another. and another,
He's a
and
community
another.
organizer.
And this was his whole thing is that you come to church and you come away with something, and then you realize that like you give something.
But because he's an atheist, he's not selling him a false bill of goods. He's actually
He is, though.
actively.
He
no, but he
absolutely
did
is
get this
not.
woman. It's a tangible gift. She has lights
Yeah,
now.
but he's still saying that he's a man of God. He's not telling them he's an atheist.
But the people who were like claimed to be like all up into God, that's the only thing they give you.
Yeah.
But I mean, this guy is giving tangible rewards and tangible gifts, which, as you just said, I mean, is something we have to. That's an accomplishment.
But he's still doing it with a lie, right? So right now it's great.
Yeah.
But it's like as things grow, we're going to see how that lie makes things really complicated.
Yeah, and pretty soon in the community, word started to spread about this guy. And as Jim Jones himself said, heaven was all well and good, but there was really no reason to wait until you died to get your reward, to get justice.
In other words, is heaven a place on earth? Is that
baby? You know what it's worth.
Was also Tiffany must have been a member of the original community unity.
Maybe she was.
Yeah, what Jim Jones said was community unity was a church where you get something now.
I like that.
Yeah, and to a community that was used to never getting anything.
Right.
That was extremely appealing.
Okay, I do see this as... Because I don't know how it be in other states, but it drives me insane that one of the ads you always hear on the fucking radio is... You work hard for your money. You deserve to get it now. And it's like, no, you fucking didn't. I've seen some of you people in the workplace. No, you didn't. Why do you let these commercials lie to you? You're a narcissist if you hear that commercial and you nod. Why are they taking my money? I do deserve a better. Like, who are these for? So this does feel very Indiana.
But since it was just a small church at first, Jim Jones had to do something to make ends meet.
Uh-oh.
Jim Jones. And
Where is this going?
This is completely true.
If this has anything to do with dancing erotically at night, I'm not going to be happy.
Better than that. He sold spider monkeys door to door for $29 each.
Honest.
Here we go. Spider monkeys at the door, $20 each. On top of running a religion. A working man.
Whatever he did later in his life is kind of this is adorable.
Two things here. Number one, $29 is quite a bit for the 1950s.
It was
but it's a spider monkey. How many were there?
No, I checked out the inflation calculator. It was like $260. That's cheap for a spider.
That's
monkey.
worth it.
I think it's a lot to spend on any sort of spider monkey. Even just it's choosing to spend it for the spider monkey.
Oh, it's cute.
And also, second of all, how does the spider monkey supply get to you?
Well,
where do you get your
question.
product from? How do you go? Like, how do they transport it?
Yep.
How difficult is it to keep it in your house?
Just the world's-
Where do you keep these spider monkeys?
The world's itchiest underground dealer, and his coat is just lined with spider monkeys. Like, come into this alley. I got something to show you.
Just sell these fucking spider monkeys and get them off my hands. I feel like that's the sales pitch.
That's it.
Hey, hello, thank you for having me in your home. There is 50 spider monkeys in my Volvo. I need you to get them the fuck out of
You
this
are
Volvo,
covered
please,
in
for the love of
scratches
God.
and scabs, sir.
They are everywhere.
Yeah.
They thought my balls were a pile of grapes. I need to get these out of my hands.
I'll take them all.
Well, even the spider monkeys ended up gaining Jim Jones new followers.
Of course.
This is a testimony from a woman from the PBS documentary about Jonestown.
The first time I met Jim Jones was Easter 1953. My mother-in-law, Edith Cardell, had a monkey and it hung itself. And she wanted to replace the monkey.
This is the lore about Jonestown. It sticks with me that Jim Jones, for every life he proved in Indiana, he sold a monkey that killed him. Did you guys know this fucking lore? Someone got recruited into the fucking People's Temple after Jim Jones sent him a suicidal monkey. I personally see now if I'm walking in the shoes of Jim Jones, like, God, sure, my speeches have really been getting humans, but goddamn, the primal monkeys that are around me just want to go.
So she looked in the Indianapolis Star, and in that Indianapolis Star was Jim Jones's ad that he had some monkeys to sell. So it was through that she met Jim Jones and came back saying that he'd invited her to church this next Sunday.
Never do anything your monkey salesman tells you to do.
Also, I gotta say, if you're Jim Jones and you're selling monkeys, you gotta ask, so what happened to your other monkey? Oh, it hung itself? What are the conditions of your home that aren't good enough for a monkey to want to live?
We're just handing monkeys out to anybody. You drove a monkey to suicide, and now you're just gonna get another one?
Did it befriend
this
a
is like
spider?
my mother with a
Did
dog.
the spider make a noose out of its web? How did the monkey hang itself?
That's so difficult.
So difficult.
For it, number one, for it to learn eternal despair.
Right.
Then for it to Robin Williams itself in
it's
order to get out of the house.
just had to go. So sad.
Besides just the monkeys, to further supplement his income, Jim Jones continued on the revival circuit, where he was becoming a fairly well-known name as a healer, as he'd improved his act quite a bit from the simple mind reading days.
So he's
Don't let anybody tell you you can't be a fucking white mage in real life. What the hell do you think they do at these revival churches? You just gotta convert to Christianity.
a healer and a monkey salesman. I'm so on. Right now, I am about to go to Seatown and get Flavor Aid. This sounds good.
There was such a buzz that in Cincinnati, Jim Jones drew a crowd 1,000 strong, and still 200 people had to be turned away.
Wow.
And eventually, Jim Jones started picking up true believer followers. Among the first were Joe and Clara Phillips, who were convinced that Jim had cured their son's heart defect, although it was most likely just an early misdiagnosis.
Okay.
They were joined by Edith Cordell, the monkey woman, who believed Jones also had cured her arthritis.
Hey, all right.
Also, I needed a direct line to those sweet, sweet monkeys.
But it wasn't just people who were healed who were drawn to Jim Jones. A lot of them were attracted by his message of racial equality.
Yeah.
Jack Beam and his wife, Rhea Viana, joined Jim Jones in 1954 after their church rejected integration.
Oh, my.
And to give you an idea of how dedicated these people were, both Jack and Rhea Viana.
Well, God, if only Don Lemon had been around to stop it. But they got Jim Jones instead.
Died by Jim Jones's side in Jonestown 24 years later.
By their own volition.
Very
Absolutely.
much by their own volition.
Absolutely, because they believed that he was doing good,
Right.
and that's how you get him. In the end, like that's what it whole thing got twisted.
Yeah, I mean,
in the 60s.
At this point, it seems like he is doing some good. These bigoted churches, he's the only one reaching out. He's selling monkeys once again. So there is a lot of positive things happening.
He's doing a lot of good, and even his best work is still ahead of him at this point. See, I mean, these people, Jack
This is
Beam.
the strangest cult leader, though, because I don't recall having, legitimately a person trying to do good.
Yes.
Everyone else was more fraudulent in some ways.
More fraudulent. I mean, a lot of them were just interested in sex.
Right.
They were just interested in
So there
power.
were something very altruistic.
He's doing means justify the end stuff, though. It's since the very beginning.
Right.
He was.
Yeah.
He was. And so it did technically start that way.
Okay.
Yeah, and these people, I mean, they were good people. They believed in him because they believed that he was doing good. And even when he was lying and cheating, they told themselves this is all for the greater good.
Sure.
And this started in the earliest days. They started making the allowances immediately.
They're giving a little every week, huh?
Immediately.
Yeah, because you forget all the healing shit is bullshit.
Yeah.
All the healing stuff is not real.
Yeah, and that's the thing is the people like, Jack Beam and Rhea Viana, the cancer removals. They saw that they knew all of the healing and all that shit. They knew everything that he did at the revivals was total bullshit.
Right.
But now that he had dedicated followers that followed him for a totally different reason, he had plants.
But even if it's psychosomatic, though, and if you do feel better, there is something to that.
I mean,
It's a lie. It is a lie.
But
it's
if it
still a
were-
lie.
well,
No, I mean,
it never
the,
really
the
works.
mind is an interesting thing.
No, people will their pain away sometimes. Like psychosomatic, like placebos, placebos will work sometimes, even though it is a placebo. Like the power of the mind is an amazing thing.
It's true, but when it comes down to a straight up lie, you get that check in the end. That's what I believe. You're just kicking the can, dude.
Kick the can.
So Jim had plans, but the thing is about plants is you just can't give a hobo $20 and hope he can act.
No, you need a performer.
Yeah. And not just that, but in order for people to actually believe it, you can't have someone that just shows up, gets healed, and leaves.
Right.
You have to have someone that the congregation knows and that the congregation trusts.
This is tough to do.
Yeah. Now, first, Jim would take 2 people into his confidence and let him know the plan ahead of time. But he never asked the godly folk. It was always those that thought the God stuff was just a means to an end who were in on the plan.
Well, sometimes in order to entice people into a restaurant, you got to have fake food on the outside. And the food inside is very real.
I want real food. Yeah, I want to see the real food. I don't go to restaurants that have fake food on the outside.
But the outside is
That's
fake.
Olive Garden.
That's what brings you in.
No, you're talking.
I know. I mean,
Applebee's.
Olive Garden sounds good.
Olive Garden's great. Yeah, unlimited breadsticks.
It's fine.
Unlimited soup. Although, how many breadsticks and soup can you have?
A lot.
And they do cut you off, by the way. I learned that.
Carrabba's is technically the higher quality chain, and then if you want to really go for big to break the bank, Maggiano's. Ooh, Maggiano's.
So during the sermon, after Jim had already gone over this plan with 2 people, he'd call out one of their names, say, "You got cancer," and have the second plant escort them to the bathroom. Jones would then tell them to essentially take a dump.
Okay.
And he would work his magic from on stage.
So
I would not be able to help actually taking a shit.
And after a plausible amount of time, the duo would come back with a bloody, smelly mass wrapped up in a napkin, and were told that the congregate had passed the cancer.
That's not how it.
It was random, but if you look at this pixel art, kind of looks like a broken window that's got a glass shattering, and then this here shadow actually would be like the drape hanging over. Huh. Interesting.
Works. You don't crap cancer.
Well, if Jim Jones is in charge of your congregation, you do. And they said that bloody mass was the evidence.
I would have stood up and I would have said, "That's Dookie, Jim."
It's Dookie.
Actually,
and then Jim would have been like, "You want a spider monkey?" You'd be like, I would have sit down and I would have shut up and I would have taken my spider monkey.
Let me help the organization, please.
Well, what the mess was, it was chicken guts.
It's the window where Jim... If I could make a monkey shadow, do make the shadow use only this little palette up here? The grays and the blacks, so we just make a shadow of the monkey killing itself. Swinging it back and forth. Let's go.
Oh, yes. And they'd allowed the chicken guts to just rot a little, so it smelled terrible. But the way they took care of people not looking at it too close was saying that the past cancer was highly infectious and nobody should get close to it. And as far as the person who was carrying it around went, it was taking Jim Jones, taking every bit of his power to make sure that person was not infected. But nobody else. I cannot protect all of you. I can only protect my man Jack.
Oh, I like this guy.
You could have taken one of my dumps from this morning. I had a bunch of foie gras last night. And I tell you what, it's nice going in, but going out, it is what it is.
It's not even nice going in.
Yeah, it is. So nice. It's meat butter.
So the combination of working these supposed miracles on the road while actually helping people out with their problems back in Indianapolis meant that Jim's congregation was rapidly growing.
Naturally.
And eventually, he needed a bigger space. And so, in 1956, Jim Jones bought a former Jewish place of worship. The word temple was carved on the wall outside. And since the church was to be a socialist endeavor, Jim Jones gave his church a new name, People's Temple. And that's where we'll pick back up next week with Jonestown Part 2.
All right, laying interesting groundwork here. No idea about this guy. How do they get to be as big as they are? It's fascinating to learn the origin story here.
I will say a lot of crooked hard work.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what we're going to see is that it's weird how, in the end, because same thing weirdly with Scientology, these guys kind of go into it kind of with the idea of getting a quick buck or a way to kind of scam the world and get things going for themselves or doing stuff. But in the end, a life of trickery is like so much more work.
Well, it is, but at some point, I do have to imagine that he looked at his wife and said, honey, we're going to need some more chicken guts. Moving on up.
Well, Jim Jones was an extremely hard worker. I mean, when he was
like it.
when he was in college, he never slept. He just never, and that eventually caught up to him. But for many years, like Jim Jones, from dawn to dusk and beyond, like he was always working.
Bill Clinton was like that.
Yeah,
well, they are all like that.
Yeah, but that's why the amphetamines came in. But we're gonna get to that
all
later.
right.
Yeah, and all of these episodes, thank you for listening. All of these episodes are going to be about this long.
All right.
But yeah, we've gone.
This is going to be a very exhaustive. This is very intense. We're really going in there because I feel like we've never done something to this level. We love cults.
Yeah.
I personally, in the end, it's
We'll love to
strange
study
over
them.
time.
Yeah.
I just love to study cults even more than serial killers.
Me too. Cults are my favorite. These are my favorite. Cult episodes are always my favorite episodes. And, and we're going to, in the future, we fucking biffed Heaven's Gate. We're going to take a serious run at Heaven's Gate here very soon.
I wouldn't say it was a biff.
It was a biff.
It was not a biff.
Our first 60 or so episodes were just, there was a lot of biffs.
Happy 300.
Happy 300.
Okay, Tonto. We're gonna finish this together, okay? That was Jim Jones. We got it was very important to go through I'm like, okay, we need to go through some history. I will learn things and it'll help me with today's politics and keep me informed and the world, blah, blah, blah. But I'm like, I gotta do Jim Jones and his monkey that killed itself. And he met his wife over a corpse. Let's go. So it would be, you're looking at the window, it's broken. You're like, what? But you see that Yeah, because, okay, this makes sense. You see it peeking out, but then, so on the next frame, we gotta have, like, it contort there. This is gonna be a feat, dude. It's very important, though, that we get this done. This is the most important gift. And this is for the church. We already made the cap for the Church of the People's Temple. Whatever cult we're running now. I'm not running a cult. It's too much work. And, like, who the fuck's gonna run accounting? Not me. Who the fuck's gonna, like, organize the college recruitment? Not fucking me. Jim Jones was a worker. And, like, I can be a worker, too, when I care. Okay, we'll get rid of its tail. Teach the people the real history of the Heartland. Well, in Fort Wayne, the baseball team used to be the Fort Wayne Wizards. And people say, you say that it's the KKK capital of the world, Indiana. But no, the Wizards, the man with the beard, and he had the mystical hat, and I liked it because they gave away dragon stuffed animals. And, they decided that since the Klan has wizards in it, wizards are racist, and we can't have wizards no more. Or maybe someone from Indiana did pay for the fucking Fort Wayne Wizards. I don't know, but it seemed a bit insane to me. Because, like, the Washington Wizards don't have to change their ways. And a wizard is a wizard. And the Klan is lame. They were like, using racism to invent D&D or something. That's how Superman defeated them, by calling them a bunch of losers, because they were. They had little hand symbols and shit. Stupid. Okay, so the monkey's there. So we'll have the black rope come down here. And then this is where poor monkey... Whoa. That color, yeah, okay. He's got a bit of a pear body. Jim Jones's monkey. Well, dude, we could almost make this is 35 by 35. We can make a bigger pixel art and put this inside of it, and it could be like a Tamagotchi, Jim Jones's Monkey Gotchi. The future one. Okay, I think that there's the head. Okay, and then we just gotta make the monkey swinging back and forth. Now, I know what you're saying. You could use a symmetry tool or something, but I don't know how that works. So I just gotta draw it. Hanging over here. The neck that will be... Please keep clarifying in the chat. This is Jim Jones's monkey that killed us. Much like, this is why I worry about Kaya with Hassan Piker. Hashtag free Kaya. Because that dog has to listen to him rant and scream all day. It's horrible. Jim Jones's monkey gas Capone. And then I need to remember that when it swings this way. Hold on. We gotta figure out. Okay, no, that makes sense, I guess, still. Dude, yeah, this is a funeral. Like I said, it might become part of it. Okay, we just need one more. Okay, no, we gotta copy this frame. Can we copy? I don't know how to copy. I want frame. New frames. Frame properties. Cell. Can I duplicate cell? Yes, I can. But now I just need to switch them. My gosh, why is everything gotta be so difficult? I just want to switch places. How do you do that? Scott's on the call and he's like, oh my gosh, it's so easy. Look how every other frame's the same. But they don't say, because like on anything else, like paint.net, I can just switch things around and move it. But they don't let you on here, apparently. I don't want to mess with the opacity. I want you to switch my things. No, that like does something else. Maybe if I left click, will that switch them? No. Well, actually, no, to erase the one I made where it was all the way on the other side. Lame. So you gotta, I think you gotta do it one by one, because why would you want to copy a frame? Why would it have that option when you right click? That's stupid. And I'm not gonna ask Copilot because it lies. Fucking bullshit. Why won't it just say copy frame, post frame? What the fuck is the difference between a cell and a frame? It doesn't say. And then it didn't make a new one, it just made the same one. Luckily, I do like that there's undo history, much like... Yeah, we can go back here. We'll just remake it. Unless I can just, like, edit, copy. No, don't do nothing there. Okay, so then frame, new frame, edit, paste. We're almost there. We've almost got the monkey. And then, you know, can we really loop it? Because, no, the monkey's always diving to death. That's eternal hell. And would you believe it, that in the Jim Jones story, this isn't the first time there's a monkey death. Well, I mean, it's the first time there's a monkey death. It will not be the fucking last time there is a goddamn monkey death. Because you need to recall, this story ends on an island in the tropics. So yes, they have access to monkeys. And Jim Jones... Oh, that man, he shouldn't be trusted with animals, just like Hassan Piker. And I can't even look into what's happening there. All I know is iDubbbz needs to stop. He needs to get off the internet. Like, it's not even fun anymore. It went from this is keeping up with the Jomhas to this hurts my soul. It shouldn't be allowed. But do those Jomhas care about my feelings and how uncomfortable they make me feel? No, they don't. Disgusting. Jim Jones monkey. But it doesn't have to look that good because, like I said, we'll put this in a bigger sprite inside of a Tamagotchi. Now it's still got to come from here, but well, then you'll be pleasantly surprised that he brought a monkey then. You remember when Michael Jackson had Bubbles the monkey? Jim Jones made the having a pet monkey thing cool. He had a chimpanzee. And I think it might have been put out of its misery before things went bad, but I don't know. Okay. Where's the tail in this frame? There you go. That is the Jim Jones suicide monkey. Elvis might have had the monkey first. I feel like Jim Jones's clothing and the sunglasses was all Elvis. That would be his influencer, so that makes sense. Everybody was getting monkeys. And Jim Jones couldn't take care of his anymore. We got all of our icons. We got the cat and we got the dead monkey. Oh my gosh. All right, well, that is a very successful stream, I would say. We learned a lot of things today. The World War II, or no, pre-World War II Japanese military history. We learned about syphilis, penicillin. That was the cure. Practice abstinence, kids. We walk in. Oh, you want to know what this is? I'll show you. It's very fast. We got to slow it down. Well, this... Okay. Here, hold on. We can fix this. We need to make this 400. But then it's gonna come the fucking super fast. 100. $150. And then we can wait a bit. We got this. This is for Scoot. I don't see what the problem is. It's fucking beautiful. Okay, you ready? This should be fine now. Make sure we fix this one. Also. Alright. Here we go. This is... So, Jim Jones used to sell monkeys, and one of the monkeys he sold killed itself by hanging itself. So, this is Jim Jones' suicide monkey. Because I made this stuff with this monocolor, and it looked like a broken window. And I'm like, what horrible thing could you see to be like fucking Jim Jones' monkey hanging itself, is what Tonto said. So there it is. Oh, you can't see it. Here you go. The Jim Jones' monkey. Do you think this would look adorable in the middle of like a Tamagotchi? This one's not gonna go under my progress. Tonto made this. I was just the vessel that drew it. There, that's enough of He was also running the religion when he was selling the monkeys. The fuck? Said that is out of 900 people dead from drinking the Flavor Aid in Jonestown. But what will always stick out to me is the monkey that hung itself. You want spider monkeys for God? Okay, yeah, that was an excellent stream. I'm gonna get out of here before this monkey haunts me. But hey, we had American history too. It happened. But syphilis wasn't as involved. You see, McKinley, he was a real shyster. He was the Jim Jones of his time, except for he would trick you into forgetting that he came up with the policies that you hated. Genius. Catch y'all.